sleeping, so you're not sleeping. Looking here at the fact that during the first 2 years of a baby's life, new parents will miss out on 6 months of sleep. If maybe you don't have a baby in your life to have to tend to at 3 in the morning, just maybe kind of think about the time that maybe if you did have kids, the time that you missed out, and kind of sleep in their honor and in your body's honor to realize that, yeah, sleep is important. And when you don't get it, it's amazing how it changes the whole rest of your day. Do you remember just being exhausted where, yeah, you were ready to pass out at 3 a.m. and then 3 p.m. comes and you're trying to exist at work or be productive and it just wasn't happening? The best rest will make you productive. It'll make you feel incredible. Health is important. Sleep Train has that best rest event going on right now, but it ends Sunday.
So head on in. It's Sleep Train. You're going to find them all over the place. Albany, Eugene, Springfield, Corvallis, Salem. I bet even Nimrod has a sleep train. Nimrod?
They do not have one.
What about Low Pass? Low Pass have one? Low Pass may have one.
I can't confirm. Yeah, I don't know.
And No Tie? You think No Tie has one? No Tie, maybe.
No, but they're talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, when you go there, tell them Bill and Rob from the Wake Up Call sent you. If you remember what we're talking
about. Cushman needs one.
Cushman.
They need one as well.
Train.
This is a heavy dose of hard-hitting wake-up call.
This is the Wake Up Call.
For one thing, thank you so much.
Holloway in London and the Wake Up Call.
I love what you do.
On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
A little bit of a traffic advisory for you this morning. 99 in Bethel as you're coming into town. Fender bender there. The tow trucks are trying to get cleared up, so that could cause a little bit of a slowdown again on 99 and Bethel coming into Eugene area. So be careful out there this morning. Oh,
Milepost what?
Milepost what?
Did you say what milepost? Okay.
It's just 99 in Bethel.
99.
Whatever milepost that is.
Okay.
I think it's the Bethel milepost. Don't you think?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's iconic.
Mm-hmm.
They have like a statue out there.
There you go. Yeah. Yakov Levine has sent us an email. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, we got an email
What's
from
Yakov looking for? T-shirt?
Yeah, Yakov. Yakov wants to be an official nutritionist on our show.
Oh.
Yakov does.
Does he have...
I think with a name like Yakov, we have to at least consider him. Easy for me to say. I can say Yakov, but I can't say...
To be a nutritionist on the show?
Yeah, to be a nutritionist, yeah.
Just because of his name, I would think we have to have him.
just because his name is Yakov.
We'll give him a shot.
Yeah.
Let's have Yakov on.
Yeah. Yeah. We need a couple of Yakovs.
Did you watch any of the Super Tuesday? Did you watch Donald Trump?
I listened.
Oh, you didn't get to see Chris Christie because
I've seen pictures of Chris Christie, and I wondered why he was attached like a barnacle.
Boy, he was just like a puppy.
I wonder.
And then you find out, what's happening at home with the newspapers asking for his resignation. Things a little bit more peaceful in Florida.
Well, I wonder if part of it is because remember when he dropped out, the first thing he did was he said, I endorse Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is the man to run this country and do all these things. And you sit there and wonder, so could Chris maybe be, hoping that
a VP?
Little action as a sidekick, a wingman, a co-pilot as part of the Trump proposed administration, maybe?
I thought the same thing until last night. His reactions. I mean, I fully thought somebody, from, a campaign worker was going to go up and just kind of shove Christie over because it was pretty distracting. His facial expressions every time Trump would say something, monumental. Boy, was he up there. I don't know.
You think that part of it is he just wants to be relevant? I mean, beyond an idea of being vice president, you think maybe he just wants to be relevant? You think he's having a hard time admitting to the fact that he isn't? See, I mean, if you consider, 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago,
he was
everybody,
the darling.
He was a rock star. No longer.
Okay, we just have to stop pausing briefly for sunrise viewing.
We need sunrise music.
If we were in a
why don't we have?
If we were in a train car, we would all stop and just look out the train car window. It's pretty. All right, we're going to continue the conversation and talk about Super Tuesday stuff coming up with Miss Clifton coming up on 1120 KPNW.
Pop quiz for all business owners. If you're not incorporated and someone sues your business, which one of these can you lose? Your home, your car, or your life savings? The answer? All three. Because if you're not incorporated, it's not just your business that can be sued, it's you too. Which means you could lose everything. Once business owners realize the risk of not being incorporated, they usually scramble to incorporate or form an LLC. To make it quick and easy, Incorporate.com is now giving away a free incorporation guide to all business owners, so you can incorporate in just 10 minutes. For your free 10-minute incorporation guide, call now, 1-800-400-5017. Protect your financial future. At Incorporate.com, they don't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating or forming an LLC quick and easy. Call now for your free 10-minute incorporation guide. 1-800-400-5017. Hurry while supplies last. 1-800-400-5017. That's 1-800-400-5017.
There comes a time in each of our lives, a day that defines us. Will you be ordinary or extraordinary? Will you be humdrum or will you be a hero? That day is today. The day you choose to become an ODOT-approved driver ed instructor. Hey folks, Driver Ed here, just practicing my recruitment speech because I want you to help me save lives. Did you know that teens who take Driver Ed go on to be much better drivers? That means fewer crashes and safer roads. But to reach everyone across the state, we need more instructors. So consider joining me, Driver Ed. You'll gain valuable teaching experience and earn some extra money. And with less than 9 weeks for training, including convenient online classes, you can be a ready-to-hire hero in no time. Allowing for cape fittings, of course. So choose to be extraordinary. Become an ODOT-approved Driver Ed instructor. Get started at whydrivewithed.com. See you down the road, heroes. A message from ODOT.
I'm a firefighter.
A teacher.
I'm a farmer. I'm a barber.
A waitress.
A mom.
We're all part of your community. Every day we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good,
others not so much.
But that's life. It's when you experience a moment of uncertainty. Something or someone's behavior that doesn't seem quite right.
These are the moments to take a pause.
Because if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not.
It's not about paranoia
or being afraid.
It's about standing up and protecting our communities.
One detail at a time.
Because a lot of little details can become a pattern.
We
trust our instincts.
Just like you should.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already out and about, we've got partly to mostly cloudy skies out there, light winds out of the south at 5 to 10, and temps right now in the upper 30s to low 40s. But we're already tracking the next storm system set to move in late this afternoon into the evening, bringing another round of showers by this afternoon. Mostly cloudy skies will start to dominate with highs in the mid-50s out there. Winds will pick up out of the southwest at 10 to 20, gusts up to 30, and especially right about 5 o'clock when the system pulls through. We're looking at about a third of an inch across the I-5 with a half inch along the coast. Be ready. System after system look to be lining up, and we're looking at several days of wet weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Mornings are a little different with a wake-up call.
You're an embarrassment to nature. Do you know that?
Holloway in London. On News Radio 1120 KPNW.
You got to love the 15.
What do you got?
I was commenting in the background, and by the way, the sunrise is still spectacular. I said, we need some sort of sunrise music. And both Schmeichel and JR email with the same, how about Ride of the Valkyries?
Within a minute of each other.
Yeah, by Wagner. Both of them.
And now, the beautiful sounds of a sunrise. Unlike PNW.
I like this better. Well, if it ever starts. Yeah, there you go. And now, the sunrise. I like that. It does give it kind of a little bit of importance, certain significance and weight. There you go. There now the sun is coming up over the horizon. Swords of light stabbing through the clouds. Yeah, good idea. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Okay, so coming up on the wake-up call, and I believe that she is here officially now. It is, she's not quite yet a frequent flyer, but she's getting close. She's getting enough miles put together that she'll soon be a frequent flyer. It's Camera Clifton. She is a political strategist. She's with Clifton Network Partners. She joins us on the wake-up call this morning, and we're going to chat Super Tuesday. So, first off, welcome, Camera.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to be with you.
Okay, so, question. Any surprises last night? Really? Anything where you walked away and went, wow, didn't see that coming?
I don't know if it was honestly, I can't tell you that this was a wow moment, but I was very impressed that Ted Cruz won Alaska. Because, think about it. That's not the way that the polls were going. Sarah Palin stepped out of his camp and into Donald Trump's with, kind of an embarrassing for her and probably for him too, endorsement. But, in terms of the polls not being correct, on everything else, it was pretty much what we expected. So you asked me, that's about the only thing that was kind of out of sync with what I thought was going to happen.
Okay. That said, is there any stopping now Trump basically winning the nomination and the right to take on the presumptive Democratic nominee who looks like most definitely going to be Hillary?
Ask me again in 2 weeks. On the 15th.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm serious. So here's the thing. A lot can happen. There's more campaigning to be done. And on the 15th, there are some things in between. There's the March 5th, there's, the 12th. But on the 15th, there are two major winner-take-all elections and primaries, and that would be Florida and Ohio, and then three more that are not insignificant. So after that, somebody is going to have close to 60% of the electorate. If they don't, then this goes on, towards April, and a lot of really important states have their elections after that. So, yeah, I think right now a lot can happen in the next 2 weeks. Do I think that Trump is the presumptive? Yes, I do. But I don't think that it's a fait accompli. No, not yet anyway.
All right. To talk a little bit about Ted Cruz, he is considered to be, I guess, the last, I don't know that I would say hope, but he's considered to be the last man standing that really has a chance of stopping Trump. Give me the odds on that horse race.
Well, we already know that Carson has had his last primary. He said after Super Tuesday he would drop out, so we know that. Kasich will not drop out because I think the establishment has promised him that if it goes to a brokered convention, they will put him forward. I think that's ridiculous, but, I think that's the way that's gone. And then what does that leave? That leaves Marco Rubio. Well, he is not doing well, and he's not forecast to even win his own state, which should be the first thing that people consider in viability. So I think today he and his team and his backers, I think they're having very serious conversations about how much more to invest. and what do they gain by his staying. Now, if they are in favor of Donald Trump doing a major upset to the party, then they'll stay in. If they're in favor of letting, whoever manages better when he's gone win, then they'll advise him to do that. But I think that for the country, it'd be a really good thing if we could get this down to basically a two-man race, because then people really are making a clear choice. Do you want a cult of personality, or do you want somebody who has promised to uphold the Constitution and actually know what it says?
Cruz also picked up last night, among other things, he picked up Texas, his home state, which, you would expect that he would win his state, although there were questions whether that would happen. Cruz picks up Texas. He also got Oklahoma, which was considered a bit of a surprise as well, right, beyond Alaska.
Yeah, well, it was one of those could go either way things, but I was glad to see Oklahoma go with him, because the truth is Trump should have swept the South, and so far he hasn't been able to do that. Now, I think, part of it is that he's not just campaigning for what he believes in. I think that there's a lot of campaign power in the what are you tired of. And Trump has captured that in a miraculous kind of a way. Because what has he tapped into? Anger, disgust with our government, and fear of the future. And so, it's a lot of what Barack Obama went into with his cult of personality. If you were disappointed with the state of the country in 2007, then, you had a lot of reason to go with a progressive liberal. If you are dissatisfied with where you are now, and you finally realize that, we might not be able to get by on old promises, then what are you going to do? You're going to go with the cult of personality that Donald Trump brings to the party. And that doesn't mean that he knows anything about law or the Constitution. That means that he's made a lot of promises that people are hoping he'll be able to keep.
Anything can be taken away from Trump winning Arkansas by only 2 points?
Well, I think there were several really close races. And I think there have already been. The longer that this goes without somebody, right now, Trump has 285 out of, 1,240, whatever it is, and Cruz has 161. So a little more than half. And, of course, Rubio has less than half of that. So what we have now is we have people who are starting to talk less about, let's throw the bums out and go with somebody who's, a successful businessman. And they're getting to the place where they understand that this is going to be over this month, probably. That means that more than half of the country is shut out from actually having any say. And the reason that it goes this way this year is that the Republicans thought they were being all clever and protecting who they thought was the person whose turn it was, which was Jeb Bush, and look how that turned out. So now they're stuck with their own rules, and it's not working out.
All right. Let's see. Anything you want to mention about former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and her win over Bernie Sanders in Virginia? Big deal. That was pretty much.
I think what's the big deal in that race is how much money Bernie Sanders has taken in from individuals. If you look at where the money flows for them, Clinton's in London raising $1 million at one dinner from expats, and Bernie Sanders is getting, $10, $15, $20 increments, and he's raised $40 million. That's amazing. What that says to me is that the progressive movement within the Democrat Party is no longer speculation. Now, what I'm thinking is probably going to happen, and I'm not hopeful for this, but I think it's probable, is that we will end up with Trump on the Republican ticket and Clinton on the Democrat ticket. What does that give us as a choice? It gives us two people who are, in my opinion, incredibly ill-qualified to hold that office. And secondly, they both have moral and legal issues that will compromise them as we go forward. So I think the American public deserves better than that, but we don't always get what we deserve. We always get what we allow.
All right. Camera, thanks for joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. Appreciate it.
God bless you and take care.
You take care, too. Camera Clifton on the Wake Up Call this morning. 6:51 News Radio, 1120 KPNW, on a beautiful start to the day.
When is the window absolutely closed on a independent, somebody jumping up there and going, okay, all right, we'll give you a third choice? Because you're hearing constantly rumblings of, for a while you were hearing that Bloomberg was thinking about it, and people
right. I mean, you could do that right up. Till shortly after the conventions.
But I mean, when is there just no chance, or do you think you could?
Oh, I think that somebody that could be compelling, that would compel people, that could come out and really tell a good story. I mean, first off, it's just not going to be, it ain't going to be Mark Callahan. It needs to be somebody that is going to have automatic name recognition. They're going to have an uber compelling story, and they're going to have at the very outset a ton of dough, probably their own or a benefactor's, plenty of dough to kick things off. I mean, that's just, common sense would just kind of say those things. Who that would be at this point, who knows? I mean, as far as compelling, and people would go, oh, thank you for being an option to these two. Thank you. I have no idea who that individual would be.
Yeah, Callahan probably doesn't have the bucks.
No, he doesn't have
the financial backing.
No.
Close. All right, we're going to break hour 2 coming up. News Radio 1120 KPNW, 727 next hour. Lease Wheel coming up.
Hello, I'm Andrew Bizantz, the music director of Eugene Opera. In 1879, Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky premiered his operatic retelling of Alexander Pushkin's groundbreaking novel Eugene Onegin, and the opera has remained immensely popular ever since. In fact, many consider it to be Tchaikovsky's greatest masterpiece. Eugene Opera's production features a stellar cast of international artists. Russian baritone Anton Belov makes his Eugene Opera debut as the elegant but dispassionate Onegin, and soprano Jill Gardner returns to Eugene to portray the naive Tatiana. Tenor Sam Levine makes his company debut as the doomed poet Lenski, and mezzo-soprano Amanda Kreider returns as Tatiana's earthy sister Olga. Tchaikovsky's sweeping romantic score is brought to life by the Eugene Opera Orchestra and Chorus. Please join us at the Holt Center on Friday, March 11th at 7:30 p.m. or Sunday, March 13th at 2:30 p.m. For tickets or more information, please call 541-682-5000 or visit our website at eugeneopera.com.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
Office Furniture Direct. I'm Gary Conley with today's Money Minute. Oil prices may have bottomed, at least in the short term, so don't get too used to gasoline prices that start with a 1. In what I think was a rather underreported event, it looks like Saudi Arabia may have blinked in the battle for market share. The Saudis kept pumping even after prices started to fall from the $80 to $100 a barrel range to try to derail the newly competitive shale oil producers in the United States. The thinking was that they could outlast the Americans by spending down their foreign exchange reserves to support the social programs at home and finance the war in Yemen, along with other maladventures they pay for in the Middle East. Here's the nugget. If you live in North Dakota, it looks a lot like the strategy is working. As oil fields shut down, $100,000 a year truck driving jobs dry up, and the camps that house the oil field workers sit largely deserted. But there's also trouble in Saudi Arabia, where unemployment is on the rise, and recent graduates are lining up at job fairs instead of automatically sliding into a cushy, high-paying government position. As reserves evaporated like water in a swimming pool in Dubai, the Saudis made a deal of the sort they haven't done for 15 years. Details tomorrow. I'm Gary Conley, and that's today's Money Minute.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are slipping in early trading after yesterday's rally sent the S&P 500 to an almost two-month high. Right now, the Dow is down 37 points at 16,827. The S&P 500 is lower by 3 points, or about 0.1% at 1975. And the NASDAQ is little change, down 2 points at 4687. Crude oil is moving lower this morning. Right now, down about 0.8%, just over $34 a barrel. A report today shows companies in the U.S. added more workers than forecast to their payrolls in February. Another positive signal on the economy after data showing stability at American factories, major car makers, and in the public and private construction industries. All of that helped spur the rally yesterday. ADP said today that 214,000 private jobs were created. That report comes 2 days ahead of the government's jobs report on Friday. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Well, the New York State Attorney General Eric Schneiderman has forced a Long Island school district to bend to his will. He went after the district when his office learned arriving students from Central and South America were running into roadblocks trying to enroll in school. Investigators found that the Westbury School District required enrollees to provide proof of residency and social security numbers, and, gasp, the would-be students were asked about their citizenship or national origin. Can you believe that? Yeah, well, the investigators found an unwritten policy affecting some older non-English-speaking people attempting to enroll in high school. They were told they were too old for admittance and instead were diverted into classes teaching English as a second language or high school equivalency classes. Westbury agreed to have their enrollment requirements reviewed by the state, and they will be forced to offer the students compensatory education services. And almost every news account omits some key facts. These arriving students entered the country illegally, part of the wave of unaccompanied minors the Obama regime have brought in over the last few years. No one knows how many students in total are here illegally or the cost to educate them. But we do know that the requirements American citizens must routinely comply with are being thrown out in order to accommodate these arriving future Democrat students. Hey, you getting a new phone? Well, you're not alone. You know, every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting the phones in your family, it's a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of the big cell phone carriers, you're paying way too much. Stop overpaying. Switch to Square Trade phone protection today and start saving hundreds of dollars. The cell phone companies can charge $11 a month for phone insurance, plus up to $199 deductible when you break your phone. Square Trade family protection plans are less than $5 a month per phone. A family of four can save over $500 a year. So protect your new phone with Square Trade. Stop overpaying and protect all the phones in your family with Square Trade instead. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
Square Trade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. It's being called the biggest abortion case at the Supreme Court in 25 years, and justices could be evenly split 4-4.
At issue is a Texas law that requires doctors who perform abortions to hold admitting privileges to a hospital within 30 miles. The law also mandates that abortion clinics meet the architectural standards of outpatient surgical facilities. Pro-life advocates say the regulations will protect the health of women who are proceeding with abortions. Pro-choice groups say the law is aimed at closing down dozens of Texas abortion clinics, effectively restricting the ability of a woman to get an abortion.
That's Fox's John Decker, who's now inside the court to hear those arguments. Super Tuesday has put Hillary Clinton closer to the Democratic nomination.
The rhetoric we're hearing on the other side has never been lower.
She won 7 of the 11 contests on Super Tuesday and now has 1,000 delegates and more than double Bernie Sanders' total, but he is not deterred.
35 states remain.
Donald Trump also increased his lead, winning 7 states, but Ted Cruz won 3, including his home state, Texas. Fox's Jeff Manasso is live in Stafford.
Dave, with the victories here in Texas, Oklahoma, and Alaska, Ted Cruz continues on.
For those who have supported other candidates, we welcome you on our team, standing united as one.
Cruz last night asking Ben Carson, John Kasich, and Marco Rubio, who won Minnesota, to bow out, making way for a head-to-head matchup against frontrunner Donald Trump.
The party of Lincoln and Reagan and the presidency of the United States will never be held by a con artist.
I'm a unifier. I know people are going to find that a little bit hard to believe, but believe me, I am a unifier.
So the battle continues, and it's now on to Detroit for the Fox News GOP debate tomorrow and for other contests in coming days. Dave?
Jeff, this new U.S. commander in Afghanistan, General Mick Nicholson, had this message for the Taliban enemy.
I know you. You have brought only hardship and suffering to
This is Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
When you take the train, there's no telling what adventures await you. But that didn't stop us from speculating. Here's how it works, Mary. You tell me what you do aboard Amtrak Cascades, and I'll use my powers of prognostication to predict your path. Still game?
I'm game.
While riding the train, do you A, relax in your seat, or B, visit the bistro car?
Relax in my seat.
Catch some Z's, or be productive?
Be productive.
Open a book or your laptop?
Laptop.
Email or blog?
Blog.
Okay, here goes. While blogging in your comfy leather chair, you're moved by the sweeping views of the mossy megalopolis that is Oregon. You start building tiny train terrariums with native moss and even make punny t-shirts like, don't forget to moss.
Wow, that's pretty specific.
Yeah, it's a gift. Amtrak Cascades. See what happens from Eugene to Portland for less than $20 one way. Start your adventure at Amtrak.com/see what happens. Restrictions may apply.
March came in like a bull on Wall Street, but after yesterday's rally, there's been some selling today. Fox Business Network's Nicole Petalides live at the New York Stock Exchange.
That's right. The S&P 500 for the month of March is up 2.1%. Right now, we are seeing some selling. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 52 points, 16,812. The Nasdaq down 7, and the S&P 500 down 4, but higher for the week and for the month as well. We're seeing utilities and consumer stocks under some pressure as energy and materials gain. Intel, United Technologies, and Procter & Gamble lead as Nike and DuPont sell off. TiVo is down 3% today after revenue numbers, and Ross Stores is gaining, as is Zynga. Dave, back to you.
Thank you, Nicole. The Sports Authority is filing for bankruptcy, planning to close or sell 140 stores nationwide, but some 300 other locations will stay open as it reorganizes. The price of oil is down about $0.50, back under $34 a barrel, as gas keeps spiking back up another 2 cents today, close to $1.79 a gallon, 8 cents more than we were paying a week ago. A pitcher gets an intentional walk away from baseball. The second player taken off the field under a new domestic violence policy.
Major League Baseball suspending Yankees closer Aroldis Chapman 30 games for an incident involving his girlfriend back in October. He has accepted the suspension, which includes 30 days without pay and 30 days of unaccrued service, and will not appeal. The 30 days of unaccrued service means he will be able to become a free agent after the season. Commissioner Rob Manfred discussed the policy in January.
Like every institution, we're not perfect. We're not always right, but we really would like to send the right message in terms of what we do here.
Chapman does not face criminal charges from the incident and maintains his innocence. Rocky shortstop Jose Reyes was placed on leave last week until his domestic violence case in Hawaii is resolved. Chris Onig, Fox News.
Australia has canceled a tsunami watch after that powerful shallow earthquake off the Indonesian coast. There are no reports of quake damage or big waves. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
11:20 KPNW 7:05. Wednesday today, March 2nd. It's cloudy, but I'm seeing some pretty out there. Wet coming up.
Quite a bit.
80% chance of rain later in the day. Clouds with periods of rain overnight. Temperature dipped down to 45 degrees. And actual sun, although, like I said, we're seeing some sunshine now, but forecasted sunshine tomorrow. 42 degrees hanging steady at 11:20 KPNW.
What's tomorrow's temp supposed to be?
Tomorrow's temp?
Yeah. We're going to have sunshine. What's it going to be? We're going to have like close to 70. Is going to be spring-like conditions?
Tomorrow is Thursday. We're looking at a high of 63.
Ooh. Okay, that is almost spring-like.
Slight chance of a shower, but generally sunny is what they're saying.
Nice.
So.
Nice.
We're thinking of taking the tricycle out?
I'm thinking about taking the trike out.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, have you ever been texted as a part of a group text, where in other words, where there's like 4 or 5 people?
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, by the way, da-da-da. And then your phone now is part of the conversation, so that anytime anybody in that thread, would that be a thread?
Mm-hmm.
Texts, it goes off.
Yeah, I find that annoying.
Way annoying. And you just like, can I
opt out?
Yeah.
Is there an opt-out button here?
One of the top 10.
I think the only way you can do that is actually delete that particular thread. Okay, where everybody's all a part of it, and you have to delete it, and then you can text them, and you don't get
individually.
Yeah.
Holy cow! Especially now I've gotten smart where I'll take the phone audio and just mute it when I'm going to bed. One of the top 10 most annoying ways to use your phone: breaking up with somebody. And I talked to somebody last week who found out that she was no longer in a relationship via the text.
Oh, they texted her to say, by the way, I don't want to see you anymore. I want to break up. I want to go see other people. Something
because you hear stories about that. You're like, okay, maybe that happens here and there, but apparently, if you are in a relationship,
I don't want to see you anymore. LOL.
Just have the cojones to do it. How about face to face? Not even on the telephone. I mean, don't you owe them that much? I mean, at one time, you guys were a cohesive unit.
I want a divorce, LOL.
That'd work.
Yeah.
That'd probably go viral.
Yeah.
Lise Wheel coming up, Fox News legal analyst.
OMG, what do you mean this is a surprise?
What are you guys versing about today? Anything?
No, nothing important.
Anything titillating?
Nothing important.
You know what the dot on top of a lowercase I is called?
No.
It's called a tittle.
Oh.
We were talking about, because Sid and I are talking, penmanship and doing letters and stuff, and I told her that she will know that for the rest of her life.
Why? Was she amused by the fact that it's called a tittle?
Well, no, kind of. I mean, she hasn't even put 2 and 2 together. She just likes knowing the fact that little dot is a
tittle.
7:08.
As we all should.
News coming up. We got a guy named Marvin, 2, later in the hour. Stand by. It's 11:20 KPNW News Time 7:09.
Hi, this is Bill Lennon of the Wake Up Call. Ever noticed some of the things that many restaurants call breakfast burritos? Chewy meat and tater tots wrapped in a tortilla are not a burrito. So get to the source material. Get a breakfast burrito from Burrito Amigos. Ever try a machaca burrito? It's Angus steak sautéed with onion and bell peppers, teamed with scrambled eggs, potatoes, and cheese wrapped in a real tortilla shell. That's breakfast. Or get my favorite, a bacon burrito with 2 types of bacon. You can also choose from burritos made out of link sausage, chorizo, even huevos rancheros featuring pork in a special breakfast salsa. Not only do the breakfast burritos taste great, they're huge. True story. Burrito Amigos regular breakfast burritos are so big, they created the junior size because a lot of people said they couldn't eat the whole thing. And remember, Bill's breakfast tip, not everything wrapped in a tortilla is a real breakfast burrito. unless you get it from the source. Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, in Eugene and Springfield.
The refunds are coming! The refunds are coming! Get the most out of your refund! Come see Uncle Brad at Brad's Cartoons. Tune up your sound system. Decks, speakers, amplifiers, subwoofers. Add security and a backup cam. Great products, prices, and people. The absolute best place for car audio is Brad's Cartoons. 7th and Blair. Stay tuned.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
You would never forget your home address, would you? Well, no need to forget ours. Just lock it in at 1120 on your AM radio band. Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW. And we've got the local story in the morning wake-up call.
Good morning. This look at the news, live and local, brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. A man from Wales who pleaded guilty to sex crimes against a 10-year-old Eugene girl has been sentenced to 50 years in prison. 22-year-old Gareth Vincent Hall was sentenced after pleading guilty to rape, sodomy, and online sexual corruption of a child. Hall had met the girl through an online chat program, then traveled to Eugene to see her. Prosecutors say Hall took her to a motel and had sex with her during his 5-day visit before heading back to the United Kingdom. Authorities started investigating Hall after receiving information from the girl's relatives. He was arrested in May, re-entering the country. Hall apologized in court and said he wouldn't have gone to Eugene if he'd known the girl was only 10. Although when he got here and found out, it didn't keep him from having sex with her. The conversation continues with the Lane County Commissioners about raising the legal age of smoking to 21 in the county and banning smoking in parks, and on county properties. The commissioners at their meeting yesterday came out in unanimous support of the raising of the legal age. Commissioner Jay Bozovich spoke from the experience of someone who started smoking at 15.
I think it would be a very effective way to move the needle as far as minors who we do have some responsibility to look after initiating smoking.
The park ban, on the other hand, is on more shaky ground.
I think it really does come down to the enforcement issue as much as anything. How are we going to enforce it? And at this point in time, have no idea.
Commissioner Sid Lyken and others raised the issue with the park ban from a lack of data supporting park bans to the need for further discussion and a lack of funding for patrols. The next Board of Commissioners meeting is set for next week, 9 a.m., Tuesday. EPD isn't talking about what caused the death of a 24-year-old woman whose body was found on a bike path in Eugene 2 weekends ago. Yesterday, they identified the woman as Rachel Lynch. Lynch was new to the area and had just recently moved to Eugene from Colorado. Police are also not saying the cause of death or when they believe the woman died. In a terse release, they said there was no person of interest wanted in the case, although they did admit to talking to a boyfriend that the family is suspicious of. They say he is not a suspect. The cause of death is still being investigated by the medical examiner and is pending following a toxicology report. It's official. You can light her up. The backyard burning season underway now in Lane County. Open burning is open for most parts of the county, with the exceptions of the city of Eugene and Florence, where the ban is perpetual, and on lots smaller than half an acre inside of Springfield. It's expected the backyard burning season will last till mid-June, then reopen again for a short time during the month of October. That said, as always, check local ordinances for restrictions or permit requirements before you torch the lawn and garden debris. A man who was arrested with the militia members for their takeover of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge may get out of federal custody, but not before he's sent to Nevada. Brad Ford reports.
Pete Santilli is an internet broadcaster and has claimed that he was at the refuge reporting on the takeover. He was arrested with the others at the traffic stop where Lavoy Finicum was killed. A federal judge in Portland has ruled he can be released to a halfway house while wearing a GPS monitor as long as he completes a mental health evaluation. But he also faces separate federal charges related to the 2014 standoff in Nevada. He will likely be sent to federal court in Las Vegas, where his release on those charges will be considered by a judge there. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW News.
The law firm defending Ammon Bundy is under attack after a series of complaints filed with the state bar against Arnold Law by Clatsop County DA Josh Markey, who has absolutely nothing to do with Harney County or the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Now, one complaint stated that their pretrial statements outside of federal court and released recordings would unfairly prejudice future jurors. Another complaint highlights an article that was written about Mike Arnold's law firm that was favorable. Needless to say, Mike Arnold disagrees with DA Markey.
I'd be happy to speak to him and explain to him what the law is. I always welcome phone calls, especially from the keyboard warriors out there.
Markey had stated publicly that he filed the complaint after learning of two other complaints submitted to the bar against Arnold Law. Whether or not the firm is crossing the line will be up to the Oregon State Bar. By the way, anyone can file a complaint at any time with the Oregon State Bar, whether that complaint is valid or not. A proposal to eliminate coal-fired energy produced by Oregon's biggest utilities and double the use of renewables is a step closer to heading to Governor Kate Brown's desk, where it will surely be signed into law, costing customers across the state much more in their utility bills. Senate Bill 1547 cleared the House on a 38-20 vote Tuesday. It now heads to the Senate for final approval. The bill would make drastic changes to Oregon's energy policies, expensive changes, and it's been a huge source of contention among Senate Republicans, who are expected to strongly fight it during today's floor debate and pull out any way that they can to try and stop it. The bill was negotiated between the state's two largest utilities and environmentalists. Many lawmakers see it as a preferred alternative to a more aggressive ballot measure being proposed for November. That has been the talking point for just about every major policy issue this year. We don't want to see it go to the ballot. Opponents worry that the unknown cost to consumers and the environmental impact is going to cost billions upon billions of dollars. By the way, it should be noted that under Oregon law, hydroelectric power is not considered renewable. January jobs in Oregon were sharply up.
Oregon's payroll employment surged by 9,900 jobs in January. There are four major industries adding around 2,000 jobs each: professional and business services, construction, leisure and hospitality, and manufacturing all saw a lot of job growth.
Nick Balachek is the state employment economist.
Well, Oregon's labor market is off to a great start in 2016. The unemployment rate dropped to 5.1% in January. That's down from 5.5% in December of last year.
That's the lowest the state's unemployment rate has been since June of 2007.
Over the last 12 months, Oregon's job growth rate was 3.4%. That translates into 59,600 jobs added since January of 2015.
The Oregon jobless rate was 5.9% a year ago. Governor Kate Brown has announced the resignation of the director of the Department of Environmental Quality. She said yesterday that Dick Peterson is stepping down as Oregon's top environmental official for health reasons. Now, just so you know, Peterson's resignation comes at sort of an awkward time because of public outcry and calls for his head over the discovery of hazardous materials of cadmium and arsenic near two glass-making facilities in Portland neighborhoods. Now, note that the Department of Environmental Quality knew about these hazardous levels for almost a year before they said anything. Peterson has been with the agency for 2 decades. He became director in 2008. Deputy Director Joni Hammond is stepping in as interim director until a permanent replacement is named. Well, the father of a Seaside police officer who was killed in the line of duty last month by a man who'd been arrested 44 times says the legislature needs to take action and move away from their get soft on crime approach. Sergeant Jason Gooding was shot while arresting a man with a warrant. His father, Dean Gooding, says lawmakers need to keep criminals behind bars.
I've seen it with my own eyes. I've talked to these guys that had been rehabilitated, but a revolving door is not going to do anything.
Gooding wants to tell Oregon lawmakers something needs to change so that repeat criminals aren't released onto the streets. However, Oregon's legislative leaders have yet to meet with him. A Polk County man is accused of fatally shooting two people at Crooked River Ranch, admitted to the shootings. Brad Ford reports.
20-year-old Mitchell Morris was arrested Saturday for the shootings on Friday of 18-year-old Bailey Southwick and 21-year-old Mackenzie Lyman. Morris was living with Southwick and Lyman, who were a couple. Court records show that Morris admitted to police that he shot them. No motive is revealed. Court records show there had not been an argument or fight. Southwick was sitting on a couch when Morris came out of a bedroom and shot him. And when Lyman came out of her bedroom, he shot her. He threw the gun down and drove away. Morris faces 3 counts of aggravated murder, 2 counts of murder, and 2 counts of unlawful use of a deadly weapon. Brad Ford, KPNW News.
It's 7:21. This look at your news, live and local, brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
High school girls basketball playoff, 6-seeded Sheldon doesn't put away number 27 Glencoe early on Tuesday, and they got to dial up the defense, but they do, and get the win over the Crimson Tide, 65-60, first round 6A state playoffs. Sheldon's on him. Baumgartner led all scorers of 26. Now they get number 11 Grant on Friday. 5A, North Eugene wins by 12 over Crescent Valley, 62-50. Highlanders now have 8-seeded Bend in their sights, and the Dallas Dragons shut down Churchill. The Lady Lancers to win 51-39. As a reward, they get 2nd-seeded Springfield on Friday. Tonight, Sheldon, the boys, take on Century, and South Eugene goes to Jesuit. To the NBA, Portland Trailblazers lost players like LaMarcus Aldridge, Robin Lopez, Nick Batum, and Wes Matthews during the offseason. But as long as you have Damian Lillard and C.J. McCollum, you should be in it to win it. Last night, Lillard got 30. C.J. scored 25. Blazers pounce on the New York Knicks, 104-85. By the way, Blazer owner Paul Allen, number 2 on the list of pro sports owners, his $17.5 billion, bows to only Steve Ballmer, owner of the Clippers, who shoves $23.5 billion in some important places. And the Golden State Warriors ink out a win with Steph Curry on the bench in street clothes, nursing that ankle. Draymond Green nails an off-balance three-pointer as the shot clock expired. Warriors eventually win the game, downing Atlanta 109-105 in Oakland. Oregon women's basketball team, they've lost Jillian Aline for the rest of the year. Their opponent tomorrow, Arizona, will be playing with the knowledge that their coach, Nia Butts, won't be retained next season. Wake Up Call Sports brought to you by KPNW, by Max Muscle, the authority in sports nutrition since 1991, across Franklin from Market of Choice in Eugene. News time, 7:23.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already out and about, we've got partly to mostly cloudy skies out there, light winds out of the south at 5 to 10, and temps right now in the upper 30s to low 40s. But we're already tracking the next storm system set to move in late this afternoon into the evening, bringing another round of showers by this afternoon. Mostly cloudy skies will start to dominate with highs in the mid-50s out there. Winds will pick up out of the southwest at 10 to 20, gusts up to 30, and especially right about 5 o'clock when the system pulls through. We're looking at about 1/3 of an inch across the I-5 with a 1/2 inch along the coast. Be ready. System after system look to be lining up, and we're looking at several days of wet weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
This winter, we received more rainfall than in the past 75 years. Severe weather could cause damage to your home's foundation. Ramjack can fix that. Get your free in-home evaluation at ramjackwest.com.
CCB 146906. Hi, everybody. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute, sponsored by Eugene's #1 electrical contractor, Builders Electric.
President Herbert Hoover once told one of his audiences, "We need to add to the 3 R's, namely reading, writing, and arithmetic, a 4th R, responsibility." Well, are you a responsible person? In other words, do you take all you've learned and gained in life through the first 3 R's and follow through with positive actions? If so, then pat yourself on the back, because taking responsibility is a major part of successful living. And to be able to take what we know, along with our strengths, and apply them to life with our behaviors and actions is true responsibility. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a positive day.
This Motivational Minute was brought to you by Builders Electric, providing honest, reliable, and positive contracting throughout the Willamette Valley since 1960. That's Builders Electric, CC number 4296.
Max Muscle Sports Nutrition is more than a nutrition store. Tom here at Max Muscle. If you want to make changes to your overall health, lose weight, build muscle, or if you just want to feel better, stop by, talk to a certified nutritionist. Max Muscle, Franklin Boulevard, across from the Market of Choice.
Days are brighter, spring's coming. Time to get back on a bike. Try out the fun e-bike experience. Eugene Electric Bicycles has lots to choose from for all heights, weights, riding abilities, and budgets. With 55 e-bikes and 30 models to consider, there's one that's right for you. Cruisers, mountain and cargo bikes, hybrids, trikes, tandems, folders, fat bikes. Lots of possibilities, but one thing's for sure. You'll be on a bike that'll make it easy for you to keep up with friends and get up our hills. E-bikes at Eugene Electric Bicycles, across from the 5th Street Market. Try one.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a free trial, call 1-800-992-2821. Strict limit of 1 per household.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. If your belly flattening results are too dramatic, simply reduce use to every other day. Think you might be bloated? See how much flatter Nubiotics makes your belly. But hurry, call now for details while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-992-2821. That's 1-800-992-2821. 1-800-992-2821.
The spring auction is coming March 12th. If you're already an auction VIP, you're set. Want to become one? Go to KPNW.com and click on Oregon E-Deals to pre-register. Then listen to 1120 KPNW Saturday, March 12th, beginning at 8 a.m. as thousands of dollars worth of goods and services are auctioned, selling for well below retail. Call the Priority One Heating Hotline and bid on featured items like a 2005 Chevy Impala from Lou Glutz Motors or exterior house painting from Fitzpatrick Painting. Get all the details at KPNW.com. Then tune in right here Saturday, March 12th for the radio auction.
Anything but typical. Anything but cliche. Anything but routine. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
All right. News Radio 1120 KPNW. Welcome to the Wake Up Call. It is 7:27. Hey, look who's here for her traditional Wednesday visit. It's none other than Lise Wheel, star of stage and screen, author extraordinaire, winner of Nobel Prizes galore, and she joins us right now on the Wake Up Call. Hi, Lise.
Hey, good morning.
And she is also the Fox News official legal analyst. So are you like the head of the legal analysts at Fox News? Do you guys have meetings and do you kind of assign them? Okay, you go on the low-rated show. I get to go on O'Reilly.
No, we kind of really don't do that. There's not really a big we there. It's me and Judge Napolitano, and yeah, that's kind of, there's no real we there. We just kind of try to. Well, the we is just like there's just like that's it.
All right. So have you met the judge, by the way? I'm sure.
Have
you
I
have.
met him? Oh
Yeah.
my gosh!
I know
many
you
times.
have.
We're having dinner on Monday together.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
people are going to talk. TMZ is going to be all over that.
Oh, I don't think so. No, the judge and I go way back.
All right. So, the whole Apple thing.
Last week, we had a disagreement about whether Apple should be compelled to crack open that phone that was owned by the San Bernardino shooters. You said they should. I was not in favor of that. And what does a New York judge say?
Oh, now you're going to do a neener on me. You're going to go neener.
No, I wasn't gonna neener.
Well, okay. So the judge said that in a case out here in New York, that with involving a drug dealer, the drug dealer was convicted, and they wanted to get into the drug dealer's iPhone so that they could get other drug dealer bad guys. And the judge out here said, hey, you cannot force Apple to work with government guys to assist you, government investigators to work with you against their will, government investigators to work with you against Apple's will. So what's going to happen, of course, is that Apple's going to put all their lawyers, not all of them, some of their lawyers on a plane with bottles of champagne to fly them out to California with that opinion, and neener the California DOJ lawyers. So what's going to happen, though, is once they get to California with that opinion, the lawyers in California are going to say, the DOJ lawyers are going to say, look, it's different. It's New York law versus California law, and the DOJ lawyers Apple lawyers in California will say, well, no, it's federal law, so it's going to apply everywhere. Kind of a lawyerly move, but okay, let's get around that. But here's the better argument. The better argument is the New York case involved a drug guy. The drug guy is A, alive, and it's his phone. The California guy is B, dead, and C, it's not his phone. It's the county's phone. And the county said, hey, Apple, we don't want this phone. Government, take the phone. We give up rights to the phone. And D, it's a terrorist. We kind of think terrorist guys are worse than kind of low-level drug guys. Low-level drug guys are bad. The terrorist guys who could be planning worse things, dead bodies on the street, are a little bit worse.
Okay, but it doesn't make any difference what kind of criminal it is.
Yes, well,
no. It doesn't make any kind of difference what kind of criminal it is. You don't have the right, you have the right against self-incrimination whether you're a drug dealer or whether you're a terrorist. The laws apply the same for terrorists and drug dealers, right? They have the same. They have the same rights.
Ongoing crime. I would say no. I would say if there's an inkling that there could be an ongoing crime, something that could be these terrorists could be plotting more terrorist plots, and that could be on that phone.
Okay, but the same could be said for the drug dealer, Lise. Why do they want to get into the phone then? If they didn't think
ongoing terrorist crime.
No, I'm talking about the drug dealer.
On the street.
I'm talking about so are you saying drug dealers don't kill? Are you saying that the guy that goes out and goes to a school?
I'm saying they don't have 14 people dead in San Bernardino in California, and maybe more more.
And you could say the same thing about the drug dealers.
But
they're out pandering
terrorist acts to a higher degree than low-level drug dealers, and this is what this guy was.
But Lise, the laws apply the same whether you're a drug dealer or whether you're a terrorist. You can't apply one set of constitutional rules to a drug dealer and then an entirely different set of rules to a different type of criminal. That's not the way it's supposed to work.
High-level terrorism acts, yes, they are different.
They may be different, but you don't treat them different.
Just look at the sentencing guidelines.
Sentencing guidelines, but we're talking about the same issues. Constitution is the Constitution. You don't change it for one group and another, though, Liz.
You got the other guy alive, and you got
what difference does that make?
It wasn't even his phone. Okay, it was not even his
but Liz,
phone.
What difference does it make whether they're dead or not? What difference does it make?
He has no rights. B, it wasn't his phone. The guy, if he didn't own it, it was the county's phone. The only person that had the right to the phone is the county.
Okay, then the onus should be on the county.
Oh, yeah, and the county said, please, take it. We don't want it. Exactly, you just made my point.
Well, the onus should be on the county, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Apple
is involved in this. That's the county's
No,
problem.
no, no. The county said, please, government, take it. We want you take it and make Apple do whatever they want to. We don't want it. Here, the drug guy is saying, no, it's my phone. I'm not giving up any rights to it. Big difference.
All right. So where is it going to end up? On which coast is this going to be litigated?
Well, it's now going to go back to California. I think California judge will say, give it over. And then if Apple doesn't agree, then Apple's going to be held in contempt, which means either big fines and or jail time. And then it could be, now you've kind of set up a perfect storm of a split between the circuits, and that would mean Supreme Court time.
Where? For the time, yeah, but by the time that it probably gets to that point,
then it's probably moot. I mean, because then you got phones that nobody cares about at that point. Potentially, I mean, TikTok. I mean, let's face practicalities. Whatever's on that phone, the San Bernardino phone. I mean, these guys aren't stupid. They probably know what's on that. You know, the guys that are on the phone, they know who's on that phone. People that are on it. They're like, I'm heading out of here. Whatever we know we're on that phone, whatever we were plotting. Look, as long as they aren't into it, haven't decoded it.
Yeah, but wouldn't they have known that from the very beginning?
Of course.
Well, then I mean, this whole issue has been moot since the crimes were committed.
Maybe now they're just arguing for argument's sake, or I don't know. That I can't tell you. That I have no. How would I know that?
Final question. We haven't asked this. How is the latest book doing?
Oh, the Newsmakers. I think it's doing really well. I don't check Amazon all the time. I try not to do that.
Oh, you lie. You do.
No, I really don't. I try to check like once a week or so. But I think it's doing really well, and I just hope people like it. But I don't check all the time because if somebody says something nasty, I get really stung. So I try not to check. But I think it's doing well.
Really? As a former federal prosecutor, you're telling me that you get stung by criticism?
Absolutely.
I would figure you would have like incredibly tough skin.
Oh, no. It's like,
you worked with Bill O'Reilly, for God's sakes.
Huh?
I said, and you worked for Bill O'Reilly, for heaven's sakes.
Oh, yes, true. But I do. Anybody, you get like 10 nice reviews, and then one that's like, she's stupid, and I was like, oh, really? I'm really not. Of course, like anything else.
It's more of an attack. It's a personal attack on her as opposed to the professional attack when she was, working.
Okay, yeah, I get that. All right. Hey, Lise, have a great rest of your day. We'll look forward to chatting with you.
All right, you too, guys. Be good. Have a great weekend. I hope the sun shines for you there.
Thanks. You too, Lise.
Take care.
It is 7:37. News Radio 1120 KPNW. Oh, Michael Hinojosa. I always pronounce his last name wrong. Now, that is actually a really good version of Here Comes the Sun. See, I'll be honest with you, I was never fond of the Beatles song.
Is this Richie?
Yeah.
That's the one I started to play.
Yeah, this...
All right.
Go ahead. I'm just kind of threw it on there.
I'm waiting for the...
Little taco.
Kind of waiting for the lyrics.
Oh, this has one of the world's longest posts. No, actually, Twilight Zone by Golden Earring did. I think it was like a minute 37. You could do like commercial, weather forecast, and 2 promos over the intro of that particular tune.
Which one?
Twilight Zone by Golden Earring.
Oh,
the long version. It's like a 7-minute song with, I think it was a minute 37 or a minute 42 or something like that of intro. This one's already over a minute.
Wow. The song's only a minute 45 too. So.
It's 3.5.
How did jocks that didn't have the luxury of a computer to sync your songs, how did they go to the restroom in the 70s?
Well,
Isn't there like 2.5 minute long songs? And
were you not in radio when they were still doing vinyl?
I mean, I've been at radio stations that had vinyl.
Yeah, well, remember they had generally a little white sticker on there where the time was written on it. Somebody would sit in a studio before it hit the air. They'd time it. They'd write down where the posts were on it.
But you still have to be back. If you had a little.
You
trek
ran.
down.
I mean, you made it fast.
You watched your coffee intake. All right, 7:39. Roadway's looking good. Let's keep that trend continuing. It's News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
After a spectacular start, Wall Street's putting on a so-so on core performance for the month of March. The Dow is down 12 points, the Nasdaq up 3, and the S&P off a fraction. A private jobs number is the big economic news of the day ahead of the Labor Department's February employment number due out Friday. ADP, which cuts paychecks for companies, says employers added 214,000 jobs last month. The forecast by economists surveyed by Bloomberg had been for 190,000. Satellite TV provider DirecTV wants to end the need for a dish. In an effort to attract more cord cutters, the company, owned by AT&T, will offer 3 new streaming options later this year. Wall Street investors are throwing a lifeline to the embattled U.S. energy sector. Oil and gas companies from Marathon to Weatherford have announced plans to raise about $9.2 billion in new equity. Data compiled by Bloomberg show that is the most year-to-date since at least 1999. I'm Adrienne Mitchell, Bloomberg Radio.
Pacific Continental Bank is proud to call the Eugene-Springfield area home for more than 40 years. As your local banker, partner, and neighbor, we are committed to the health and sustainability of your business and our community. We know it takes more than a loan or deposit to help you succeed. It takes people who know you, your business, and your community. Who says we can't be more than a bank? Pacific Continental Bank, the right bank. Learn more at therightbank.com. Member FDIC.
You know the Tannerite Sports Outlet carries Tannerite brand exploding targets. But Tannerite here in Eugene is so much more. Reloading supplies, tactical gear, magazines, accessories. And if you're worried about finding ammo, Tannerite has bulk quantities of the most popular calibers that'll keep you shooting affordably. Need it and can't find it? Tannerite staff is going to help you locate it, even if it's something they don't carry. Yes, Tannerite's the home for exploding targets. But from tactical gear to ammo, it's the Tannerite Sports Outlet, just off I-5 across from LCC.
When you give to Sleep Trained foster kids, you may think you're donating a few dollars.
But it's more. Way, way more.
To a child in foster care, those dollars can be a pathway to extracurricular activities that help provide a sense of identity and build a path to success.
To join the soccer team. To keep up in school. Maybe even go to prom.
That's why Sleep Train is collecting donations to help pay for the extra activities that give a foster child the confidence to dream and the skills to reach their potential.
A chance to grow. Learn new stuff. Getting ready for college.
Bring your donation to any Sleep Train location or donate online at sleeptrain.com and help a foster child grow today for a brighter tomorrow.
Not everyone can be a foster parent, but anyone can help a foster child.
Help a local foster child get the little extras that make a big difference. Donate at any Sleep Train store or online at sleeptrain.com today.
Not available in California.
Listeners, do you have startup capital and want to invest in a booming business with incredible profit and growth potential? The opportunity is now because Fresh Healthy Vending, the #1 healthy vending franchise in North America, is looking for a few business-savvy, healthy-minded people right here in the local area to become Fresh Healthy Vending franchise owners. We're growing so fast that we've had hundreds of new franchise owners in the last few years alone. Now you can join them. This area has a huge demand for fresh, healthy, organic snacks on the go, and that's exactly what you'll be selling with your Fresh Healthy Vending machines. We've already identified prime high traffic locations that are perfect for healthy vending machines. Now we just need the right people to join our franchise network and help Fresh Healthy Vending continue to boom. If this sounds like you, go to readyforfresh.com today and enter code 3434. We'll send you a free owner information kit. As an added bonus to new franchise owners, we'll also pay half the franchise fees. Hurry, this offer is limited. Just go to readyforfresh.com and enter code 3434. That's readyforfresh.com 3434.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, we've got partly to mostly cloudy skies. Temps right now in the upper 30s to low 40s with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. But we're already tracking the next storm system set to move in late this afternoon. By afternoon, we'll see mostly cloudy skies start to dominate. Highs will be in the mid-50s out there, and winds will shift to the southwest at 10 to 20. Some gusts could be as high as 30 or even 35, especially as the system moves through right about 5 o'clock for your commute home. We could see about 1/3 of an inch along the I-5 with another half inch along the coast. Breezy winds and maybe even a couple of claps of thunders, or maybe a few isolated thunderstorms inside the actual wave as it moves in. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day and you stay dry this afternoon.
Holloway in London and the Wake Up Call. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
744 News Radio 1120 KPNW. Man, get out there and enjoy the weather while you can. Supposed to have a wet second part of the day, but it's starting out right pretty. Tomorrow, if you can earmark some time for with the dog or the bike or the skateboard or the tetherball, some sunshine and high of about 63 degrees. So potentially something in the next 24 hours, and right now ain't too bad either. 44 degrees at KPNW.
By the way, coming up, we're going to give you a chance to, if you were a lady, to win. We're going to give away some slots for the remainder of this week for a CHL course being held for women. That's going to be coming up this Sunday. It's a women's CHL course that's going to be held. And so we're going to give you a chance to win a couple of free passes. That'll be a bit later on. And if you've won from us before, obviously give somebody else a chance to win. I think at this particular course, they're also going to give you a chance to win some free range time, too, where you get to go out and fire off a few rounds. So anyway, that'll be coming up a little bit later on. We'll give you a chance to pick those up here on the Wake Up Call. And we're waiting for our next individual to call here in just a second. Hopefully that's going to be them on the phone. And what we're going to talk about is about a shortage of addiction specialists that are strained. Apparently the shortage or the number of these specialists are being strained by an increased use of opioids. And so anyway, we're going to apparently, I guess there's been a shortage of these workers for years, but some other things have kind of complicated that. And that's what we're going to be talking about this morning with Marvin Ventrell. He's the executive director of the National Association of Addiction Treatment Providers, and obviously has a pretty informed view of kind of what's going on out there and how this shortage is essentially affecting treatment, and we'll talk a little bit about that and some other things too as we wait for him. Do they have this problem on other shows? I don't think they do. I'm just saying that. All right, so we've already introduced him. Joining us on the Wake Up Call, here he is, Marvin Ventrell on the Wake Up Call. Marvin, thanks for being with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me and talking about this important issue.
Okay, so there is a shortage of addiction workers. This is something that's been going on for decades. But how is it that the Affordable Care Act has kind of played into this?
Yeah, well, the Affordable Care Act mandates that if you are an insurer that is traded on the exchange, that you cover addiction. You cover certain things, and addiction and mental health is one of them. So suddenly there's a whole new set of folks who are covered for addiction, creating the opportunity for treatment. It's a good thing. But now we have this influx of patients, and we need to create an infrastructure to treat it, and it's not really there. So the workers is just one piece of it. It's an important piece, but it's just one piece.
And it's also being complicated by an increase in opioid use. I mean,
absolutely.
We've been, if I can just to kind of set this up for a second, I mean, we've been talking about that on a local level for, I think, here, the last 2 or 3 years after a report by the Lane County Health Department dealing with an increase in opioid use and also heroin use here in the Eugene-Springfield area. And we're not the only ones. It's a national epidemic, correct?
Right.
And what's caused that? Why now as opposed to 5 years ago, 10 years ago?
Right. I mean, we had plenty of addiction problems in this country before. Alcohol, by the way, is still the biggest killer of all. But we started prescribing painkillers in this country, legal prescriptions, at a record pace, the pharmaceutical industry having invented these amazing painkillers. And it got out of control. Last year, 250 million prescriptions were written for painkillers. That's a bottle of painkillers for every adult in this country. I don't need a bottle of painkillers. You probably don't need a bottle of painkillers. And they're highly addictive drugs. So non-suspecting people, not the sort of people that we have historically thought of as addicts, have become addicted to this very powerful substance. It messes up your brain. The addiction sets in. The ability to choose to stop is gone because the brain is damaged, and they need treatment, and they need it badly. It's deadly. Overdoses from opioids, including heroin and prescription overdoses last year, exceeded car accidents as the leading cause of death related to injury, and topped out at about 30,000 deaths. It's huge.
All right, but I mean, we can talk about the size of the problem and how many of these drugs are prescribed, but, I mean, let's not forget that there are people that really are in pain, that are not addicted, that, use these things. They use them legally. They don't abuse them. They don't doctor shop and all these other things. My question would be, let's narrow it down. Of those prescriptions that we're talking about, what are the numbers as far as how many of them are those prescriptions are being illegally gotten and illegally used?
Yeah, I don't think we know that number. I don't know that. And you're right. Pharmacology, medicine can be good. It is good. There's a need for appropriate prescribing, and some people need these drugs, and these drugs help them, but not at the proportion we're looking at. In terms of the breakdown you're looking for, I can't tell you that. I can tell you that if you're going to have a long-term regimen of these level of opioids, and I don't know that you have much of a chance at all of not becoming addicted. It's not a question of I'm going to use it properly. Everybody starts out using it properly. The substance becomes more powerful than your brain's ability to choose not to use it at some point.
Okay, but I mean, I've been, prescribed in the past certain opioids for a couple of issues. And, you're all
right.
And I'm fine. I use the prescription properly. I'm not addicted. I'm not doctor shopping. And so, you can't say that everybody that uses these, or a majority of them are going to become addicted to them, right?
Well, that's fair. I mean, what I would say is that the majority of people who use them long-term are going to become addicted. Is it possible for a person such as yourself to use them sporadically for a couple of days, perhaps after surgery, and be fine? Absolutely. And that depends on our composition as a particular human being. There's a segment of the population that's biologically more prone to addiction, and you should be thankful that you're not one of them. But it's a significant number.
Okay, so well then I guess here's the question. Are we not doing enough to maybe create new types of painkillers that are not addictive? I keep hearing about, well, we need to do more to crack down on this to not prescribe these as much and so on and so forth. And I look at it and I go, well, yeah, but if you got a person who's in pain,
And anybody that's had 4 wisdom teeth pulled out at the same time can tell you all about pain. You know, what are you supposed to do when Tylenol or something is just not going to cut it for 3 or 4 days or a week or 2 after surgery?
Yeah, I mean, we don't want people to be in pain. I don't want to be in pain, but there's a level of discomfort that should be tolerated before we go to the level that we used to only prescribe for mortally ill cancer patients. We've got to find that middle ground. Your question as to whether there are drug development efforts underway to find painkillers that are adequate, that are not so addictive, I'm not really sure about that. I think that the pharmacology, which is beyond my pay grade, gets complicated. But we're talking about drugs that alter the brain chemistry in a really severe way, and that's what these do.
Okay, so what do we do? What do we do about? Are you still there?
I am. I heard that too, but I'm still here.
Okay. I mean, then I guess the short question is, and what your shortest answer is, what do you do then? I mean, what do we as a nation do about this shortage of these particular types of counselors? I mean, what do you do if you don't have people going into that particular line of work? You don't have them going in that line of work.
Yeah, well, you make it attractive. You create systems that are attractive career paths. People are going to gravitate toward good work if it's reasonably compensated. And we're at a very significant crossroads right now in terms of our medical care. If parity and the Affordable Care Act kick in as they're planned to kick in, we will have resources to do these things, and hopefully we'll have the good sense to say, if you want to work in this field, we're going to compensate you to do that.
Are you saying right now, though, that the compensation is fairly low?
Yeah. I mean, it ranges. An average addiction, first of all, you've got to talk about what kind of worker. We've got physicians who are board-certified addiction specialists. That's one level of worker. Most treatment centers have 1 or 2 of those. But the line worker who does the day in and day out work, and it's very hard work, is an addiction counselor whose annual salary probably ranges across the country anywhere from about $35,000 to about $80,000 a year. And the $35,000 is not adequate to do this work, that's for sure.
Now, what percentage falls into the $80,000 a year category?
Small. You're talking about the supervisors, the master's level, highest credentialed supervisors who probably supervise the other workers, and it's the burnout rate is significant. This is hard work. You come in and work with very sick people, and it's hard for folks to last. They move around a lot. The attrition in the field is pretty big.
All right. Hey, we appreciate you joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning.
Thanks, man. Take care.
All right. You take care as well. I want to thank him for being here this morning with us. It is 7:56 KPNW.
Jerry Shop Talk, can I help you?
Hi, yeah, I need some plywood.
Okay.
A dozen 10-foot studs.
Right.
6 rolls of tar paper, 8 bundles of roof shingles, and 12 concrete blocks.
Okay, got it.
Can Jerry's help me out with all that?
We'll do more than help you out.
Yeah?
We'll totally load your vehicle.
Really?
Just drive through our drive-through lumberyard.
Drive-through? Awesome. Can I get a shake with that?
Sure. Put her there, pal.
Thank you.
The KPNW Children's Miracle Network Radiothon is just days away, where we raise money for the local CMN Hospital, Sacred Heart at Riverbend. It's March 10th and 11th, and KPNW is going to be broadcasting live both days from 6 to 9, taking donations to help treat the babies right here locally. Listen and help out however you can. All the money stays local. This year's sponsors are On Point, Oregon Community, Pacific Cascade, and Selco Credit Unions, along with Keezy Enterprises, and of course, KPNW. March 10th and 11th, live on the Wake Up Call from 6 to 9.
This is a referral service. Calls will be routed to an independent referral insurance agency. Do you know the number one cause of bankruptcy? No, it's not losing your job or running up credit card debt. It's not even divorce. It's medical costs. If you and your family don't have health insurance, just one serious illness or accident could be financially devastating. But now there's good news. Really good news. A health insurance hotline has been established to provide health insurance for all Americans, even uninsured Americans with pre-existing conditions. Now anyone can get health insurance even if you have a pre-existing medical condition. I repeat, now anyone can get health insurance coverage. Call now for a free no-obligation quote on affordable health plans available to you. Again, this is a free hotline for anyone, even if you have pre-existing conditions. Protect you and your family from sudden unexpected medical costs. Call the free health insurance hotline right now at 1-800-841-0007. That's 1-800-841-0007. Call 1-800-841-0007.
The Wake Up Call.
To be honest, I've never seen such dysfunction.
With Holloway in London. On News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Don't miss Lorena McKennett, an evening of music and stories on Friday, March 25th at 8 p.m. for one performance only at the Holt Center for the Performing Arts in Eugene.
It was down by the sunny gardens.
Lorena McKennett is joined on stage by her longtime collaborators Brian Hughes and Caroline Lavelle. For tickets, call or stop into the Holt Center ticket office or buy online anytime at holtcenter.org.
Having trouble with those last few pounds? Or maybe you just need a boost of energy? Get to Max Muscle for Emerge. The taste is awesome, there's tons of flavors, and it's buy one, get one half off during the month of March. It's only at Max Muscle, 2001 Franklin Boulevard in Eugene.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene Springfield.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. A big protest outside the Supreme Court.
Stop the ship! Stop the ship!
Thousands of demonstrators on both sides of the abortion issue as 8 justices who could be evenly split hear a challenge to a Texas law that puts restrictions on doctors and clinics.
What it essentially means here at the court is they have to look at the idea of an undue burden. Do these regulations amount to essentially an obstacle to a woman getting a legal abortion when the fetus is not yet viable?
That's Fox's Shannon Bream outside the court. North Korea has just been punished at the UN for its recent rocket launch and nuclear test. The Security Council unanimously approving the toughest sanctions in 2 decades, including mandatory inspections of cargo going to and coming out of North Korea by ship or plane. After winning 7 of 11 Super Tuesday states, Hillary Clinton says
the stakes in this election have never been higher.
She now has 1,000 Democrat delegates, more than double Bernie Sanders' total. Donald Trump insists
I'm going to be very good for the world. I'm going to get along with the world.
And after his 7 Super Tuesday wins, he calls himself a unifier, but his Republican rivals aren't buying that, and they're not leaving the race. Fox's Jared Halpern has that angle live.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz held on to his home state and picked up wins in Oklahoma and Alaska. Marco Rubio winning in Minnesota.
We never said Super Tuesday was our night. We said we were going to do well on Super Tuesday, but my campaign never claimed that on Super Tuesday would be the night that we surged.
Rubio's surge, he hopes, comes in 2 weeks at Florida's winner-take-all primary. Ohio Governor John Kasich admits to similar must-win status in his home state. Dr. Ben Carson telling supporters he has no plans to call it quits. Dave.
Now, Jared has another piece to the missing Malaysian plane puzzle washed ashore. A U.S. official says investigators are examining a possible piece of wreckage in Mozambique, a wing flap that washed up on Reunion Island is the only part of flight MH370 that's confirmed so far. It disappeared a couple of years ago. On Wall Street, the Dow is now down 30 points. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This tip of the week brought to you by Neurospine Institute.
Get up and get moving. Back pain is more common among people who are out of shape, especially weekend warriors who engage in vigorous activity after sitting all week. Regular moderate exercise like walking on your lunch break is more beneficial and the risk of injury is reduced significantly. Being overweight in the midsection shifts your center of gravity forward and puts additional strain on your back muscles. Pilates and other core strengthening activities improve balance and increase stability. Check with a medical professional before starting a new exercise program and practice proper conditioning. Start out slow and build up your endurance.
Are you living with chronic pain? The specialists at Neurospine Institute can diagnose the problem and develop a personalized treatment plan to address your symptoms. Their comprehensive services include clinical and surgical procedures, sports medicine, physical therapy, medical imaging, and pain management. Neurospine Institute's medical professionals will work closely with your primary care or referring physician to ensure that you receive the best care and treatment. They serve all of Western Oregon with 2 locations, the main campus in Eugene and their Roseburg clinic. Visit neurospinellc.com today and get your life back.
Kids are back to school today in Ohio at Madison local schools, 2 days after a 14-year-old boy shot fellow students in a cafeteria. He remains in juvenile detention. Staff members joined students on their bus rides this morning and gave them a first day of school-like welcome at the school that has 1,600 students, pre-K through grade 12. Police and crisis counselors are on hand. The earthquake today off the Indonesian coast, leading to some initial fear of big tidal waves, but tsunami advisories have been canceled.
The quake struck southwest of Indonesia's Sumatra. It was shallow, about 6 miles beneath the ocean floor. The kind that can trigger a tsunami, but it was far offshore.
That's 380 miles out into the ocean.
Robert Sanders of the U.S. Geological Survey. A similar quake 11 years ago unleashed the Indian Ocean tsunami, which killed toward 250,000 people. Indonesia and other nations upgraded their tsunami warning systems after that disaster. In the Asia Bureau, Alistair Wanglin, Fox News.
Another big U.S. city is making young adults wait even longer to legally buy cigarettes.
Starting June 1st, smokers will have to be 21 years old if they want to buy cigarettes or other tobacco products in San Francisco. That also includes e-cigarettes, despite the device's lack of any actual tobacco. San Francisco joins New York City, Boston, and Hawaii in raising the age. Critics argue 18 years old is the legal age for voting or serving in the military and say smoking should be no different. Supporters counter the new rules could discourage young people from picking up a lifelong habit. Tom Graham, Fox News.
Crews keep trying to clean up a freight train derailment that occurred southwest of Buffalo in Ripley, New York. It forced the evacuation of dozens of homes because that train started leaking ethanol. Nobody was injured, and there was no fire. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
11:20 KPNW. 8:05, 5 after 8 o'clock. If you got to be there at 8 o'clock, you're a little bit late. We'll make the call for you. Cloudy eventually. Pretty nice start to the day. 80% chance of rain today with highs up there, mid-50s. Cloudy with a period of rain or two. 45 for the dip and some sunshine tomorrow. Pretty on the horizon tomorrow heading into the weekend, albeit it's only Thursday. Coming up, we're going to talk with Danielle Tudor, who is I would say a frequent flyer and with good cause. She brings a great message and great to have her on the show. Also, Mike Ripley, who's the race director of the Cottage Grove Half Marathon. If you like runs that are pretty, that kind of distract you from the fact that you're running over 13 miles, this would be the run. Got some pretty cool things planned. And as I recall, I think this is the first one. So if you want to be a part of the inaugural half marathon down in CG, we'll give you an opportunity of, how to go about that. Also, in the news cave, standing by right now, it's Billy.
These stories coming up in just a matter of moments. A sentencing for a child molester. We'll have the story there. Lane County commissioners are talking about smoking. And also, EPD has finally given a name for the woman whose body was found a couple of weekends ago along a bike path near the river. Those stories and more, including what's going on along or with your legislature, all ahead, live and local. Brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones here on KPNW.
Ramjack has your foundation solution. Ramjack can fix that. CCB 146906.
Hi, I'm Bill London, bacon addict and unabashed fan of Burrito Amigos. If you're a bacon fan, you may have noticed for some reason at most places you can only get bacon in the morning. What's up with that? Bacon is the king of all foods at noon and at 6 p.m. too. Burrito Amigos discovered a long time ago that people like so-called breakfast burritos for lunch and dinner too. I like Burrito Amigos bacon breakfast burritos with 2 types of bacon for lunch. Other people like sausage breakfast burritos for dinner. And there's nothing wrong with huevos rancheros, chorizo, or machaca breakfast burritos in the middle of the afternoon. From when they open till 7 p.m. at night, Burrito Amigos will hook you up with breakfast burritos filled with eggs, Burrito Amigos specially prepared potatoes, cheese, and lots of bacon. Or sausage, or chorizo, or you get the idea. When you love bacon, you love it all the time, not just in the morning. Visit Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, when bacon beckons. In Eugene and Springfield, Burrito Amigos.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Local news, local people. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. A man from Wales who pleaded guilty to sex crimes against a 10-year-old Eugene girl has been sentenced to 50 years in prison. 22-year-old Gareth Vincent Hall was sentenced after pleading guilty to rape, sodomy, and online sexual corruption of a child. He'd met the girl on an online chat program, then traveled across the ocean to Eugene to see her. Prosecutors say Hall took her to a motel and had sex with her during his 5-day visit before heading back to the United Kingdom. Authorities started investigating after they received a tip from a girl's relative. Hall was arrested in May, making a trip back into the country. Hall apologized in court and said that he wouldn't have gone to Eugene if he'd known the girl was only 10. Although once he got here and found out she was 10, it didn't stop him from having sex with her. The conversation continues with the Lane County commissioners about raising the legal age of smoking to 21 and banning smoking in parks and on county properties. The commissioners at their meeting yesterday came out in unanimous support of raising the legal age. Commissioner Jay Bozovich spoke from the experience of someone who started smoking at 15.
I think it would be a very effective way to move the needle as far as minors who we do have some responsibility to look after initiating smoking.
The park ban, on the other hand, is on shakier ground.
I think it really does come down to the enforcement issue as much as anything. How are we going to enforce it? And at this point in time, I have no idea.
Commissioner Sid Lyken and others raised issues with the park ban, dealing with a lack of data, supporting park bans, a further need for discussion, and, of course, funding for patrols. The next Board of Commissioners meeting will be next Tuesday at 9 a.m. EPD isn't really saying a whole lot about the cause of death of a 24-year-old woman whose body was found on a bike path in Eugene 2 weekends ago. Yesterday, the woman was identified by police as Rachel Lynch. Now, Lynch was new to the area. She recently arrived here from Colorado and was living in Eugene. Police also won't say the cause of death or when they believe she died. In a rather terse release, they said there was no person of interest wanted in the case, although they later admitted they had been questioning a boyfriend that the family happens to be suspicious of. They say that, though, that he is not a suspect. The cause of death still being investigated by the medical examiner, and it's pending following a toxicology report. All right, so it's legal to light her up. And we're not talking about a spliff. We're talking about backyard burning. It's underway, once again, legally in Lane County. The open burning season is open for most parts of the county, with the exception of the city of Eugene and Florence, where the ban is perpetual, and on lots smaller than half an acre inside Springfield. It's expected the backyard burning season is going to last through mid-June, then reopen again for a short time during the month of October. That said, always check your local ordinances for restrictions and permit requirements before you torch the lawn and garden debris. A man who was arrested with the militia members for their takeover of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge may get out of federal custody, but not before he's sent to Nevada. Brad Ford reports.
Pete Santilli is an internet broadcaster and has claimed that he was at the refuge reporting on the takeover. He was arrested with the others at the traffic stop where Lavoy Finicum was killed. A federal judge in Portland has ruled he can be released to a halfway house while wearing a GPS monitor as long as he completes a mental health evaluation. But he also faces separate federal charges related to the 2014 standoff in Nevada. He will likely be sent to federal court in Las Vegas, where his release on those charges will be considered by a judge there. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW News.
Well, the law firm defending Ammon Bundy is under attack after a number of complaints filed with the State Bar Association against Arnold Law by Clatsop County DA Josh Markey. To keep in mind that Clatsop County is on the coast and has no proximity or connection whatsoever to Harney County or the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, other than the fact that they reside in the same state. One complaint stated that their pretrial statements outside federal court and released recordings would unfairly prejudice future jurors. Another highlights an article written about the firm that was favorable. Mike Arnold and his firm, Arnold Law, disagree with Markey.
I'd be happy to speak to him and explain to him what the law is. I always welcome phone calls, especially from the keyboard warriors out there.
Markey had stated publicly that he filed the complaint after learning of two other complaints submitted to the bar against Arnold Law. Whether or not the firm is crossing the line, of course, is up to the Oregon State Bar Association. And by the way, you can make a complaint against any lawyer at any time, whether it's valid or not, with the Oregon Bar, and they will investigate. A proposal to eliminate coal-fired energy produced by Oregon's biggest utilities and double the use of renewables is a step closer to heading to Governor Kate Brown's desk for signing into law. Senate Bill 1547 cleared the House in a 38-20 vote Tuesday and now heads to the Senate for final approval today. The bill would make drastic changes to Oregon's energy policies, expensive ones. It's been a huge source of contention among state Republicans who are expected to strongly oppose it during today's floor debate and try to pick up some sort of strategic ways to block it. The bill was negotiated between the state's two largest utilities and environmentalists. As has been the meme during the entire legislative session, lawmakers say, this is a preferred alternative to an aggressive ballot measure that may be proposed for November. Opponents, though, say that the unknown cost to consumers and the environmental impacts are not worth it. By the way, in case you're thinking, well, hydro is a renewable resource, this should be a slam dunk. No, courtesy of Oregon law and Brad Avakian, who's now running for Secretary of State, it's not part of Oregon law. Renewables are not hydro. January jobs in Oregon were up sharply.
Oregon's payroll employment surged by 9,900 jobs in January. There are four major industries adding around 2,000 jobs each: professional and business services, construction, leisure and hospitality, and manufacturing all saw a lot of job growth.
Nick Blacheks is the state employment economist.
Oregon's labor market is off to a great start in 2016. The unemployment rate dropped to 5.1% in January. That's down from 5.5% in December of last year.
That's the lowest the state's unemployment rate has been since June of 2007.
Over the last 12 months, Oregon's job growth rate was 3.4%. That translates into 59,600 jobs added since January of 2015.
The Oregon jobless rate was 5.9% a year ago. Governor Kate Brown has announced the resignation of the director of the Department of Environmental Quality. She said that Dick Peterson is stepping down as Oregon's top environmental official because of health reasons. Oddly, Peterson's resignation comes while a public outcry is happening over the discovery of hazardous levels of cadmium and arsenic near two glass-making facilities in Portland that also happen to be in residential neighborhoods. His resignation also comes at a time when those people are calling for his head. Now, questions have been raised about why the environmental agency took so long to respond to the discovery of those toxic hotspots. Actually, it took almost a year for the word to get out. Peterson has been with the agency for 2 decades, became director in 2008. Deputy Director Joni Hammond will step in as interim director until a permanent replacement is named. The father of the Seaside police officer who was killed in the line of duty last month by a man who's been arrested 44 times says the legislature needs to take action and move away from its get soft on crime stance. Sergeant Jason Gooding was shot while arresting a man with a warrant. His father, Jason Gooding, says lawmakers need to keep criminals behind bars when they reoffend over and over and over, like the man who reoffended 44 times.
I've seen it with my own eyes. I've talked to these guys that had been rehabilitated, but a revolving door is not going to do anything.
Gooding wants to tell Oregon lawmakers something needs to change so that repeat criminals aren't released onto the streets, but Oregon's legislative leadership has refused to meet with him. Willamette Valley was hit with high winds yesterday, and as a result, there were some power outages. 3 downed power poles on Highway 20, a little east of Albany, knocked out the power to about 11,000 people yesterday and closed Scrabble Hill Road till just after noon yesterday. Customers in Jefferson, East Albany, Scioto, and Turner were affected. Over half the customers were back on by about 4 p.m., the rest by 6 p.m. last night. Some schools in Albany also were affected by power outages, but they kept going in the dark and had normal schedules. Now, those winds were blowing even harder further north, and near Troutdale during one of the windstorms, one man actually saw a falling tree claim 2 lives. Mike Weber was headed to work when suddenly a huge cedar tree slammed down on the driver's side of an SUV ahead of him.
Tree flew everywhere. Like I said, it exploded.
He says he grabbed his phone and he called 911. Then he ran to help the driver. That was 30-year-old Christy Oliver. She was the only occupant in the car, sort of.
I checked her pulse and she had none.
Turns out Oliver was pregnant. Both she and her baby were killed. Weber says they were instantly killed when the tree crushed the driver's side of that car. A Polk County man who's accused of fatally shooting 2 people at Crooked River Ranch is admitted to the shootings. Brad Ford reports.
20-year-old Mitchell Morris was arrested Saturday for the shootings on Friday of 18-year-old Bailey Southwick and 21-year-old Mackenzie Lyman. Morris was living with Southwick and Lyman, who were a couple. Court records show that Morris admitted to police that he shot them. No motive is revealed. Court records show there had not been an argument or fight. Southwick was sitting on a couch when Morris came out of a bedroom and shot him. And when Lyman came out of her bedroom, he shot her. He threw the gun down and drove away. Morris faces 3 counts of aggravated murder, 2 counts of murder, and 2 counts of unlawful use of a deadly weapon. Brad Ford, KPNW News.
Answering questions from Representative Greg Walden at a House hearing Tuesday, Interior Secretary Sally Jewell says she's unaware of any coordination between her department and the White House on a potential large national monument designation on the Owyhee Canyon lands in Malheur County. Walden has voiced very strong opposition to any such proposal, which he says also faces strong local opposition from people who live and work in the area. Jewell pledged to notify Walden if such a process were to begin. Walden grilled Jewell on dark of the night designations that the Obama administration is fond of and whether that was going to apply in the Owyhee area. Jewell claimed that the concept was something that a group called Keen Footwear had recommended, but she claims that her office isn't actively pursuing or planning a designation and hasn't talked about it with the Obama administration. It's 8:21. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
High school girls basketball playoffs. 6-seeded Sheldon puts away number 27 Glencoe 65-60. Advanced in the first round of the 6A state playoffs. Sheldon's Autumn Baumgartner led all scorers with 26. They next play number 11 Grant on Friday. 5A North Eugene wins by 12 over Crescent Valley, 62-50. Dallas Dragons shut down Churchill to win 51-39. As a reward, they get second-seeded Springfield on Friday. Tonight, Sheldon, the boys play Century, and South Eugene goes to Jesuit. For the NBA, Portland Trailblazers lost players LaMarcus Aldridge, Robin Lopez, Nick Batum, and Wes Matthews in the offseason. But as long as you've got Damian Lillard and C.J. McCollum, you're in it to win it. Last night, Lillard got his 30. C.J. scored 25. Blazers bounced the New York Knicks 104-95. By the way, Blazer owner Paul Allen, number 2 on the list of pro sports owners. His $17.5 billion bounced to only Steve Ballmer, owner of the Clippers, who puts $23.5 billion in some important places. Golden State Warriors ink out a win with Steph Curry on the bench. Draymond Green nails an off-balance 3 as the shot clock expired, and the Warriors won down to Atlanta 109-105 in Oakland. Golden State can tie the Bulls' 44-game unbeaten home record Thursday when the Warriors play Oklahoma City. Oregon women's basketball team, they're going to be without Jillian Alene when they play Arizona tomorrow. Pac-12 tournament, but Arizona will be playing with the knowledge that their coach, Nia Butts, won't be retained next season. And the Philadelphia Eagles has signed quarterback Sam Bradford to a 2-year deal, reportedly worth $36 million, 26 of which is guaranteed. I wonder how Eagle fans feel about that. Wake Up Call Sports brought to you by Max Muscle, the sports authority since 1991 across Franklin from Market of Choice in Eugene. News time, 8:23.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, we've got partly to mostly cloudy skies. Temps right now in the upper 30s to low 40s with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. But we're already tracking the next storm system set to move in late this afternoon. By afternoon, we'll see mostly cloudy skies start to dominate. Highs will be in the mid-50s out there, and winds will shift to the southwest at 10 to 20. Some gusts could be as high as 30 or even 35, especially as the system moves through right about 5 o'clock for your commute home. We could see about 1/3 of an inch along the I-5 with another ½ inch along the coast. Breezy winds and maybe even a couple of claps of thunders or maybe a few isolated thunderstorms inside the actual wave as it moves in. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day and you stay dry this afternoon.
Ramjack leads the way in foundation repair. Protect your investment. Get your free in-home evaluation at ramjackwest.com. Check out our exceptional online reviews, then choose Ramjack.
CCB 146906. Built for business. When you run a small business, your day doesn't end at 5. It ends when the job is done. Manage inventory, process orders, pay bills, check your website. Every day, the to-do list gets longer and longer. Comcast Business understands that. That's why they offer the no-glitch switch. It's the quick, easy way to improve your business's internet. Installation takes about an hour, and if they're not on time, you get a $20 credit. They offer appointments at night or on weekends, so it won't interfere with your business. And if you're not 100% satisfied, you have 30 days to get your money back. You don't have to put up with slow downloads or emails that won't send. Just remember the no-glitch switch from Comcast Business and cross Switch to Better Internet off your to-do list. Make the no-glitch switch. Call 800-501-6000 or visit ComcastBusiness.com. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. 1 hour install applies to standard installation of one outlet. Money-back guarantee does not apply to Ethernet or hospitality services.
When you take the train, there's no telling what adventures await you. But that didn't stop us from speculating. Okay, Ben, you tell me what you do aboard Amtrak Cascades. I tell you how your seemingly innocuous decisions ultimately alter the course of your entire existence. You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, on the train, do you A, order food, or B, get a drink?
Get a drink.
Nice. Coffee or beer?
Beer me.
Ooh, someone catches your eye. Say hello or find your seat?
Say hello.
She's a Beaver fan. I noticed you wearing a duck hat.
Ugh.
Deal breaker or get her number?
Yeah, sure, get her number.
You get her digits. After 6 months of dating, you adopt a rescue dog and you name her Pork Chop. And 4 months later, you propose on the jumbo screen at the Civil War. She spills her drink on you. Boo. But says yes. Yay.
Whoa.
Yeah, want to know your kids' names? Amtrak Cascades. See what happens from Eugene to Portland for less than $20 one way. Start your adventure at Amtrak.com/see what happens. Restrictions may apply.
Having trouble with those last few pounds? Or maybe you just need a boost of energy. Get to Max Muscle for Emerge. The taste is awesome, there's tons of flavors, and it's buy one, get one half off during the month of March. It's only at Max Muscle, 2001 Franklin Boulevard in Eugene.
Michelob Ultra is more than a superior light beer. It's taken in all life has to offer, like catching a wave or biking a long trail. And when you're done, you reach for a cold Michelob Ultra. Fewer carbs, fewer calories, more to look forward to. Michelob Ultra. Long live the ultralife. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra Light Beer, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, 0.6 grams protein, and 0 grams fat per 12-ounce serving. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Sleep. It's a good thing. Sleep. It's something you need.
Okay, put it in...
Go sleep.
Melodic.
Well, that was sort of me doing bad haiku.
Turn it into a jingle.
Da, 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 da. Sleep. It's a good thing. There you go. You like that? Did I put that into a good jingle for you? I admit that I may have lifted that tune somewhere. Subconsciously, it may have come to me. Anyway, that said, go out to Sleep Train and save a whole bunch of money. You know, say whatever you want to about a great selection of mattresses, because they have them. Say whatever you want to about the awesome staff, because they have an awesome staff. They go to, I know it sounds silly, mattress school, but it's true. And they have to graduate that before they're even allowed to step foot on the floor and help you try and test fit a mattress to yourself. Say whatever you want to about all of those things. It's the after-sale stuff that's often awesome. Like, for instance, if you get your mattress before 2 o'clock today, they're going to deliver it. And they're going to take your old mattress and your old box spring and get rid of it for you. That's the first thing. Then you get the 100-day comfort guarantee, where if at day 98 your mattress just isn't the greatest mattress since the advent of sliced bread or maybe even bacon, then what they're going to do is they're going to say, well, okay, then we'll exchange the mattress or you get your money back. You just save in so many ways. Or if you find out that somebody else is selling your mattress less than what you bought it for up to 100 days after you bought it, you got some money coming back from Sleep Train.
Best Rest event ends Sunday at a Sleep Train near you. Sleep Train, Eugene, Springfield, Corvallis, and Salem. And tell me like this with the wake-up call.
This is your wake-up call.
It's like no cheese I've ever tasted.
News Radio 1120, KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. It is 8:29. Joining us, she is a frequent flyer on the wake-up call and someone who has spent the better part of the last 2 years, well, actually longer than that, but has really become, I guess, more high profile in the way that she has gone about trying to push a couple of things that she has been working on for a long time, and it looks like she's getting close to the finish line. It's Danielle Tudor joining us on the wake-up call once again. And Danielle, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me again, Bill.
It's our pleasure. Okay, so last time we talked, Senate Bill 1600, which would eliminate the statute of limitations on cases of violent rape. It was connected to this goofy bill that Senator Floyd Przonski had cooked up that created a new type of felon for somebody that accidentally, with their car, ran into and injured a bicyclist. And he had affixed that like a barnacle to Bill 1600, which dealt with the statute of limitations for rape. You came on the show and essentially through some hard work talking to one of the other people that was kind of behind that particular edition of the bill, you were able to, with some hard work, get that split from it, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so 1600, Senate Bill 1600, what's going on with it?
Okay, wow, this is really a monumental day for, I think, victims and survivors all over the state of Oregon. What takes place today is that final vote now on Senate Bill 1600. Consequently, you know, the bill that you were just talking about that was added to ours, which was that bike bill, that piece of legislation, that piece has now died. So once the two bills got split, that one then had to fly on its own, and it didn't. So that one basically has died. And I do think that bill may have some good characteristics to it, However, it definitely needs a lot more work. So you may see that one come back in 2017. And for those who want to give input on that bill, I encourage you to watch it.
I thought that had been affixed to the omnibus crime bill that they were trying to pass.
It did, yeah. Well, they attached it to, the statute of limitations on rape. And I'm convinced now that they did that so that it would just kind of go under the radar and go ahead and get through by attaching it to our bill. So, and I just I think that goes against everything that Senator Pozansky had ever told me, in my meetings with him. So
gee, there's a
that's
surprise.
why I went after it. Yeah, I know. That's why I went after it aggressively to get it off of our bill. And like I said, consequently, that piece has died. So it needs more work.
All right. So the vote comes today on Senate Bill 1600. I'm sure that you've probably counted the votes. What is it looking good?
Yes, I would be surprised if it doesn't pass unanimously. Over on the Senate side, we had 3 no votes, but I would be surprised if it didn't go unanimous in the House. We may get a few that might vote against it for one reason or another, but I think overwhelmingly there will definitely, be that support. So it's taken, as you know, a lot of tenacity and determination, and I've actually heard rumor there at the Capitol that if I had not taken Senator Pozansky to task like I did last session on this bill, we wouldn't be where we are today. And you know what? That makes all of it worth it. It makes all of that blood, sweat, and tears, every single bit of it worth it if this is our end product. So I'm sure you probably realize, for a victim to report, sexual assault, it just takes a lot of incredible strength and courage. And we just want to make sure that our system is worthy of that bravery. So we're taking a big step forward today between the statute of limitations on rape and then also our rape kit backlog. So we've got some big things today.
All right. So what time is the vote on 1600?
The House convenes at 10 a.m., and as I understand it, I think our bills are 13 and 14 on that list, so I would expect that it's going to be later in the session as they get going. It just all depends on how long the other bills take and how controversial probably that they are. So it'll be a waiting game.
All right. You're giddy. You sound giddy.
I know. I am. It's like, it's finally the light at the end of the tunnel. I just have always believed that justice should be attainable and no victim should ever hear, I'm sorry, we can't do anything for you. The statute of limitations has run out. And that's what I got. And that's what so many victims get. And it just has always been that centerpiece for me that we have to do this. We need to take care of this. It's not right. And obviously there's an imbalance there if only 2% of rapists are ever serving any prison time. So it's bringing that whole criminal justice system, trying to bring it back into balance so that, victims do have a chance at justice. And that's what it's about. And that does excite me, sir. It does. It does.
Now, for those that don't know, maybe just tuning in, Danielle Tudor joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. Danielle, as a teenager, was raped by a serial rapist and heard exactly what she's talking about. Sorry, statute of limitations.
Right.
And which is why now, as an adult, you've been really pushing hard on this particular issue. So what happens once, I mean, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, but it's expected to pass and the governor expected to sign. So what are you doing after that? Do you go back to just being Danielle, Mom Danielle, or are you looking at potentially, something in the world of politics? Or do you just want to go back to just being a member of your neighborhood?
I think after what I've done the last couple of years, I don't, excuse me, I don't think there's any way that your life ever goes back to normal again. I don't think it does, because there is such a passion that's within me now, you know, to be able to change things for, unfortunately, victims and survivors that are going to come behind me. And I wish that wasn't the case, but at the rate of which, you know, sexual assault happens in our country, it's inevitable. So definitely, I will continue in what I'm doing. I have a very high-profile parole hearing coming up on April 6th. That is another piece of justice, I guess. If I ever get justice, that's a piece of it, to be able, you know, to go to a parole hearing and let the board know just exactly what my rapist did and how many women and girls he did that to, and try and keep him in prison as long as we can. So beyond that, I don't know. Certainly I have thought about getting involved more in politics. Once you spend time down in Salem for any period of time and you see how it works, you kind of go, this isn't right. This just isn't right. And can I be a part of changing that? I don't know. I don't know.
Have you talked to your family about it?
Yes, I have. My husband, most in particular, you know, a lot of people don't know this, but my husband really became my savior after I was raped. He really did, because I thought I had lost everything that was important to me in life, and I met him, and he was actually the first person that I ever really, you know, told the whole story to. I couldn't open up to anyone and tell them everything that had happened. And when I met him and it was starting to turn more into a serious relationship instead of just friends, one evening I decided I had to open up and tell him what had happened, because I was afraid that I was damaged goods and that he wouldn't want me. And I wanted to give him the opportunity to walk away. And to my amazement, you know, that was 35 years ago. And to my amazement, as I just sobbed telling him what had happened, and basically the first time for me opening up to anyone, he actually just sobbed with me, and he couldn't understand how someone could do that to another person. And I will tell you this, that man has stood by my side for 35 years. He saw me through that. He saw me through trial. He saw me through, you know, coming out as a named victim. And so anything that I do, I couldn't do without him by my side. And we've had that conversation, and I've just said, you know, I absolutely would not do that if you were not in it with me 100%. And both my sons, you know, they're older. I have my youngest is 27, you know, 5.5 years as an Army Ranger. So he's like, go, you know, do it. And my other son that is 32, I have his full support. In fact, he lives in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And he is making the trip here for that parole hearing in April. And it will be the first time that the parole board has heard from the next generation of Gilmore victims. And I think it's essential that they hear from that group. So the road ahead is a bit unclear, I will say that, but I know when I jumped into this, I had no idea where the journey was taking me, but I will tell you this, I do not regret coming forward as a named victim in 2008.
It's an amazing story, Danielle. And by the way, thank you as being the parent of a son who's serving. Thank him for his service on our behalf, and thank, because we know, I mean, we do a lot of shows dealing with vets families and the like, and the family serves along with the kid. For sure,
they do.
Danielle,
for sure.
I want to thank you for you know, just sharing your story, for coming on our show as you have over the course of the last couple of years to kind of, I guess, plead your case to the Vox Populi. And Congratulations. Like I said, it may be a little bit premature because the vote hasn't been taken yet, but all things are looking good. And
Yes,
so once it's done, keep in touch with us. We would love to see, what you're up to next.
Yeah, I definitely, with the parole hearing coming up, I definitely will reach out to you at that point in time. That's a lot closer than I would like to think it is.
Yeah.
But definitely for that, I definitely need public support for that parole hearing. And then I definitely will keep in touch, and I'll send you an email this afternoon when it's a done deal with this legislation.
All right, sounds good. Danielle, congratulations. If you were in the studio, we'd give you a big hug and congratulate you as well. Maybe even maybe even ply you with cupcakes. Or at the very least, some sort of warmed breakfast muffin. Anyway.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Danielle, it's always a pleasure, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, keep in touch.
Okay.
Take care.
Will do.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's 8:43, News Radio 1120, KPNW.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
Stocks are hugging the flat line. The Dow up 3 points, the Nasdaq down 2, and the S&P up a point. The latest jobs report from ADP came in stronger than expected, but that might also be fueling fears of an interest rate hike. Abercrombie & Fitch is still trying to get past the statements of its controversial former CEO, who once said the chain only wanted cool people to shop there. The company did post a better-than-forecast 1% gain in same-store sales, and that helped profits top estimates thanks to Hollister stores. What does Wall Street think of Donald Trump? Bloomberg asked some top executives, and here's what Charles Munger, vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, thinks. He says, quote, "My attitude is that anybody who makes money running a casino is not morally qualified." On Bernie Sanders, Munger says he doesn't think he's any worse than some Republicans, but at least in his words, they're crazy in a different way. I'm Adrienne Mitchell, Bloomberg Radio.
Pacific Continental Bank is proud to call the Eugene-Springfield area home for more than 40 years. As your local banker, partner, and neighbor, we are committed to the health and sustainability of your business and our community. We know it takes more than a loan or deposit to help you succeed. It takes people who know you, your business, and your community. Who says we can't be more than a bank? Pacific Continental Bank, the right bank. Learn more at therightbank.com. Member FDIC.
The refunds are coming! The refunds are coming! Get the most out of your refund! Come see Uncle Brad at Brad's Cartoons. Tune up your sound system. Decks, speakers, amplifiers, subwoofers. Add security and a backup cam. Great products, prices, and people. The absolute best place for car audio is Brad's Cartoons. 7th and Blair. Stay tuned.
KPNW weather, brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already out and about, we've got partly to mostly cloudy skies out there, light winds out of the south at 5 to 10, and temps right now in the upper 30s to low 40s. But we're already tracking the next storm system set to move in late this afternoon into the evening, bringing another round of showers by this afternoon. Mostly cloudy skies will start to dominate with highs in the mid-50s out there. Winds will pick up out of the southwest at 10 to 20, gusts up to 30, and especially right about 5 o'clock when the system pulls through. We're looking at about a third of an inch across the I-5 with a half inch along the coast. Be ready. System after system look to be lining up, and we're looking at several days of wet weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
The Wake Up Call.
To be honest, I've never seen such dysfunction.
With Holloway in London. On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
It's un-American to run in sunshine here in the state of Oregon. It's 1120 KPNW 846. Coming up in a couple of days, the first ever half marathon out of Cottage Grove. And our race director, Mike Ripley, joining us on the Wake Up Call. Mike, welcome to the show. I don't think we've ever had you on.
No, Rob, and it's a good day indeed to be on.
So
and just to make a clarification, because I do not want to insult any of the longtime Cottage Grove residents. I grew up in Eugene, but there was the Bohemia Mining Days half marathon a number of years ago held in hot July that attracted close to 1,000 people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is the first Cottage Grove half marathon. Is that correct?
Yeah, you just can't insult the people who've been around the block.
Right. No, absolutely.
So to speak.
Absolutely. Yeah. You don't want to ruffle the
The
locals.
feathers.
What are we looking at? I mean, judging by the pictures on the website, you got an exquisite track there, going 13 miles plus.
Yeah, definitely. Well, hopefully it's not plus. I ended up got my fancy Jones counter, which measures all USATF courses, and did my preliminary marking. And I was over by about 0.15. So I'm happy to have a new finish in Trailhead Park, which is really close to downtown Cottage Grove. And Cottage Grove is just a super community. And growing up there, or growing up in Eugene and going to Cottage Grove as a youth, it's a great city. And we're happy to be able to bus people out to Dorena School and let them run back to Cottage Grove in the finish line.
So where does it start?
The participants start by gathering in Cottage Grove at Bohemia Park, and then we're going to get them on the buses, and we're going to send them 20 minutes out to Dorena School.
Wow.
And for a point-to-point, and with the point-to-point for this course, ends up being 200 plus feet of elevation lost coming back to Cottage Grove, which is always a good thing for a runner to have a little bit of a decline.
A little downhill, yeah. I'm with you on that one. So, I mean, if you're into busing, I mean, everybody, all the runners, are you not expecting like a ton of runners in the inaugural half marathon?
Well, right now we capped it. We ordered the buses. Anytime I do a busing event, I have another trail event where I do busing. I'll change the cap the last week of the event, and then if it's not whatever spaces are available, they're available, and we just go for it. So we right now currently have about 160, 170 people for the first Cottage Grove half, and we have about 30 spots left. So it'd be great to see a few more people and get them a great finisher medal and a beverage and good times this Saturday.
CottageGroveHalf.com, is that the website that, I mean, can they register online?
Yes, they can.
Okay. And you were talking yesterday, there's some goodness coming their way.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, there's definitely. I mean, besides the event, what's really wonderful about this event is that we partnered with Banner Bank and the United Way of Lane County Live United Fund. And, keeping people healthy and moving is a main focus of my life and what I do. And United Way wants to make a difference in people's lives, especially locally, keep people moving. It's a really big thing. The win for this event, hopefully in the future, is for people to realize they can walk it. They have to average an 18-minute mile. And, most people can do that. And the Row River Trail is just beautiful. So we look forward to seeing a lot of people happy and smiling. A little bit of drizzle this weekend, but we'll make it through.
A little bit of rain, but you know what? If you're not getting a couple of drops, it's not an Oregon event.
It's true. It's very true.
What's the shirt like? The logo, is it pretty cool?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a covered bridge because the area is famous for its covered bridges, and there's still a few that you can cross by vehicle, but most of them are located just for your visual experience. And there's tons of covered bridges in the area in Lane County and Benton, so it's definitely focuses on the covered bridge theme of the area.
Okay, yeah. Question out the email: are you expecting it to sell out prior to the day, or do you think people could show up that morning and think that they could register?
Oh, no, there won't be any registration available the actual day of. We are going to be at one of our partners, Run Hub Northwest, downtown in Eugene, Thursday from 2 to 7, and then we'll be doing packet pickup and last chance registration, and also we'll be at the Village Green on Friday, 2 to 7, for any late stragglers coming in to get their stuff before the run.
Very cool. And if you know somebody who maybe is not listening right now, you can tell them about the website CottageGroveHalf.com. I wanted to ask you, because I think it's kind of a cool story. You used to work at Tracktown Pizza before your current venture. Talk about that whole transition of going from restaurant work to event planning.
It's pretty much the same. It's Insanity 101. Tracktown's a wonderful place. Some of my friends still work there that are running the place, and I left 4 years ago, and it was just a wonderful place to work, cranking out the pizzas, welcoming people on Prefontaine Classic and, the Olympic trials in 2008 when it first came to the area after a long stint away. It's just a wonderful place to work, but the and the madness was just insane doing 800 pizzas on a football game. So I kind of love a little bit of insanity in my life, and events are just that.
So was that difficult? I mean, you say 4 years ago. That was kind of still, I want to say, a kind of a rocky window economically. You've got kids, you've got a family. Was that kind of a gingerly made move?
Oh, that was a piece of cake, Rob. I mean, that was like anything during that time. I'm sure everybody had a great time making the transition. It's funny because, yeah, sure, it was. I guess it was rough economically doing it, and both my wife and I are self-employed doing this. But the real thing is just unplugging and enjoying what you're doing. So without taking any risk comes no reward. So I was willing just to go for it and wanted to make the transition. I do events in Bend and here and work with I actually chair a nonprofit also. So a lot of the time that I didn't have while working for Trackdown, I freed up that time and basically I got to see my daughters grow up. I have a 16, 14, and 12-year-old daughters, and we live out in Monroe.
Wow.
And it's just a real blessing to be able to actually, watch your family grow up. Not to say that, working for someone else or working in a restaurant's awesome, and I think there's just a lot of valuable life lessons that come from taking a leap of faith, so to speak, and just, enjoying what you do.
Yeah, what a gift. I'm sure your daughters, I think for the most part, probably appreciated it as well.
Well, I think they do, unless I'm making them stuffed packets or making them fill up aid station bottles or stuff like that. But no, they really do like it, and they're just awesome kids.
All right, so the half marathon, Cottage Grove, happening Saturday, and do you? I mean, I would think that you get, especially it being a first time event, you probably get locals coming out to watch and to root them on. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. What's really cool about this event is that we have 3 of the local groups participating on the course, supporting the runners, the Cottage Grove swim team, the track team, and then also, actually we have 2 more. We have Peace Health Medical Group and South Lane Physical Rehab supporting the aid station. So it's a truly local event and super close, to Cottage Grove, and it'll be positioned a couple months before the Eugene Marathon. So we're hoping for good things with our partners moving forward.
You know implicitly well the whole route. Do you think there's a better spot than any other spot to watch?
No, not really. I mean, the path it's one of those, the course is being that it's a point-to-point, it's a little tough to access, so we're not really encouraging people to flood the course because it could cause traffic and or some hazards.
Sure.
So the best thing to do is to come down to Cottage Grove on Saturday, go downtown, hang out, go to one of the really good local restaurants, and come check us out at the finish at Trailhead Park.
Hit Buster's if you have the opportunity. Go to Buster's. I hear great things about their breakfast. All right,
it's pretty amazing.
Mike Ripley, the race director for the Cottage Grove Half. Good luck on your first inaugural event, and we'll definitely have you back to talk about future ones. Hopefully.
Okay, no, that'd be great, Rob. Thank you.
Take care. Again, cottagegrovehalf.com if you want to check it out and be a part of the first ever half marathon. That's it for us. We'll check in tomorrow, 6:05. Have a great Wednesday and get ready for a little stormage coming up later in the day. Bye for now.
Your plan is to make the most out of life. That's why your plan is a Medicare Advantage plan from Pacific Source. It lets you choose from almost any doctor in the region with no deductible. Plus, you get great benefits like prescription drug coverage, protection when you travel, optional dental care, and even discounts on gym memberships. Plans start as low as $39. Pacific Source Medicare, the health plan for all of life's biggest plans. To learn more about our Medicare Advantage plans, call toll-free 888-863-3637, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Visit us online at www.medicare.pacificsource.com. Premium and benefits may change on January 1st of each year. You must continue to pay your Medicare Part B premium. The provider network may change at any time. Members will receive notice when necessary. Pacific Source Community Health Plans is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Pacific Source Medicare depends on contract renewal.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a free trial, call 1-800-992-2821. Strict limit of 1 per household.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. If your belly flattening results are too dramatic, simply reduce use to every other day. Think you might be bloated? See how much flatter Nubiotics makes your belly. But hurry, call now for details while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-992-2821. That's 1-800-992-2821. 1-800-992-2821.
Have you ever wanted to reach out and make a positive difference for children who live in a third world country orphanage? Well, for 26 years, the Trace Islas Orphanage Fund, whose founders live in Douglas County, has taken care of children in 5 Mazatlan, Mexico orphanages. Now, 100% of every donation goes directly to help the children. Nothing. Zero is taken away from any donation for administration. And Trace Islas Orphanage Fund has mission weeks where donors actually visit the orphanages. They share time with the children and make improvements to those orphanages. If you'd like to help provide nourishing food, medical, and educational needs every day to 133 plus children, visit orphanagefunds.org. That's www.orphanagefunds.org, and learn how you can help and how you can participate. The Trace Islas Orphanage Fund. Real children, real opportunities to help.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Arguments on a key abortion case just wrapping up at the U.S. Supreme Court, where Fox Radio's John Decker is now live outside.
The Texas law aimed at improving the safety of abortions requires abortion doctors to have admitting privileges at local hospitals and requires abortion clinics to meet the standards for ambulatory surgical centers. Justice Kennedy, a key vote in the case, appeared skeptical about whether the law creates an undue burden on a woman seeking an abortion because of the closure of many Texas abortion clinics. And even Justice Breyer, a liberal, questioned whether there was causation between the law and the closure of abortion clinics. A decision is not expected until June. Lisa?
Thanks, John. That case has the potential to evenly divide the court following the death of Justice Antonin Scalia. Early voting underway in Florida, where primary day isn't until March 15th. Fox News Radio's Eben Brown live in Miami Beach.
Now, Lisa, this polling place here at the North Shore Branch Library on Collins Avenue has seen a steady stream of voters walk in and then exit bearing the traditional "I voted" sticker.
There's a lot at stake here, and I feel that it's important to get people who perhaps have a different view on the politics.
Early voting allows some people the flexibility without having to cast a provisional or absentee ballot, and voters in both parties know their state is a big delegate prize, Lisa.
Thanks, Eben. Frontrunners Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump scoring the most Super Tuesday wins, all of their rivals staying in it for now.
If this was anybody else as a frontrunner, there'd be people right now saying, let's all rally around the frontrunner. That will never happen with Donald Trump.
Marco Rubio, a distant third behind Ted Cruz in last night's delegate totals. Just like regular cigarettes, e-cigarettes pigs are now banned on all commercial flights to and from the U.S. The Transportation Department just making it official to clear up any confusion. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Are you living with prostate enlargement? Do you pee more often than you used to? Do you wake up to go? Be honest, is there a drop in your romantic life? Prostate problems don't go away on their own, so you need to call for a free bottle of Super Beta Prostate, the #1 non-prescription formula for your prostate. The ingredients are natural. With Super Beta Prostate, you'll have less urges to urinate, less waking at night, and an improvement in your romantic life, guaranteed. Try it for free. Pay only shipping and handling. Call 1-800-890-2051. Super Beta Prostate is so powerful, you'd have to take 100 saw palmetto capsules to get the same active ingredient in just one Super Beta Prostate tablet. Stop running to the bathroom and call us now for your free bottle. Hurry, this free offer won't last. Call 1-800-890-2051. 1-800-890-2051. 1-800-890-2051.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles, here's Deb Carson.
The Hoosiers looking like the Hoosiers once again.
Yogi down on the left perimeter. He looks inside for Bryant. Can't find him. Fires a three-pointer. Good! Yogi Ferrell! His 20th point of the game, and that was absolutely huge.
12th ranked Indiana won at number 16 Iowa 81-78 on the Hoosiers radio network from Learfield. So Indiana claims the outright Big Ten regular season championship. In the Big 12, a thriller in Norman. 6th ranked Oklahoma held off 19th ranked Baylor 73-71. Meanwhile, in the NBA, Steph Curry sat out with a sore ankle, but the Warriors did defeat the Hawks in overtime 109-105. And the Lakers snapped an 8-game skid. They beat the Nets 107-101. Rookie D'Angelo Russell had a career-high 39 points for L.A.
Hello, I'm Andrew Bizantz, the music director of Eugene Opera. In 1879, Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky premiered his operatic retelling of Alexander Pushkin's groundbreaking novel Eugene Onegin, and the opera has remained immensely popular ever since. In fact, many consider it to be Tchaikovsky's greatest masterpiece. Eugene Opera's production features a stellar cast of international artists. Russian baritone Anton Belov makes his Eugene Opera debut as the elegant but dispassionate Onegin, and soprano Jill Gardner returns to Eugene to portray the naive Tatiana. Tenor Sam Levine makes his company debut as the doomed poet Lenski, and mezzo-soprano Amanda Kreider returns as Tatiana's earthy sister Olga. Tchaikovsky's sweeping romantic score is brought to life by the Eugene Opera Orchestra and Chorus. Please join us at the Holt Center on Friday, March 11th at 7:30 p.m. or Sunday, March 13th at 2:30 p.m. For tickets or more information, please call 541-682-5000 or visit our website at eugeneopera.com.
It's radio you can watch. The Wake Up Call with live video streaming from the Widmer Brothers studio every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 9. Go to KPNW.com and click on the Wake Up Call streaming banner. The Wake Up Call and Widmer Brothers, the local guys.
If you or someone you care about has a problem with alcohol or drugs, we encourage you to call Serenity Lane. Because of our nonprofit status, we are able to keep our prices affordable for you, the working men and women of Oregon. We advertise so we can fulfill our mission to save lives and help put families back together. Serenity Lane, a private not-for-profit treatment center for alcohol and other drug dependencies. Call or click serenitylane.org.
This message is brought to you by Serenity Lane in association with Ears.
The News Radio 1120 KPNW Cool 99.1 Spring Auction is set for March 12th, and your business can seize the day. Call the Bicoastal Media professionals to learn how we can highlight your business during our auction, and you can get the benefits from a radio commercial campaign, all on trade. Call now 541-284-3600 to learn more.
It's 9:06 and time for Rush. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I just heard something I need to double check. I just heard that Trump is over 300 delegates right now. I don't have that number. I've got Trump at around 285. 285. Okay, so I heard he's not north of 300 yet. He was, in fact, that's actually a pretty important number. There were a lot of people expecting him to be north of 300 after last night, and he's not. Anyway, here we are, folks. You have come to the one place you know you can count on to make sense of all this with honest appraisals of everything that you saw and happened last night. Right here, the Rush Limbaugh program and the Limbaugh Institute for Advanced Conservative Studies. The telephone number, if you want to join us, 800-282-2882. And the email address, lrushbaugh@eibnet.com. All right, Nate Silver's site says that Trump has 332 delegates right now. Cruz at 221. These are nowhere near the numbers that I got earlier this morning. And now I'm confused. Well, anyway, the point will still hold. Because if you take Trump's delegates, let's do what I have here first, 285. I'm going to explain to you why everybody's going to stay in this. To the consternation of you can't believe how many people. The numbers that I had going into the program today, 285 for Trump, 160 for Cruz, 87 for Rubio, 25 for Kasich, and 8 for Carson. Now, if you look at it a different way, you've got Trump at 285 and the field at 280. And that's why nobody's getting out. And the Tom DeLay was on PMSNBC last night. A lot of establishment types are out there actually pushing the following theory, that as long as these people stay in, that's now the objective, for Rubio to stay in, for Cruz to stay in. You might have heard otherwise, that there's a desire for one of these two to get out and everybody to unify and go head-to-head against Trump. And there are some people that want to do that, but the contra-theory to that, okay, the other list, the Nate Silver list, is Trump 332, Cruz 221, and Rubio 115. That would mean that Rubio and Cruz combined have more delegates than Trump has by 4. So either way, you see here that the opposition to Trump is still at or near his total. New York Times reporting, look at this. The New York Times is saying 316 for Trump, 226 for Cruz, and 106 for Rubio. So I've got 3 different delegate counts here, but the point still holds. Because the first leg of the theory is that it's not the states that you win going in. It is the delegates, of course, and the number is 1,237 that any Republican needs to win this thing. And the more delegates Trump does not win, the greater the likelihood he would arrive in Cleveland short of the 1,237. And if that happens, if nobody shows up to the convention with 1,237 in the first vote, those delegates are pledged. But then, after the first vote, where nobody gets to win, and you can guarantee that when the horse trading begins, Trump would be in there doing his famous deal making. So once the second vote starts, it's free for all. Anybody can vote for anybody. I mean, there might be a few small number of pledged delegates. So the objective here is one of two ways: either keep everybody in this for as long as the money makes it possible, and deny Trump 1,237 delegates. And that theory admits that nobody can beat him. That theory admits that nobody else can get there either. And then throw this open to a second vote, and once that happens, then all bets are off. And you could have not a brokered convention, but you have the horse trading that would go on. The other scenario is that Cruz and Rubio get together, and one of them decide that the other can't make it, and that and Kasich, the drive-bys and the establishment really mad at Kasich today because they think if Kasich had gotten out by now that Rubio would have won Virginia. I mean, that's how minute this is. I mean, here's a guy who has not yet, well, he did win a state. He won Minnesota. You know, this is interesting, too. Rubio wins Minnesota, the only state Reagan lost, in a landslide 1984 against Walter F. Mondale. Mondale from Minnesota won his own state. Rubio, said to be a Reaganite, goes to Minnesota, wins where Reagan didn't, and loses everywhere else Reagan won. And it happens to be a caucus state, Minnesota, which is pretty much a left-wing leaning state. The other objective is for one of these two guys to get out and the party to unify against Trump. And then that brings in something that Lindsey Grahamnesty said, because you've got two options here. You've got uniting behind Rubio, which right now is what the establishment would prefer to do and what they're trying to do, but it didn't. I don't care how they try to spin this. It was not a good night for Rubio last night. There are a lot of people on the Rubio side that obviously are trying to spin this as a night where he did better than was thought, but he didn't even reach the 20% threshold in a number of states to even get some delegates there. And they're holding on Virginia. Hey, look at Virginia, look at Virginia. If Kasich hadn't been there, why we would have won Virginia. They point to one state they might have won had Kasich not been in. And this is the guy they're trying to tout as the actual winner, the guy of the rest of the field that is the legitimate choice to take down Trump. And the reason for that is they despise Cruz. They literally hate Cruz. Ted Cruz had a good night last night. Now, if you measure it against expectations, going in, he was going to sweep Super Tuesday. This is before Trump got in and screwed everything up. He's going to sweep Super Tuesday. And last night was the night Ted Cruz was going to effectively have nailed down the nomination before Trump got in and changed the dynamics of everything. And a lot of things became clear to me last night as I listened to the post, as the candidates spoke. A lot of things came into focus for me last night about what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and I will share as much of that as time permits as the program unfolds today. So the theory is that you get one of these two guys pull out and they go head-to-head with Trump and try to win this thing before you get to Cleveland. And Lindsey Grahamnesty actually said on CBS last night, if Marco doesn't win Florida on the 15th, I don't know how Marco does it. I don't know how Marco goes for it. Ted Cruz, not my favorite by any means, but we may be in a position where we have to rally around Ted Cruz as the only way to stop Donald Trump. And I'm not so sure that would work. For them to say that, they are panicked even more than I thought they were. If they're actually talking about aligning behind Ted Cruz. I thought if the establishment had to make a choice, they would choose Trump, simply because they think Trump has the constituency that they claim that they would like, or they've claimed in recent years they think they need in order to win consistently a broad-based coalition. And they think Trump is malleable. You've heard that word go around. That Trump will negotiate and make deals, and he's not nearly as ideologically locked into things as Cruz is. Therefore, Cruz intractable, inflexible. We can't work with him. Plus, he's the worst of all worlds, being a legitimate Christian conservative. And for Lindsey Grahamnesty to come out and say they might have to coalesce behind Cruz kind of took me by surprise, because I really thought if anything like that happened, they would choose Trump. The other thing, folks, last night Trump did something that he hasn't done before, and rather than do a victory celebration, he did a press conference. The press conference was scheduled for 9 p.m. There was a rumor floating around that the press conference would feature a major blockbuster announcement. And the media started circulating a rumor that the major blockbuster announcement would be the endorsement of Trump by the Florida Governor Rick Scott. I was telling people, well, I don't think that's a blockbuster. People disagreed with me. What do you mean? It's the governor of Florida. He's in Florida. Florida's in 2 weeks. Remember what Christ endorsing McCain did? Yeah, I know, but it doesn't seem the same. Anyway, it turned out to not happen. What did happen, Rubio made sure to show up at 9 o'clock, beating Trump to the microphone. I don't know whether that was planned. My guess is that it was. And it is clear to me that Marco Rubio is trying to get under Trump's skin for this debate tomorrow night. It is clear to me This constant accusation that he's a con man, referring to him as a con man, and accusing him of all kinds of stuff. It is designed, I think, to drive Trump crazy. I think he's hoping and angling for a Trump explosion on the debate stage in Detroit tomorrow night. But it seemed over the top to me. It seemed just a little bit beyond what I would call within the realm of reality. It seemed overly contrived and provocative. And look, I don't blame these guys for, when in the midst of disappointing losses, trying to spin it and make it look like there's all kinds of positives here and they're winning. It's all about perception and momentum. And I totally understand it, but there does come a point where you have to know whether or not somebody's grounded in reality at the same. Remember Clint Eastwood's old philosophy, a man's got to know his limitations. And that's in direct conflict with the power of positive thinking and never giving up. But there are positive arguments to make in both sentiments. You have to know your limitations, but you never ever give up either. They seem conflicting and contradictory, but used properly, they're not. Well, then Trump came out when Rubio was finished. The contrast couldn't have been greater. Rubio appears to be in a barn with average, ordinary people. It's a barn or a cigar factory down in Miami. Here comes Trump in the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, which is decorated like the Palace of Versailles. And Trump comes out and does a press conference. Not a victory celebration of any kind. And if I had one person observe to me, I had 15 observe to me. My God, the guy looks more presidential tonight than I've ever seen. He's reasonable sounding. His temperament is perfectly composed. He hasn't insulted anybody. He looks confident and ready to go and so forth. But standing behind his right shoulder was the governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, who 6 New Jersey newspapers have demanded resign. They claim that Christie has totally abandoned the state of New Jersey, the people of the state of New Jersey, for his own quixotic dreams. He's seeking fame and fortune, knowing full well his elected political career is over. If he's not going to come back and finish out his term and be responsible, fulfilling his duties as governor, then he should just resign and go be Trump's puppy dog or something like that. Now, Governor Christie's not used to being a background person. He's not used to being unnoticed. He's not used to being second fiddle. And however it was planned and however it worked out, he appeared to be a decoration last night, standing behind Trump's right shoulder while Trump is at his podium, coming off as more presidential than he has to date at any time. Maybe a couple other times. But last night, consistently, the most within boundaries. He was reserved. He was substantive. He was contained. He was not all over the place, bouncing off walls and so forth. He basically eliminated a stream of consciousness that usually guide his appearances and stuck to a script of sorts in terms of messaging. But there was poor Christie standing behind him, not knowing what to do. His eyes are darting around like he's waiting for a chandelier to fall on him or something. He's standing behind Trump thinking, my God, is there a sniper out there? Do I need to be on the look? It looked totally uncomfortable. It looked to me like it was the hostage video. But the drive-bys are obsessed with it. The drive-bys are totally obsessed with this today. They can't, I mean, it arguably is one of the biggest stories throughout the drive-by media today. And this is from the same people who lecture all of us about our politics turning unserious and surface, no depth. And here they are focusing on this because they would love to embarrass Christie. They would do anything they could to diminish his reputation, his image, and so forth. And they claim that they're able to do it here with these shots. I mean, their Twitter and Facebook and Instagram of these various poses that Christie made. I mean, Trump went, what, 45 minutes? Trump had one of his sons, Eric, was also on stage, but Eric was wisely out of the camera shot. So it was just Trump and Christie. And the contrast here, mention this to you, Rubio goes first, and he's just launching into Trump, and Trump is this or that. Have I got this order wrong? Did Trump go first, or was it Rubio that went first last night? Do you recall? Rubio went first? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Rubio, yeah, well, he was back when interview sessions went, but I mean his appearance now that and he was just, laying into Trump like a continuation of the last debate. Con man this, con man here, liar this, liar that. It was just brutal. And Trump shows up and is mild-mannered and presidential and acting like an adult. And he was even conciliatory to Cruz. He praised Cruz. At least Cruz has won something. I know how hard it is to win, Cruz said. I have a lot of respect for Ted Cruz. He's worked very hard. Winning is really hard. Poor Marco hasn't won anything. He laid into Rubio a little bit, but the contrast was striking to me. I even thought that Cruz was, I see the clock. I know. Got to take a break, folks. Back in a second.
The center of the radio universe. Rush on the EIB network.
Say, did you know that each time you use public Wi-Fi, shop online, or give out your social security number, you leave a trail of digital breadcrumbs? Yeah, and thieves can use this digital information to steal your identity and take everything you own. LifeLock uses proprietary technology to detect signs that somebody has picked up your breadcrumbs. And unlike the free credit monitoring services that only alert you, LifeLock has a dedicated resolution staff to help clean things up if all those breadcrumbs get messy. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can keep doing the things you do every day and feel better protected. Isn't it time to help protect yourself from someone eating your financial lunch? Plans start at $9.99 a month. Call or visit LifeLock.com now. Promo code RUSH. That's RUSH. Save 10% on your membership. LifeLock's at 800-440-4833. 800-440-4833.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
Faith leaders everywhere are filled with praise for the young Messiah. Dr. Ted Baer calls it an exhilarating family experience.
You seek a family from Nazareth with a boy named Jesus.
Focus on the Family calls it a remarkable movie.
Why did God choose me? What if I'm not strong enough?
And Hugh Hewitt raves it's a spectacular movie that should not be missed.
He's just a child.
He is not just a child. The Young Messiah, rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters March 11th.
Are you putting your money into an IRA, pension, or 401k? Then I hope you're prepared to lose 30, 40, 50% or more of your retirement savings, because it's not a question of if the market crashes again. It's a question of when. It's going to happen. Did you know there is a way you can protect and grow your wealth safely and predictably every single year? The people using this approach didn't lose a penny when the market crashed in 2000 or 2008, and they won't lose a penny in the next crash. In fact, their money will continue to grow safely year in and year out, even when stocks, real estate, and other investments tumble. A free report detailing this savings program is now available. This free report shows how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your retirement in the Wall Street casino. This is the best way to have a 100% secure retirement. It far outperforms any IRA or 401k. To get this free report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com. Bank on yourself. KPNW.com.
Pop quiz for all business owners. If you're not incorporated and someone sues your business, which one of these can you lose? Your home, your car, or your life savings? The answer? All three. Because if you're not incorporated, it's not just your business that can be sued, it's you too. Which means you could lose everything. Once business owners realize the risk of not being incorporated, they usually scramble to incorporate or form an LLC. To make it quick and easy, Incorporate.com is now giving away a free incorporation guide to all business owners, so you can incorporate in just 10 minutes. For your free 10-minute incorporation guide, call now 1-800-400-5017. Protect your financial future. At Incorporate.com, they don't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating or forming an LLC quick and easy. Call now for your free 10-minute incorporation guide. 1-800-400-5017. Hurry while supplies last. 1-800-400-5017. That's 1-800-400-5017. Rush Limbaugh now. Lars Larson today at noon. Only on 1120 KPNW.
Okay, the delegate math, it's confusing. It depends on where you go. Every site has a different number because they're combining actual delegates with estimates because there's still some uncounted votes and other vagaries out there that make it hard to nail it down. But looks like a solid bottom line is to say that Trump is north of 300. Now, the number sticks in my head because I remember so many people talking last night as I was flipping around various networks watching post-election analysis, that if Trump was under 300, it wasn't bad, but it was below expectations. Everything is an expectations game now. It's an expectations game with Rubio in Florida on the 15th. It's an expectations game with Cruz. He didn't fulfill them. He didn't meet them according to what his own expectations were, his own guidance, if you will, was. And Trump was supposed to run the table last night according to polling data, and he didn't in some places. Even read one place today. Somebody thinks it was very smart. I think it was maybe Charlie Hurt at the Washington Times, who has a story, Trump's winning streak baffles GOP losing club for losers. The theory that Trump let Cruz win in Texas. The theory that Trump wanted Cruz to win in Texas, therefore didn't really go in and contest Texas much because he wants the field to remain crowded. But the upshot of all this is that the hope of the establishment is that Trump, and I've heard a number of people say this last night, we're still working it out ourselves here. This is such a convoluted attempt here to unravel. It's an intricately woven web of deceit, this delegate stuff. The objective here is to keep Trump short of 1,237 before everybody gets to Cleveland this summer. That seems to be the objective now among some.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The father of a Seaside police officer, Jason Gooding, who was shot and killed while trying to arrest a man with an outstanding warrant, is calling for change. The man who killed him had 44 prior arrests.
Monies need to be spent on education and re-education of these individuals.
Dean Gooding says a revolving door in jails needs to stop, allowing crooks back out onto the streets. He says he'd like to make his point to the Oregon legislature. Governor Kate Brown has announced the resignation of the director of the Department of Environmental Quality. Dick Peterson is stepping down as Oregon's top environmental official for health reasons. Peterson's resignation comes amid a public outcry over discovery of hazardous levels of cadmium and arsenic near two glass-making facilities in Portland. And a proposal to eliminate coal-fired energy produced by Oregon's utilities has cleared the House and now heads to the Senate for a final vote today. Bill London, KPNW.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-to-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
I'm Isaac Jackson at Jackson Jones Law Office. At our office, we represent people who have lost everything because of someone else's bad judgment. When someone takes something close to you, your health or a loved one, the right lawyer can help you walk through the stress, get the medical bills paid, and if needed, stand up and fight on your behalf. Our philosophy is simple. We start by meeting with you to give you a straightforward assessment of your case. Once that's done, we'll talk about what it means to hire a lawyer, whether it makes sense to try to get a settlement without a lawsuit, or whether we think it will take a fight. Our office specializes in wrongful death cases, accidents involving drunk drivers, and victims in violent car accidents. We want to help you move on, but if we need to, we will stand up and we'll fight for you. Call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797. Let's have a conversation. At Jackson Jones Law, we understand that everything can change in a second. If that's you, let us help you walk through this difficult time. Again, call me, Isaac Jackson, at 541-556-9797 at Jackson Jones Law.
It's not a team without t-shirts.
Custom t-shirts from Custom Ink are the easy way to connect any group. Our online design lab makes it simple to create a shirt design that your group will love. Or you can easily upload your own logo. Whether you need one shirt or thousands, Custom Ink can print any size order. And we know you can't wait for your new t-shirts. That's why we offer free shipping, and on-time delivery is guaranteed. Get a free price quote today at customink.com.
I've been teaching organic chemistry for the last 17 years, so I'm pretty good with complex calculations. But when I started thinking about my retirement, I was pretty stumped. Luckily, I have TIAA as my financial partner. Together, we retrosynthetically analyzed my financial future, which is organic chem speak for we figured it out.
See how we're helping those who do good do well at the new TIAA.org. TIAA, created to serve, built to perform.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW. Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Yes, sir, Bob. Here we are, the fastest week in media already at Wednesday. Folks, it's great to have you here, Il Rushbo. Half my brain tied behind my back just to make it fair. So, here are the three different strategeries that are being bandied about on the Republican side, all focused on stopping Trump. Plan A, sit tight. Let things go on as they are, and don't try to influence anything. Rubio sinks or swims on his own cruise, ditto. They hope that Kasich gets out, and Carson, non-factors, get him out soon as they can. But other than that, sit on everything and wait for Trump to implode. Wait for Trump to collapse. Now, before you Trumpists get all mad at me, I'm just telling you what the establishment strategy is. And I can detect it because I listened to them talk last night. You know who's speaking and where they're coming from. You can put two and two together, get four easily. And when you hear these establishment types say, well, you know, Trump is underperforming. Well, you know, Trump's not nearly as far ahead as everybody thought he would be. Well, you know, with every one of these victories, Trump is not expanding his momentum. Now, very little of that is actually true. But truth is not what any of this is about, just like truth is very rarely about the outcome in court. This is all about perceptions. It's all about momentum. It's all about feelings combined with perceptions and so forth. Because there are still a lot of votes to happen. There's still a lot of states yet to have their primaries yet. And so creating impressions and mindsets. And that's what strategy A is all about. And believe me, there are a lot of people in the establishment that are still in complete denial. They still believe that Trump's not going to be in Cleveland. They still think that something's going to happen. Either he is going to cross a threshold that even his supporters will stick with him on, or that he's going to quit. Something's going to happen, and he's going to realize he's not going to win, he's going to quit, or he's got some other objective that nobody knows, and at some point he's going to have met that objective and then quit. I mean, it's silly, but that's part and parcel of the first part of the three-pronged strategy. Plan B is to clear the field of everybody but Rubio. They do not want to unify behind Cruz. That would be their smartest move, but they will not do that. They actually, Plan B is oriented around getting everybody to drop out and then the party unifying behind a guy who has won one state and did not reach the 20% threshold in a couple of states, meaning he didn't get any delegates in those states last night. That would be Rubio. And Rubio is the desired candidate because that's where the moneyed people want to go. He's closer to the establishment, this whole Gang of Eight business. Cruz is genuinely Trumpsters think Trump owns this outsider business. Cruz is more of an outsider than you know in terms of the way the Republican establishment disdains him, doesn't like him, fears him, hates him. He's so much of what they don't want. They don't want conservatism in the party. They don't want evangelicals prominent in the party. They don't want anybody talking about Judeo-Christian ethics and morality and conservative. They're trying to sweep that out of the party ever since Goldwater. The third prong of the strategy, keep everybody in so that Trump does not accrue the minimum requirement of 1,237 delegates going into Cleveland. The way that would work is if that happens, if nobody has 1,237 on the first vote, delegates are pledged and pretty much would have to vote the way everybody knows they're going to vote because of the primary results. But after that, then it's wide open. And that point wouldn't be brokered. Brokered means that powerful people in smoke-filled rooms are denying delegates the right to participate in the process. That wouldn't be the case. There would be all kinds of horse trading going on and bickering and arguing, Trump included. And if Trump, let's say shows up and he's 15 or 20 delegates short or 30, he's going to say, I can find those, I get those away from somebody easily. But those are the three strategies that the GOP establishment is relying on now. And I don't know which one they're going to decide on. They may decide different factions in all three. And more will become clear as future primaries. There's another slew of states on Saturday. And then on the 15th of March, we have Florida and Ohio. Those are the biggies. Now, another interesting point about all of this, as it relates to delegates, folks, I think after Saturday, I could maybe need to be corrected on this, but at some point very soon, all of the remaining primaries are closed, which means Democrats and independents cannot cross over and vote in the Republican primaries. And that is also a factor in the Republican establishment strategy because they are realizing or theorizing that Trump is picking up a lot of votes from leftist, progressive Democrats, liberals, and independents. Did so in South Carolina, some other states yesterday and last night. But when you get to the closed primaries, one of the examples given of a closed primary is Oklahoma. Last night was a closed primary, and Trump lost it. So the establishment saying, see, when it's just Republicans voting, we can beat Trump. So they're relying on all kinds of, what would you characterize it? Hopeful analyses to tell themselves that there are ways to stop Trump here. Now that leads, last night in Trump's press conference, once again, he comes up with Planned Parenthood. He gets a question about Planned Parenthood, and he's not wavering from this. And people are misunderstanding what's happening. I was, in the South Carolina debate, I was taken aback when I saw Trump go on and on about Planned Parenthood. That was the debate where he accused Bush of knowing in advance of 9/11, knowing that there were no weapons of mass destruction. I mean, all this stuff that left-wingers say, all the radical left-wingers say, Trump's out there saying it. And then I realized what's going on. It's an open primary. Democrats can cross over and vote. But actually, it's even more than that. There's a story. There's two stories here today. One of them is in the Politico. The media's Trump reckoning. Everybody was wrong. And this story is a review of a number of bold name, very well-known, drive-by media reporters and analysts having to eat crow. Goes back and cites all these different people who said Trump was a one-month wonder, a two-week wonder. He's not going to last. He's going to implode. Trump's going to blow it. Trump's this. He's not going to be a factor. This story goes back, talks to many of those people, and asks them what did they do wrong. And they all admit they got it wrong. And the Politico concludes that everybody was wrong. Everybody was not wrong. I did not think that Trump was going to implode. I was one of the first people to tell you that this was going to resonate. Even on June 16th, during that outrageous introductory speech, I warned everybody this was going to resonate with people. Back when everybody was laughing it off, this is a joke. This is. Back then, the establishment was, all right, this is great. This is going to make Jeb look even more presidential. This is going to make Jeb look even better because Trump's looking like a genuine insane lunatic. And I said, nope, that's not, you're misreading this. This is going to resonate. And I said, it's going to resonate because of immigration. Oh, remind me, I don't want to get sidetracked right now. The exit polls do not show immigration as a top 3 issue in many of these states. Remind me to talk about that. The second thing that's going on here, and I also referenced this within the past couple of weeks. Coco, do a site search. Find out the actual date I mentioned this, because I mentioned in passing that certain things that have happened and things that Trump said made me realize he's been planning this for years. This is something Trump has been planning for years. Now, I'll give you a little hint. Why I forget what it was that was the catalyst that made me realize that, but it forced me to remember some things. And it was probably a conversation about, does Trump really want this? Is he really going to stay in this? Can we trust Trump what he's saying? It was a conversation like that. And it might have been even with a caller, but I made the point, I think he's been thinking about this a lot longer than anybody thinks. I don't think this is a snap decision. And the reason I said this, I've played, don't misunderstand me here, but I've played golf with Trump a number of times, and each time I've played, politics, of course, is one of the primary subjects. And I remember on 2 separate occasions, he was really, really curious, wanted to know in detail why I moved to Florida from New York. What was it about New York taxes? And then he admitted, Rush, I have to tell you, a lot of people tell me the same thing. They're thinking of leaving. They can't handle it anymore. This is just the last 2 or 3 years. And then many in-depth discussions about Obama. It's a bad guy, right? Rush is a bad guy. What kind of guy do you think Obama is? And it was a back and forth. He was acutely interested. This was not just idle chatter during a round of golf. It was pretty focused and intent. Although I didn't attach this kind of meaning to it. There was at no point did I ever think, my God, this guy sounds like he's thinking of running. I just thought it was somebody that was deeply interested and talking about things that you don't normally hear him talk about in public. But now looking back on everything that's happened, I think 2 or 3 years ago he was planning this. 2 or 3 years ago, plotting and strategizing and learning and formulating thoughts, this, that, and the other. And I think that's what this Planned Parenthood stuff is, all that stuff that happened in South Carolina primary. I think what it means is that Trump already thinks in terms of being the nominee. I think he's been running a national presidential campaign for a while now. In other words, I think he's been focused on Hillary. I don't think his real focus has just been on Cruz or Jeb or Rubio particularly. after the first couple of months when his poll numbers are through the roof and nobody else is getting any traction whatsoever. And his level of confidence. And last night mentioned Planned Parenthood again. And in that answer on Planned Parenthood, he kind of gave something away. He talks about, the so-called conservatives, and then he caught himself. But I'm a conservative. I'm a common sense conservative. So-called conservatives. That means there is a, wouldn't go so far, called foul taste in his mouth about this. But clearly, he's got some discomfort problems with rock-ribbed, super serious ideological conservatives. Much like the Republican establishment does, by the way. That's what makes him nervous about Cruz. Nobody's that way. Nobody's this earnest and ideological in everything they say or do. It makes us uncomfortable, they say. But his continuing support of Planned Parenthood and his reasons why. They do great health things for women. He acknowledges abortion's no way, we're going to defund them because of that, but he's running a national campaign here, and he's talking about broadening the base. Last night, we're going to unify. Last night, he acknowledged a point that I've been trying to make to everybody here for weeks now, and that is that he has put together a coalition that's way beyond the Republican base. It's way beyond a conservative Republican base. He's got every ethnicity and demographic and every age group and every income bracket in his support. It's exactly what the Republican Party's been telling us they need to do to win, while they tell us conservatives to shut up and go away, that they can't win with us alone. Trump's done it, and he's continuing to, because he's running his national campaign right now. And he fully intends, he's talking, I'm making the party bigger. I'm enlarging the party. I'm making it bigger. I'm growing the party. Exactly what everybody says needs to happen. And you watch, I'm going to unify the party. I know. Back in a sec here, folks.
The courage to fight and the talent to succeed. Rush on the EIB network.
Are big banks getting ready for a market crash? Here's Kevin Demerit.
Thanks, Larry. Well, for months now, Rush listeners have heard our reports and seen us on Fox News talking about another crisis. Now we're seeing strong evidence something big is coming.
Like what?
Some of the largest banks are buying huge amounts of physical gold and silver.
Can you tell us who?
J.P. Morgan bought 2,000 tons of silver. HSBC Bank bought 5.9 tons of gold. Goldman Sachs bought 7.7 tons of gold. And there are others.
Do you think we're on the verge of another crisis?
Well, either a major market collapse or more stimulus. It happened in 2001 and in 2008. The markets crashed and then gold and silver prices skyrocketed.
What other signs do you see that indicate trouble ahead for the markets?
Well, stocks are sending us a clear signal now. They ended last year in the negative. This year, there's even more volatility. We've locked on to 7 signs that there could be even more volatility this year.
And this is why big banks are stockpiling gold and silver right now?
Well, they're getting ready for something I think we should all prepare now.
How?
Do what they're doing. Own at least some physical gold or silver. Even a small portion of your portfolio put in gold and silver can go a long way toward protecting your IRA, 401k, or other savings and retirement accounts.
How can people learn more about what's coming and what the big banks are doing to prepare?
Great question. Our team at Lear Capital has assembled some of the industry's best research. Our 7 Signs report uncovers shocking proof that the market could become more volatile throughout this year, and Rush listeners get them absolutely free.
Has the can finally been kicked to the end of the road? Is this why big banks are now stockpiling gold and silver? Call 1-800-957-GOLD now for your free 7 Signs End of the Road report and get the shocking proof that we are there. Don't wait. Markets are more shaky now than ever. So call 1-800-957-4653 today. That's 1-800-957-4653. 800-957-GOLD.
I was reading about sleep disorders, and it was saying you need to treat your going to bed like an event. Give it a regular time. Make sure your bed is made. Have a nightly ritual of slumber, and apparently it works. I mean, if you're tired, you'll really do anything, but that seems like a lot. When you have a bed that you love and respect, it happens automatically. getting some shut-eye turns into an event. Hi, it's Rob for Sleep Train. The Best Rest event is going on right now. You can save up to $300 on Beauty Rest and Posturepedic mattress sets, but you have to be proactive on this one. It ends Sunday.
It's a chance to save on hundreds of Tempur-Pedic Breeze floor models, only while supplies last. But like Rob said, you need to hurry in for major savings on these highly recommended beds. You can even get up to 3 years interest-free financing on Tempur-Pedic and Beauty Rest Black hybrids, or when you elevate your comfort with a movable base. It's on approved credit with up to 36 equal monthly payments required. Check out Sleep Train, Albany, Corvallis, Eugene, and Springfield. Tell them Bill and Rob from the Wake Up Call sent you.
Depend on us for Rush Now and Glenn Beck this afternoon at 3 here on 1120 KPNW.
Now wait, before everybody goes and blows a gasket out there, I am going to be talking about the Cruz victory in Texas and the Cruz victory in Oklahoma. There's 3 hours here, so don't jump to any conclusions. Let me tell you about this closed primary. The next 4 GOP primaries, there are 4 of them on Saturday, March the 5th. I think it's 4. Anyway, these 4 are closed. Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, and Maine. And remember the establishment theory. Oklahoma, closed primary. Cruz wins, Trump loses. Establishment theory is closed primaries, Republicans only, Trump will not win. This is what they're telling themselves. Remember their 3-pronged strategery here. That they're scratching their own backs with to try to tell themselves they're still in this, that they haven't lost anything, and that they can still prevent Trump from running away with it. Also, unless something of great magnitude happens, I have agreed to appear again on Fox News Sunday with Chris Wallace. And this time, we're not going to tape it. They asked me to tape it at 3:30. I won't be able to tape it at 3:30. I said, as soon as I can tape, it's 5 o'clock. They said, let's just do it live. I said, fine. It's more exciting when it's live. And I said, Chris, don't forget my idea last time. Have me on as your guest, take a couple commercial breaks, and bring me back as the panel to analyze myself. It has never been done on TV before. Have me on as the guest, and you and I analyze what I said. And who knows? I might disagree with myself as I hear myself say something. It's very rare, but he laughed and said, we'll see you Sunday at 9. Also, there's it would be fun. You have to admit that would be fun. There are other things out there, folks, that have little to do with any of this, and I do want to try to get to some of these today. Bin Laden called for Americans to rise up over climate change back in 2010 or 2011 or something. The point is, he sounds just like any Democrat today. Sounds just like any Democrat. Al Gore, Leonardo DiCaprio at the Oscars, just like any Democrat talking about climate change, global warming. New York City, you will no longer get arrested for public boozing or urinating in public in Manhattan anymore. It's called defining deviancy down. It's called blowing up the broken windows scheme, which is an unfortunate thing. This is basically saying, you know what? People want to trash our city. We're not going to stop them. Poverty up, services diminished in Chicago's black neighborhoods after 7 years of Barack Obama. It's worse than ever for African Americans in his hometown. And there's even more, but we got to take another break.
Listen to what the left doesn't want you to hear. Rush on the EIB Network.
Prices are for base buildings only and may not be available in some areas. This is an alert. If your business or church is building this year, you're about to pay more than you should. This could mean thousands of dollars more for your office, retail space, church, or warehouse. So call General Steel now for the quality and the price in a pre-engineered steel building that you just can't beat. That's right, General Steel can save you thousands of dollars with a pre-engineered steel building designed for your business or church. How much can you save? How about a 50 by 100 foot building for under $35,000? So don't pay thousands more than you should without calling General Steel first. Call 800-98-STEEL today and save as much as half the cost and time of conventional construction. Don't let rising steel prices put your project in jeopardy. Call now to lock in your price for 3 months. Call 800-98-STEEL. That's 800-98-STEEL. Don't spend thousands more than you should. Call 800-987-8335.
Everyone knows the saying, jack of all trades, master of none. But that doesn't apply to the BMW 5 Series. It's available with up to 445 horsepower. It also has excellent fuel efficiency. The BMW 5 Series, jack of all trades, master of all trades. Hurry into your local BMW center and get attractive lease and finance options on the BMW 5 Series. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene, also online at bmwofeugene.com.
Hi, this is Bill London, and I can tell you from experience, dealing with a realtor can be a trying experience. Trying to sell my mom and dad's house recently, I would have liked to have had a realtor who up front would have told me not necessarily what I wanted to hear, but what I needed to hear. Like, for instance, that we really did need to put a new roof on the house. Otherwise, we were going to get beaten down on the price and some other things as well. Well, Eric Harpole is one of those realtors. He won't tell you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear to get the most out of your house.
I think when you sit down with Eric or anybody from his team, it's quickly apparent. I mean, they're serious, they know real estate, and they're not into filling the air with things that aren't true. Whether you're buying or selling or even thinking about doing either of those two, call the Harpole team at 541-286-3030. It will be the most refreshing conversation you ever had with a realtor. The Harpole Real Estate Group is changing the way real estate gets done here locally. 541-286-3030.
The KPNW Children's Miracle Network Radiothon is just days away, where we raise money for the local CMN hospital, Sacred Heart at Riverbend. It's March 10th and 11th, and KPNW is going to be broadcasting live both days from 6 to 9, taking donations to help treat the babies right here locally. Listen and help out however you can. All the money stays local. This year's sponsors are On Point, Oregon Community, Pacific Cascade, and Selco Credit Unions, along with Keezy Enterprises, and of course, KPNW. March 10th and 11th, live on the Wake Up Call from 6 to 9.
Online at kpnw.com and on the air right now. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This delegate stuff, I have spent, while doing this program, I've spent the last 30 minutes going back and forth with people on the delegate count, and they still can't make me understand it. And I still don't know what numbers to give you. New York Times, Nate Silver say one thing, but over here something totally different. Politico's got another. Politico what? Same as the New York Times? Well, I hate the New York Times may have it right. Oh, no.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. It's an up and down day on Wall Street after stocks rallied to an 8-week high yesterday. A jobs report from ADP strengthened speculation that the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates this year. The private payrolls report shows companies added more workers than anticipated in February, indicating the job market remains strong. Investors are awaiting the Labor Department's monthly jobs report on Friday. The Dow Industrial Average down 19 points at 16,846. The S&P 500 down 2 at 1976. The Nasdaq is down 14 at 4675. The biggest satellite TV operator wants to make the dish obsolete. DirecTV owner AT&T is creating 3 new internet streaming options set to launch later this year. 2 paid versions are designed to work on internet-capable devices at home and on mobile devices, and there'll also be a free ad-supported option. Analysts told USA Today this may become the most complete internet-based threat to cable TV we've seen so far. I'm Catherine Cowdery, Bloomberg Radio.
KPNW Eugene.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The U.S. Supreme Court hearing a closely watched abortion case that could evenly split the current 8 justices. Fox Radio's John Decker was inside for the arguments, now live in Washington.
The Supreme Court's first abortion rights case in nearly a decade brought out hundreds of protesters, pro-choice and pro-life advocates like Bonnie Burrell of Silver Spring, Maryland.
They say that they're for safe legal abortion, and the standard, they want a lower standard for these clinics than other medical clinics.
At issue is a Texas law that requires doctors who perform abortions to hold admitting privileges to a local hospital. The law also mandates that abortion clinics meet higher standards. The justices hearing the case could split 4-4 with the vacancy of Justice Scalia's seat. That would result in the Texas law being upheld. Lisa?
Thanks, John. A scattered day after for the candidates, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump with the most Super Tuesday wins. A third-place night overall for Marco Rubio, who cast his own ballot this morning in his home state, Florida, where early voting is underway. Fox Radio's Eben Brown live on Miami Beach.
And Lisa, a lot of younger voters have shown up today to vote. Michael Davidson became a Democrat just to vote in this primary.
I don't like the Democratic Party. I feel it is the more corrupt. I feel with their super delegates, there's a lot of room for them to control who their nominee is. So the only time I'll vote in their party is when they have someone like Bernie Sanders.
Now, Florida is a big delegate prize for both parties, but the actual primary isn't until March 15th, Lisa.
Eben, the toughest sanctions against North Korea in 2 decades, winning unanimous approval from the UN Security Council.
The North Korean government would rather grow its nuclear weapons program than grow its own children. That is the reality that we are facing.
U.S. Ambassador Samantha Power, the new sanctions or punishment for Pyongyang's latest nuclear and missile tests. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Are you putting your money into an IRA, pension, or 401k? Then I hope you're prepared to lose 30, 40, 50% or more of your retirement savings, because it's not a question of if the market crashes again. It's a question of when. It's going to happen. Did you know there is a way you can protect and grow your wealth safely and predictably every single year? The people using this approach didn't lose a penny when the market crashed in 2000 or 2008, and they won't lose a penny in the next crash. In fact, their money will continue to grow safely year in and year out, even when stocks, real estate, and other investments tumble. A free report detailing this savings program is now available. This free report shows how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your retirement in the Wall Street casino. This is the best way to have a 100% secure retirement. It far outperforms any IRA or 401k. To get this free report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com. Bankonyourself.com.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're a guy over 40 and you want to stay on top of your game, try a sample bottle of GNC's top-selling, award-winning Nugenix. Listen, if you're experiencing lower sex drive, general sluggishness, and decreased performance, Nugenix is a powerful man-boosting formula. For 2013, it won GNC's Innovative Product of the Year and was also named GNC's #1 selling men's vitality product. Get a complimentary bottle now by texting BOOST30 to 99000. Nugenix uses a clinically researched key ingredient to invigorate a man's body and increase his libido. Enjoy more passion, higher sex drive, improved performance. Be more the man you want to be in the gym and in the bedroom. You want to stay on top of your game, don't you? Then try top-selling, award-winning Nugenix and feel like the best man you can be. Nugenix is available at GNC and Vitamin Shop, but you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BOOST30 to 99000. Again, text BOOST30 to 99000.
If you're living with chronic pain, Neurospine Institute can help you get your life back. Services include clinical and surgical procedures, sports medicine, physical therapy, medical imaging, and pain management. Visit NeurospineLLC.com today and tune into KPNW every morning at 8 for the Neurospine Tip of the Week.
Hey, Dad, how do you throw a curveball? How do you build a fort? How do refrigerators run? How do fish learn how to swim?
Kids ask a lot of questions.
How high can you jump?
But you don't have to know every answer.
How many phone numbers are there?
Because you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent.
How do cell phones work?
There are thousands of children in foster care who don't need every question answered.
What's electricity?
They just need you.
What's the moon made of?
For more information on how you can adopt, go to adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Join parents and experts at Understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues designed to help you help your child thrive in school and in life. Understood.org, because understanding is everything. Brought to you by Understood.org and the Ad Council.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
It's 10:06, and Rush is back. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Right, now remember another thing here, folks, as you watch the drive-bys and all this, it is in their interests for you to think this isn't over or isn't close to over. They want to prolong this for ratings and interest for as long as they can. And if that means propping Rubio up when he really doesn't have a chance, they'll do it. If it means propping Cruz up when nobody really wants them to win, they'll do it. If I may be honest, it's why we did Operation Chaos back in 2008. Back in 2008, the Republican primary was over by this time. McCain had wrapped it up. There was no drama left on the Republican side. But over there, on the Democrat side, Hillary Clinton still had a fleeting chance. And so I, El Rushbo, instituted Operation Chaos. And little did I know, this so discombobulated the Democrats, they made a couple of movies about it. One of them was called The Ides of March with George Clooney in there. What Operation Chaos was, I urged Republicans in states that the Republican primary didn't matter anymore because McCain already wrapped it up, to, if they had to, change registration temporarily and go vote for Hillary. Just to keep her alive, just to keep Obama from winning that thing long before the summer came, just so that we would have, well, it was fun to toy around with them. And it was nice to be able to say that I was able to be bipartisan and do some things that were helpful to Mrs. Clinton in her race with Obama. And it was, according to the critics, Operation Chaos actually made a difference in 2 states that succeeded in prolonging the Democrat primary. It required superdelegate commitments in June to vanquish Mrs. Clinton. And so the same thing here. The drive-bys do not want this over. Plus, depending on which drive-by you look at, they have an equal distaste for Trump or Cruz or what have you. Now, here's the delegate count. Right now, Trump is at 316. Ted Cruz is at 226. Marco Rubio at 106. Kasich has 25 and Ben Carson 8. Now, here are the different way to look at this. Trump 316. Cruz and Rubio 332. The establishment says, see, there are more Republicans voting against Trump than are voting for him. No, we need one of these guys to drop out. They want Cruz to drop out, which is silly. It's the silliest thing. They want Cruz to drop out, thinking that every Cruz vote's going to go to Rubio. That's not going to happen, but that's what they're dreaming. And then if you add Kasich and Carson to this, then you have a total of 365 delegates other than for Trump and 316 for Trump. Now, it was theorized by some political scientist, I forget his name, that if Trump ended Super Tuesday with a 300-delegate lead, that was all essentially over. And Trump does not have a 300-delegate lead. He has basically a 90-delegate lead over Cruz. And again, the 4 states coming up this weekend are closed. And we'll see if the establishment theory is correct, that when it's only Republicans voting, there's a greater likelihood that Trump will not win them, or maybe not win them as big. But what you see is reality. And the reality here is that Trump is leading by massive numbers in pre-election polls. And he's pretty much performing to the polls. He's underperforming in a couple places, but this looks daunting. But if you allow yourself to get lost in the drive-by coverage, you can actually end up being convinced the thing is whisper close. It's nip and tuck out there. And that Rubio is on such a roll, he's just moments away from winning this thing. I mean, that, if you watch Fox News last night, if you turn over CNN, depending on the time and who the guests were, you could, and if you didn't know anything had happened, you could have concluded that Rubio had one hell of a night last night. If you didn't know vote totals, if all you heard was analysis, because everybody's got their horse in the race and nobody wants the horse to lose. Everybody wants everybody to think their horse is still in this with a viable, legitimate chance, and nothing's over here. That's why you have to trust your instincts. And, of course, trust me. Now, we've got a lot of people that want to get in on this on the phones today, and we're going to have a lot of a focus on that. But, folks, I need to take a brief departure. You have to hear something. I have 3 sound bites that happened on CNN today before the program started. It's Jeffrey Lord, whom you know as a writer for the American Spectator, a former political director in the Reagan administration. He has joined CNN as a conservative commentator some months ago and is appearing more and more frequently, more and more often on CNN because he's doing a bang-up job over there. He also happens to be a Trumpster for all intents and purposes. He's a solid rock-ribbed conservative, and we interviewed him for the Limbaugh letter. And he says he sees a lot of Reagan in Trump. Just telling you what he says. The purpose of his appearance today, CNN will not let go of Trump not disavowing the KKK or David Duke on Jake Tapper's show last Sunday. The fact that Trump has disavowed Duke and the KKK a gazillion times doesn't count at CNN. And the reason it doesn't count is because he didn't disavow on Sunday with Jake Tapper. And they won't let it go. And Jeffrey Lord's exactly right about this. This is exactly how the drive-bys operate. And you throw race into the mix, and you have a guaranteed kerfuffle that they will not let go because there are so many institutional biases here. And the first institutional bias is that all Republicans are racist pigs who regret the days of slavery ever ended. That's what your average, ordinary media leftist believes today. Well, Jeffrey's on CNN all week telling them, you know, you guys get this all wrong. The KKK was a bunch of Democrats. The KKK was the militarized wing of the Democrat Party. The Klan was all Democrats, segregationists, and CNN can't fathom it. They don't understand it. It doesn't compute. And you combine those two things, the fact that they just, in their world, Trump has not disavowed. He disavowed, I counted 15 times last night. He got the question again. But CNN won't let go of it because he didn't disavow on our Sunday show. And what Chris Cuomo says, there's got to be a reason. You know, he was, whatever theory they've got, is that Trump doesn't mean all these disavowals elsewhere because he didn't disavow on our show. That's what's real. And the 25 gazillion thousand times he has disavowed, they don't count because we don't want to let go of the issue. So they brought in Jeffrey Lord to go up against Van Jones. I have 3 sound bites of this. This segment went through commercial breaks. It went through 25 minutes, it seemed like. We don't have all of that. We can't play all of that, obviously. But we've cut it up here to give you a bit of a flavor for how it went. I guess this was last night. I thought this was live today. How could this have been? Did they redo this again today? Because this had, what I saw today, they had what's her face? Alison Camerata. Well, okay. Doesn't matter. I watched it today. Maybe they were replaying this. It happened last night. Here's the setup. Talking about the controversy of Trump not disavowing Duke and the Klan being a left-wing Democrat organization. Van Jones starts out, and there are 3 sound bites here.
The Klan is a terrorist organization that has killed...
A leftist terrorist organization.
You can put whatever label you want. That's your game to play.
No, that's your game to play.
No, you came on the air, and you said, well, this is just like when Reverend Wright was speaking.
Yeah.
Reverend Wright never lynched anybody. Reverend Wright never killed anybody.
Reverend Wright is an anti-Semite.
Reverend Wright never put anybody on a post, and you guys play these word games, and it's wrong to do in America.
It is wrong to do. It is wrong to understand that these are not leftists. You don't hide and say that's not part of the base of the Democratic Party. They were the military arm, the terrorist arm of the Democratic Party, according to historians. For God's sakes, read your history.
And it continued.
This is a media thing here. Did he make a mistake when he? Sure, but he has said this many, many times. I've gone back and looked. He's well on record over and over and over again on this.
It's worse than that, sir. That whole thing with those Central Jogger kids, he got the entire city of New York whipped up on this idea that these kids had done something wrong. And then when it turned out they were innocent, we all make mistakes.
Right.
He never apologized to those kids.
Dan, what you're doing right here, what you're doing here is dividing people. We're all Americans here, Dan. This is what liberals do. You are dividing people by race.
I am not.
This is what liberalism is all about.
The Klan divided people by race.
You have to divide by race.
The Klan killed people by race.
They did it to further the progressive agenda.
And one more.
I have a kid, 7 years old, watching all this nonsense in your party. He turns around and he says, Dad, you're a liar. He doesn't even know what the word means, but he sees so much vitriol from your party. He brings that into our house. Now we got to have him watch, Nick Jr. He can't even observe civics because of what's going on in your party. Tell Donald Trump he needs, for my children's sake, for the children's sake of America, if he's going to leave this country, he needs to be as passionate about what is happening
to people in my
community as anybody else.
We have to be passionate about making sure that, as Robert Kennedy used to say, that this country is colorblind. We have to, as President Kennedy used to say...
Stop. Folks, I'm sorry. I set you up for something that this is not. This obviously was from last night. They did it again this morning. I didn't see this last night. This is not noteworthy. Whatever you heard here, this is chump change to what happened today. And it was, I don't know, around 10 o'clock or 10:30, 11. I forget when it was. It was before the program started. And it was focused on the fact... It was focused on Trump. It was focused on the Klan. It was focused on how the Democrats do this. That they get this idea in their heads, and no matter what, they fit every event into their narrative. And in this case, the KKK is a bunch of right-wing terrorists. It doesn't matter where they were formed. It doesn't matter who formed them. It doesn't matter that Robert Byrd was a member. That's years ago, and we're talking about today. And Trump won't disavow them, even though Trump has. And Jeffrey Lord was they were inches away from it, face to face. It was civil. The whole time it was civil. But it was something you never see on CNN, because they don't have anybody on there that could do what Lord did. It was really electric. And it ended up, Van Jones ended up expressing his profound respect for Lord, and Cuomo was saying, look, I think I see what the problem here is. And he nailed the problem from Lord's perspective, but it didn't get anywhere near solving anything. It was just that for the first time ever, I saw the way a narrative regarding race and the race card is used in the liberal media, blown up and thrown right back in their faces successfully. And the people, Van Jones and these other people, had no idea. They had never heard this perspective. It's a foreign language to them that the KKK was a bunch of Democrats. Even though you can give them the names, Lester Maddox, George Wallace, Robert Byrd, all of that doesn't matter. That was then, and today is today, and they've got their narrative that the Republicans and Trump are racist pigs and so forth. And this disavowal of the KKK, Trump still hasn't done it because he didn't do it on their Sunday show. Anyway, let me take a break. When we come back, I'm going to get started with those of you on the phones, as we still have all kinds of things to analyze today, such as, dare I say this, I think I detected last night what is limiting Ted Cruz. You think I should detail. Okay, I'll think about it. In the meantime, a brief, obscene profit timeout. We will be back after this. We're all very proud of it.
That's your humble broadcast host talking about Rush 24/7, the member side of RushLimbaugh.com.
It is encyclopedic. Well, we have on our website, Rush247, RushLimbaugh.com. Not just the daily content of this program, but all the support material.
Plus, DittoCam videos, the daily stack of stuff, and much more. Join Rush 24/7 today at RushLimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
Hi, Chuck Woolery here. I don't like taking pills for minor arthritis pain, and I don't like those patches either. But I have found something that works. Australian Dream Arthritis Pain Relief Cream. It's real medicine that has no odor, and it works. And Australian Dream has an empty jar guarantee. You use the whole jar. If you're not happy, you can get your money back. But I doubt that you'll send it back because the stuff really works. Get guaranteed arthritis relief. Find Australian Dream in the little red box at Walmart or wherever you shop.
Don't miss Lorena McKennett, an evening of music and stories on Friday, March 25th at 8 p.m. for one performance only at the Holt Center for the Performing Arts in Eugene.
It was down by the sunny gardens.
Lorena McKennett is joined on stage by her longtime collaborators Brian Hughes and Caroline Lavelle. For tickets, call or stop into the Holt Center ticket office or buy online anytime at holtcenter.org.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Coming March 9th to Putter's Family Entertainment Center, it's the annual Eugene Active 2030 Putt-Putt Tournament. Located next to Strike City on Highway 99, Putters is teaming up with the Eugene Active 2030 to bring you a family night full of putt-putt golf, laser tag, and delicious pizza. Entries can be purchased at the door or on Eventbrite, and every entry includes pizza and soda. All proceeds go towards supporting children's organizations in Lane County. Visit the Active 2030 Facebook page for more details.
With news every 30 minutes, Bloomberg Market Reports every hour. In Rush Limbaugh Now, we are 1120 KPNW.
Hi, how are you? Welcome back. Rush Limbaugh behind the golden EIB microphone. By the way, big announcement moments ago that Mitt Romney is going to have a big announcement tomorrow. And Mitt Romney is going to make a big major speech tomorrow. However, we are also told that Mitt Romney is not going to enter the race. Mitt Romney is not going to announce himself as a candidate. But one of the strategies, the three-pronged strategy that I mentioned to you, just wait it out and hope that Trump doesn't get to 237 or 1,237. There's another part of that strategy, and that is Romney. If it looks like that might happen, Romney entered the race at the end, like before the California primary, and go in there and actually having contested as a candidate, and then the party unites and coalesces around Romney. I kid you not. This is an establishment dream. There are some in the Republican Party to whom that is the solution. It boggles the mind. It boggles they're going to send Romney out there to ring the warning bell. These guys are, we're on the danger of losing the Republican Party, Rush. You realize what's happening here? The party going to be blown up. If we don't stop Trump, the party's over. We got it. I watched this. I said, well, you guys are the ones that tell your base that they're not wanted, not needed, or whatever. But of all people to send out this warning, I mean, they make this job tough. To describe what they're doing, you can't avoid sounding mean, unbelieving, whatever. It's really hard. But why don't they send McCain out? Why don't they send Dole out? Why don't they... Christy Todd Whitman. I mean, who else have they got? I'm joking. I'm trying to make a point here. It doesn't matter who they send out. They send anybody out from the establishment. Warning, we're about to lose the party. Everybody's going to shout, no, you are losing the party, and you may have already lost it. Don't blame us. Anyway, to the phones we go. Richmond, Virginia. This James, great to have you first today on the EIB Network. Hi.
Hey, Rush. Thank you for taking the call. I'll get right to the point. What I listened to all last night and most of the morning here now on the radio is number 2 and number 3. Everybody's talking about who came in second and amazingly who came in third. But I think there's an amazing story to tell about Trump, what he's done. He's never run for office before. He's never held office. He's spent less than any of the top 3. He's fought against the media. He's fought against the establishment. He's fought against the other candidates. He's on top. He's won 11 states, and no one is telling that story.
Oh, yeah, they are. Trump is.
No one in the media, excuse me.
Oh, well, you're right. I get your point, but it's because what I told you moments ago. You're taking it. You're a Trumpist, obviously, and you're taking it personally. They're slighting your guy. You ought to be in the Cruz camp if you want to talk about being slighted. I mean, Cruz can't even get a dime's worth of respect in TV last night. It's like he's not even there. Yeah, it's either we got to stop Trump, and the way we do that, we got to coalesce around Rubio. Cruz is considered to be, a little thorn here that we have to dispatch. Cruz is the only guy that's beaten Trump. Cruz is the only guy that has a legitimate chance to, but they don't want any part of that. But they're not going to tell the story you just told because that makes it look like it's over. And they don't want this to be over. There are advertising rates being set on this going into the summer. They can't have this thing over in March like it was in 2008. Don in San Antonio, you're next. Hello, sir.
Maharashi, how in the world are we doing?
I'm doing just fine, sir. Thank you very much. How about you?
Sir, it is time for you to stop with the humility and stop with just not taking all of this as if you have nothing to do with all this. I think you got everything to do with this, Rush. And let me just say this is the reason why. Operation Chaos was implemented in 2008, I believe.
It was. You're right.
And, sir, I truly believe the Democrats have taken a page out of your playbook and put it in the Republican Party. And they are trying to set up to whereas Trump will be the nominee so that Hillary can meet Trump, and he will have an easier time of whitewashing Trump than the other candidates.
Don, can you hang on for just a couple of more minutes? I have another obscene profit timeout I've got to take.
Of course, sir. Anytime you make money, I will hold on.
Well, I appreciate that. That's a man of superior understanding and awareness.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The father of a Seaside police officer, Jason Gooding, who was shot and killed while trying to arrest a man with an outstanding warrant, is calling for change. The man who killed him had 44 prior arrests.
Monies need to be spent on education and re-education of these individuals.
Dean Gooding says a revolving door in jails needs to stop, allowing crooks back out onto the streets. He says he'd like to make his point to the Oregon legislature. Governor Kate Brown has announced the resignation of the director of the Department of Environmental Quality. Dick Peterson is stepping down as Oregon's top environmental official for health reasons. Peterson's resignation comes amid a public outcry over discovery of hazardous levels of cadmium and arsenic near two glass-making facilities in Portland. And a proposal to eliminate coal-fired energy produced by Oregon's utilities has cleared the House and now heads to the Senate for a final vote today. Bill London, KPNW.
Not available in California.
Listeners, do you have startup capital and want to invest in a business with incredible profit potential? Fresh Healthy Vending, the #1 healthy vending franchise in North America, is growing fast, and we're looking for people right here in the local area to become Fresh Healthy Vending franchise owners and help our business continue to boom. If this sounds like you, we'll send you a free owner information kit. As an added bonus to new franchise owners, we'll also pay half the franchise fees. Just go to readyforfresh.com and enter code 5000. That's readyforfresh.com, code 5000.
At GoDaddy, a domain name is the beginning of something awesome. Use it to create a website to promote your business. Open an online store to sell your products. Start a blog. Build your brand. You can even connect your domain to your LinkedIn or Facebook page. And GoDaddy customer support is always ready to help. What will you do with your domain name? Get a free domain with website from GoDaddy.com, starting at $1 a month. Annual purchase of website builder required. Price valid first year only. See website for details.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
It's not a team without t-shirts.
Custom t-shirts from Custom Ink are the easy way to connect any group. Our online design lab makes it simple to create a shirt design that your group will love. Or you can easily upload your own logo. Whether you need one shirt or thousands, Custom Ink can print any size order. And we know you can't wait for your new t-shirts. That's why we offer free shipping, and on-time delivery is guaranteed. Get a free price quote today at customink.com.
I've been teaching organic chemistry for the last 17 years, so I'm pretty good with complex calculations. But when I started thinking about my retirement, I was pretty stumped. Luckily, I have TIAA as my financial partner. Together, we retrosynthetically analyzed my financial future, which is organic chem speak for we figured it out.
See how we're helping those who do good do well at the new TIAA.org. TIAA, created to serve, built to perform.
Oregon veterans have put a lot on the line for us. Many sacrificed their lives and their bodies. The Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America assists paralyzed and mobility-challenged vets making accessibility improvements to their homes, working with the VA, offering sports and recreation activities from hunting to basketball, and a host of other services. OPVA's board is made up of paralyzed vets who get it. If you're a paralyzed or mobility-impaired vet, call them at 503-362-7998 or visit OregonPVA.org.
When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Some Steppenwolf in the bumper rotation. Rock me, baby, all night long. And we go back to Don in San Antonio, who thinks that I am not bragging enough about the role that I am playing in all this, that my humility is so thick that you can see right through it. And what do you think the Democrats have stolen Operation Chaos and are using it on us? Now, we don't know. We're unsuspecting of this.
Yes, sir. I surely do.
Well, explain to me, Don, how is it that, and by the way, a story to tell you about this after you finish, but how is it that the Democrats have been able to essentially put Trump in our race and then put him at the top of our race and make it look like Trump's going to win this thing if the objective is really to elect Hillary? How could they have possibly orchestrated all that, and when did they do it?
Well, I think they did it. Two things that you did. It was interesting that you came on at the top of the broadcast and you said how when you were playing golf with Trump, Trump was asking you all of these questions concerning about potentially all of these things that are going on in our nation.
He just wanted to know what I thought about things.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When it showed initially, his point of view on all of those things were totally opposite of what the Republican Party stands for. They were. Talking about Planned Parenthood, he was all for it.
Yeah, but he didn't ask me about Planned Parenthood.
Oh, okay. He didn't ask about that.
No, he asked me why I left New York. It was a tax question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because he's now beginning to see what liberal politics were beginning to put into his own pocketbook. It was beginning to affect him. So, yes, he wanted to try to find these things out, and he actually was seeing how Republican ideals, especially when it comes to less government, less taxes, giving the people more of what they already own, is more beneficial than anybody else.
But the things that he's talking about tax-wise are not in any way similar to Democrat policy beliefs on taxes.
No, it's not, but that was the thing that he actually was using. He has actually even said that he would like to raise taxes on people of his stature more so than anything else. To me, Trump is just a Democrat. And that's the reason why it also explains, because I am a black American here in San Antonio, Texas, it explains to me why a lot of minorities are also voting for Trump. To me, his policy as to how he actually was no less than, as you would say, not a conservative, a Dixiecrat.
Yeah, but Don, hang on just a second here. Mm-hmm. Because Tavis Smiley,
yes, sir,
has come out today or last night and said you all ought not be surprised if you see a lot of the black vote signing up with Trump.
Yes, sir.
But Don, I have to tell you, that to me would make total sense. The Democrat Party has failed the African-American population over and over and over again. The Democrat Party has promised the African-American population, we will take care of you. We're going to stop racism. We're going to stop discrimination. We're going to make sure you get equally hired and none of it happens. It's worse now, Chicago, wherever you want to go, that after the last 7 years of Obama, it's worse than before Obama took office. But the Democrats have never delivered on any of their promises.
True, but remember, Hillary and Bill was the first black president. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so don't forget that. And Hillary is a part of that. Now, this is what really got me, though, Rush. The thing that I'm looking at, and this is really why I am looking at Operation Chaos as being a typical part of this. When I asked some of my own black constituents, why in the world we don't have more people getting behind, let's say, Ben Carson? He's a black man that's running, a very successful black man. Why aren't we getting behind him, who happens to be a staunch Christian? Why aren't we getting behind him? The first thing that I hear is, he's just a surgeon. Huh? Sorry. What was Barack? Who was President Obama? Nobody knew anything about President Obama.
It doesn't matter. Don,
that's exactly right.
Here's the thing. The race business in this country has been so corrupted, and by business I don't mean the industry, but the whole subject has been corrupted. The reason, when you ask African Americans why they're going to vote for Ben Carson, he's an Uncle Tom. He's a traitor. He's a Republican. This is branding. This is news narratives. 50 years of propaganda that the Republicans and conservatives are things that they aren't, that the Democrats have succeeded in making African Americans believe. And it's not just African Americans. They've made the poor. They have made Jewish people think that Republicans are this focus of evil in the modern world. They have succeeded in doing it. And nothing is a better illustration of it than how they have successfully, the KKK. a Democrat-sponsored organization. NPR just did a story on the KKK. One of the early missions of the KKK was to actually murder Republicans who were not going to vote the way Democrats wanted. I mean, the segregationists, the plantation owners in this was all Democrats. There's a reason that the Republican Party's president, Abe Lincoln, ended slavery. The Democrats didn't end it. But none of that matters, because all that matters is 1964 forward and the Civil Rights Act. And even that wouldn't have happened had it not been for Republican participation. A greater percentage of Republican senators voted for it than Democrats. This is one of the greatest reversals of reality in modern times that I have ever seen. That's why this debate about it today on CNN that happened with Jeffrey Lord and Van Jones was just stunning. Because you can see these young African Americans, they have no clue. The idea of the KKK, in fact, anybody you mention that to at CNN, you're going to stop them dead in their tracks. They have never heard. It's just like the other day when we found out the CEO of Land's End, a young female in her 40s, decided his major marketing push for this season was a portion of sales would go to Gloria Steinem and pro-abortion movements or whatever. And the clientele at Land's End had a conniption, and they wrote back and they said, screw you. They sent catalogs back. We're not buying diddly squat from you. The CEO lives in New York, had no clue. In her world, everybody idolizes Gloria Steinem. In her world, abortion is something everybody wants to do at least once. It's a life achievement thing. In her world, she doesn't know anybody who doesn't think Gloria Steinem is just the end of things. They live in this closeted, cocooned world. And these leftists at CNN, when confronted with the idea that the KKK might have been a Democrat leftist organization, are speechless, don't know what to do with it. They've never heard it. Now, about your Operation Chaos theory, you know, I love having fun with people. You know me, I'm a fun-loving, jocular kind of guy. And at times, I love to do bits. What I used to call satirical parodies that I used to do on the program back in the early days. And I found myself recently in a conversation with some people who were just kind of, Don, kind of like you, thinking that this whole thing stinks. That Trump running away with this can't be real. This has to be manufactured. Some conspiracy, because none of this makes sense. Just on the same basis you said that Trump's not a Republican, that Trump's this. He's never been a politician. How in the hell does this happen? And in this conversation, these people were telling me, this is a sign of how the Republican establishment, they've just lost control of everything. And I said, wait, have you ever stopped to think that maybe the establishment's getting everything they want here? Have you ever stopped to think for a minute that maybe all of this is exactly what the establishment wants? What do you mean? Well, they want Hillary to be elected, right? Damn right. Okay, so why not come up with a guy who they know is going to be loved and adored by the Republicans, some of them, siphon off a bunch of votes, guaranteed to get Hillary Clinton elected? What if this whole thing is nothing but a giant trick, that the establishment is doing this on purpose, making it look like they've lost control, making it look like they're in panic, making it look like they have no clue how to hold on, and in fact, everything that's happening is because of a grand scheme that they have set in motion. And it stopped them dead in their tracks. And they started thinking, you know what, oh my God, you all, and they thought that I might have a brilliant point here, that I might really be onto something. And I was just making it up for the fun of it, just to illustrate to myself and to them how easy it is when things don't make sense to come up with the wildest, most irrational explanation you can, and people will glom onto it because the simple explanation, the thing that's right in front of them, is so simple, so easy, it can't be that. And the establishment, You tell people, these are the most powerful people in the world. Do you really think they're going to sit here and let something like this happen to them? Nah, they're behind this. Everything that's happening here is designed to keep the establishment in power while everybody thinks they're losing it. It's the best of both worlds. And I had these people eating out of the palm of my hands on it. Snerdley watched it happen. He said, you ought to try this on the air. I said, no, this is to do this, that would be irresponsible. Because if I did this for real without telling you about it the way I'm doing it now, I could start, who knows what kind of panic that I wouldn't want them anywhere near responsible for. So my point is that what Don's saying here, that this is a Democrat trick or an establishment trick, there will be people who believe it. And I got a little tweet here. You know, the British House of Commons member that took America by storm 3 years ago, Daniel Hannan. Well, he tweeted something out. He says, I know no one cares, but if only for the record, I want everybody to see the latest from the CNN poll. And what he tweeted is Rubio 50, Clinton 47, Clinton 52, Trump 44. And there is, the latest CNN poll does show Rubio as the only one beating Hillary. Now, his point is this: if you want to know why the establishment's trying to circle the wagons and get Rubio, is because they live and die by polls, and they got a poll that says Rubio's the only guy who can beat Hillary. And by the same token, Clinton, in this poll anyway, Clinton beats Trump easier than any other Republican. I don't think you need this poll to convince people the establishment doesn't like Trump. I'm not saying the poll is not a factor here. But I also don't believe the poll. And I know you can selectively choose to accept and believe one part of it and not the other, but I'm selectively choosing to think that poll is a crock. Not a purposeful crock, I just think it's wrong. I don't think any poll taken right now on the presidential race, two-man race, when we do not have the candidates, is worth its weight in the paper it takes.
Rush Limbaugh, bringing America the truth on the EIB network.
Faith leaders everywhere are filled with praise for the young Messiah. Dr. Ted Baer calls it an exhilarating family experience.
You seek a family from Nazareth with a boy named Jesus.
Focus on the Family calls it a remarkable movie.
Why did God choose me? What if I'm not strong enough?
And Hugh Hewitt raves it's a spectacular movie that should not be missed.
He's just a child.
He is not just a child.
The Young Messiah, rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters March 11th.
Either a major market correction, war, or someone's very nervous about interest rates. It happened in 2001 and 2008. The markets crashed and then gold and silver prices skyrocketed.
And that's why banks are stockpiling gold and silver now?
Well, we're starting to see something like that. We should all get prepared.
How?
Do what they're doing. Own at least some physical gold and silver. Even a small portion in gold and silver can go a long way toward protecting your IRA and your retirement accounts.
How can people learn more about what's coming and what the big banks are doing to prepare?
Well, our team at Lear Capital has assembled some of the industry's best research, why big banks are stockpiling gold and silver. Listeners get the report absolutely free. There's no obligation.
Call 1-800-957-GOLD now for your free report why big banks are stockpiling gold and silver. Don't wait. Markets are more shaky now than ever, so call 1-800-957-4653. That's 1-800-957-4653. 800-957-GOLD.
Faith leaders everywhere are filled with praise for the young Messiah. Dr. Ted Baer calls it an exhilarating family experience.
You seek a family from Nazareth with a boy named Jesus.
Focus on the Family calls it a remarkable movie.
Why did God choose me? What if I'm not strong enough?
And Hugh Hewitt raves it's a spectacular movie that should not be missed.
He's just a child.
He is not just a child.
The Young Messiah, rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters March 11th.
Are you suffering with hearing loss? Are you sick of people constantly complaining that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to speak up? Would you like to hear more clearly, but you don't want to wear a hearing aid that makes you look old? Then you need to try Listen Clear, a life-changing breakthrough precisely designed by top audio engineers to fit your ear almost invisibly. And you can adjust Listen Clear to find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And right now you can try Listen Clear absolutely free, with free shipping. We'll even give you free batteries for life. So call now, 1-800-900-4116. Listen Clear is lightweight and completely hassle-free, and it's practically invisible. Call for your 100% free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now, 1-800-900-4116. That's 1-800-900-4116. 1-800-900-4116.
Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The cutting edge of the societal evolution, Rush Limbaugh, the EIB network. Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking about Chris Christie. This is another one of these things that won't go away. They're making fun of the guy. They're literally destroying the guy. And I'm sure that Christie, when he endorsed Trump, I think he probably thought it was going to be heralded. Great move, courageous move. Here's an establishment guy, former chairman or president, whatever they call it, Republican Governors Association. And instead, he standing behind Trump last night on the stage, not knowing how to do it. He's not a guy that stands on the stage. He commands the stage. He was ordered to stand on the stage behind Trump for a long time. What do you do with your eyes? You dart back and forth. Do you smile? Do you not smile? Do you rack Trump, or do you look like a security guard scanning the area for problems? What do you do? There aren't any lessons for this. So the media, everybody's tweeting pictures. Christie, poor Christie, looking being held hostage in a hostage video, or whatever else they're saying. It just reminded me of something. A life lesson. Essentially, when you try to elevate yourself by association, it generally doesn't work. When somebody, because of their own achievements or whatever, is basking in a very warm glow of hot light, there's a lot of people that want to stand next to the person so they can be seen in the light, but they really haven't done anything to be there. So it's like all these sycophants that want to hang around the Kardashians, or it's like all these sycophants that want to hang around the celebrity of the moment, or the hot politician. Whenever there's a hot politician, you can make book. You can find these people. These I call these suck-up hangers-on. That's not what Christie was doing. He's actually looking forward to political career. He's term limited in New Jersey. He's finished when this term is over. Effort to become president, and Republican nominee failed. So, hitch your wagon to the guy that's going somewhere. Maybe be attorney general or vice president or what have you. But poor Christie, it just hasn't worked. This elevate yourself by association with Romney. And then there was the Obama hug. That didn't work out. Then go ahead, Letterman during the Bridgegate thing. And remember how I really felt so bad for him when the Springsteen thing imploded on him. Here's a guy who, like many people in the country, just think Bruce Springsteen is great. They just love Springsteen, the greatest guy, and he's a New Jersey guy, and so you want to be a Jersey guy like Springsteen was. And Christie told everybody when he finally got to talk to Springsteen, he cried. And that Obama had set that up. It was a phone call. Obama did that for him. He was talking about how proud of the day he got to talk to Springsteen. And then, during Bridgegate, what happened? Springsteen goes on Jimmy Fallon and creates new lyrics for some famous Springsteen song making fun of Christie. The poor guy can't catch a break here. And Well, it's like Dawn would say, it's just very sad. It's very sad.
Hear it now. Read about it in the paper. Tomorrow. Rush on the EIB network.
If you have any money in stocks, own a home, or have a retirement account, the following critical message is for you. A respected economist is warning that the stock market's recent volatility is the start of a 50% collapse that will strike any day. This is the same exact economist who correctly predicted the crash of 2000 as well as 2008, and he has 5 indisputable charts to prove this next collapse will be even worse. The last time these 5 charts aligned was right before the 1929 stock market crash. This economist reveals everything in a new free video he posted on his website, www.collapse2016.com. You will see all 5 charts, who triggered this collapse, and most importantly, what he and his family are secretly doing to protect their wealth. It's shocking. This video is airing right now, and you can view it for free by going to this economist's personal website, collapse2016.com. That's www.collapse2016.com.
How do you improve upon a legend? First, you make it come standard with sports seats to put you in position to carve every corner. You give it an 8-speed Steptronic transmission with paddle shifters, standard. And you make it near perfectly balanced to give you even more control of the road. But if you want to know how to catch up to a legend, sorry, can't help. The new BMW 3 Series. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene. Also online at bmwofueugene.com.
When you give to Sleep Train foster kids, you may think you're donating a few dollars.
But it's more. Way more.
To a child in foster care, those dollars can be a pathway to extracurricular activities that help provide a sense of identity and build a path to success.
To join the soccer team. To keep up in school. Maybe even go to prom.
That's why Sleep Train is collecting donations to help pay for the extra activities that give a foster child the confidence to dream and the skills to reach their potential.
A chance to grow. Learn new stuff. Getting ready for college.
Bring your donation to any Sleep Train location or donate online at sleeptrain.com and help a foster child grow today for a brighter tomorrow.
Not everyone could be a foster parent, but anyone can help a foster child.
Help a local foster child get the little extras that make a big difference. Donate at any Sleep Train store or online at sleeptrain.com today.
Welcome to Move Time Radio, presented by the Arthritis Foundation. And we're smack dab in the middle of our dance-a-thon to fight arthritis pain. Me, I've been grooving for 10 hours straight, baby, but I'm a boogie machine. See, movement is just one of the ways to help fight osteoarthritis pain. Another is weight loss. You get rid of just 1 pound. That's 4 pounds of pressure off each knee. For more information on managing pain, visit fightarthritispain.org. Then meet me on the dance floor. This message brought to you by the Arthritis Foundation and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh Now. Tonight at 8, it's Alex Jones. Only on 1120 KPNW.
Okay, Cookie did some hard, fast work, and we've got a couple of sound bites here from today's example that I was talking, the one I saw today, Van Jones and Jeffrey Lord, on Trump and disavowing the KKK, and Jeffrey telling him at CNN the KKK is a bunch of left-wing Democrats. And a couple sound bites just to share with you what I saw today. We'll be back and get to that in a minute.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are modestly lower on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 9 points to 16,855. S&P 500 index is flat. The Nasdaq dropping 6 points. As expected, Sports Authority is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection and closing 140 stores after failing to benefit from the fitness boom. And according to people familiar with the matter, if Sports Authority doesn't find a buyer, it could shut down at the end of April. Mickey D's is trimming down. McDonald's will close some of its worst-performing restaurants this year as it works to jumpstart sales. And singer Elton John says he's not leaving all his money to his kids because he says giving children a silver spoon can ruin their life. The star and his husband are now drafting their wills and have decided not to leave his nearly $300 million fortune to their children. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
KPNW Eugene.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Not giving in.
Seems to me we have come a very long way in 10 months.
A Bernie Sanders rally just underway in Maine. None of the Republicans ending their campaigns either after the frontrunners on both sides, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, won the most Super Tuesday states. Former Republican nominee Mitt Romney says he'll give a major speech tomorrow. The White House hoping new sanctions on North Korea, the toughest in 20 years, will have an impact on North Korea's elite.
On their ability to fund their destabilizing activities and on their ability to fund the extravagant lifestyle that they enjoy at the expense of the North Korean people.
Spokesman Josh Earnest also praising China's cooperation. The UN Security Council vote was unanimous, punishing Pyongyang for another nuclear test and missile launch. A prison escape has some schools on lockdown in western Mississippi. Officials say capital murder suspect Raphael McLeod broke out of a county jail in Vicksburg early today after taking a jail employee hostage and stealing his clothes. McLeod's considered armed and dangerous. The Vicksburg Warren School District has several schools on lockdown in the search area. A notorious Mexican drug kingpin now wants to be sent to the U.S. Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal with this live. Some difficulties getting Jessica. She reports that the lawyer for Joaquin Guzman, known as El Chapo, says his client now wants to be extradited to the U.S. because the guards at the prison in Mexico won't let him sleep. His attorney says the request is an act of desperation, but he's asked his attorney to negotiate a deal with the U.S. where he gets a lighter sentence and a stay in a medium security prison. His attorney says Guzman looks defeated and humiliated. He broke out of a prison in Mexico twice. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Are you living with prostate enlargement? Do you pee more often than you used to? Do you wake up to go? Be honest, is there a drop in your romantic life? Prostate problems don't go away on their own, so you need to call for a free bottle of Super Beta Prostate, the #1 non-prescription formula for your prostate. The ingredients are natural. With Super Beta Prostate, you'll have less urges to urinate, less waking at night, and an improvement in your romantic life, guaranteed. Try it for free. Pay only shipping and handling. Call 1-800-890-2051. Super Beta Prostate is so powerful, you'd have to take 100 saw palmetto capsules to get the same active ingredient in just one Super Beta Prostate tablet. Stop running to the bathroom and call us now for your free bottle. Hurry, this free offer won't last. Call 1-800-890-2051. 1-800-890-2051. 1-800-890-2051.
KPNW News brought to you by Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning. It's backyard burning season in Lane County. The season generally starts March 1st and runs through June 15th, then opens again for the month of October. Eugene and Florence ban all backyard burning, always, and your property has to be bigger than a half acre to burn within the Springfield city limits. Remember to check with local fire authorities for other restrictions or permit requirements. The war of words continues between Clatsop County DA Josh Markey and Eugene Attorney Mike Arnold. Arnold is defending Eamon Bundy in the aftermath of the Harney County standoff. Markey has filed a pair of complaints against Arnold, one over Arnold's pretrial comments and another because of an article that was published that was favorable regarding Arnold's firm. Arnold is firing back.
I'd be happy to speak to him and explain to him what the law is. I always welcome phone calls, especially from the keyboard warriors out there.
Arnold says he's confident that the charges are going to be dismissed. Oregon regulators have approved tax breaks, big ones, for Internet providers who make investments in affordable high-speed broadband access. The Oregon Public Utility Commission confirmed that Comcast, Frontier Communications, and Google Fiber are now eligible for the tax breaks. Bill London, KPNW.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
Hi, this is Bill London, and I can tell you from experience, dealing with a realtor can be a trying experience. Trying to sell my mom and dad's house recently, I would have liked to have had a realtor who up front would have told me not necessarily what I wanted to hear, but what I needed to hear. Like, for instance, that we really did need to put a new roof on the house. Otherwise, we were going to get beaten down on the price and some other things as well. Well, Eric Harpole is one of those realtors. He won't tell you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear to get the most out of your house.
I think when you sit down with Eric or anybody from his team, it's quickly apparent. I mean, they're serious, they know real estate, and they're not into filling the air with things that aren't true. Whether you're buying or selling or even thinking about doing either of those two, call the Harpole team at 541-286-3030. It will be the most refreshing conversation you ever had with a realtor. The Harpole Real Estate Group is changing the way real estate gets done here locally. 541-286-3030.
It's 11:06 and time for the last hour of Rush with Lars Larson. Coming up at noon on 1120 KPNW.
Meeting and surpassing all audience expectations every day, Rush Limbaugh, America's real anchorman and truth detector and doctor of democracy. And we are here at the one and only Excellence in Broadcasting Network. I am 800-282-2882 if you want to be on the program. Okay, Cookie went back and found the things that I saw today. Apparently the Van Jones, Jeffrey Lord segment originally happened last night. I didn't see that. I saw 20 minutes of it this morning, and it went from 8:45 to about 9:10. I finally forget it. They went through top of the hour breaks, and they delayed the beginning of their 9 o'clock show for this thing to continue. It was hot, and I'm just telling you, there's no way we can play the whole thing here. We've got 2 sound bites, and these will give you a flavor for it. But just again to set it up, Jeffrey Lord is there as a conservative analyst of the news, the quote-unquote Republican strategist. You know, people that have never been involved in a strategy session in their lives are called strategists on cable news networks because they might strategize at Starbucks with their friends. But Jeffrey actually is. He's a political director of the Reagan administration. Writes now at the American Spectator and Newsbusters. And he's a Trumpist. And he was there to answer the charge that Trump continues to avoid disavowing the Klan and the David Duke, which is preposterous. Trump has disavowed for years David Duke and the Klan. He left the Reform Party because they were in it, but he didn't on Jake Tapper's precious CNN Sunday morning show. And so as far as CNN's concerned, he has not disavowed. If he won't disavow on their Sunday show, then he hasn't disavowed. And he brought in Van Jones, a well-known admitted communist from the first Obama administration, and he's now a strategist and commentator on CNN. And he and Jeffrey went at it with Chris Cuomo and Allison Camerata actually acting as therapists to bring these two together, to get them to listen to each other. So here are two sound bites as a flavor for it. Chris Cuomo says, with the benefit of time, Van Jones, does the perspective of don't forget who these guys were, the KKK, and what it means to your party, does that make more sense to you in the analysis of what it means today with Donald Trump?
I don't understand why the right wing is so obsessed with trying to point out that the Ku Klux Klan, 50, 60, 70 years ago was a part of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party in that time was a racist party. And there were violent elements. That's true because obviously the Republicans at that time were the party of Lincoln, who ended slavery. But we've had a reversal over this past 50 years. My entire lifetime, I was born in 68, there's been that reversal. So I think for African Americans, when we try and speak about the pain of the lynchings, we try to speak about the fear that we are having around every African American dinner table, kitchen table, about what does Trump mean. People go, well, 50 years ago they were Democrats. To us, it feels dismissive.
Right. Well, there hasn't been a reversal. This is the whole point. The reversal is a marketing maneuver. What reversal? The Republicans haven't lynched anybody. That all happened. Slavery, lynchings, those were Democrats that did it. The list of names. Again, Lester Maddox, George Wallace, Strom Thurmond back in those days was a Democrat. J. William Fulbright from Arkansas. He was Bill Clinton's mentor. Ernest Hollings. How about Herman Talmadge, Georgia? I mean, the list of these guys. Robert C. Byrd, nicknamed Sheets, was a Grand Freaking Kleagle, which meant he was a recruiter, and he achieved the exalted Cyclops level of the Ku Klux Klan. Whatever it is, he was one. I always thought of a Cyclops as a one-eyed monster in the Sinbad movies. So I've never understood what a Cyclops is in the Klan. But you notice how easy this, he admits, and this is new. You won't have a Democrat admitting they were Democrats. Klan was Democrats. Racist party, violent elements, that's true. But we've had a reversal over these past. What reversal? What lynchings is he talking about? What is this? When did the Klan join the Republican Party? When did the Klan? There isn't a single Republican that's ever been a member of the Klan. Not like the Democrats can boast. Robert C. Byrd. Anyway, here was Lord's answer. Allison Camerata said, Jeffrey, were you using a diversionary tactic to go back 50, 60, 70 years rather than back 2 days ago to what Donald Trump said, where he did not give any sort of aggressive disavowal with Jake Tapper of the KKK? Why not just focus on today and the race today that we're talking about instead of all this time 50 years ago?
What I was trying to do was give historical context. My point is that race fuels the progressive movement and has always fueled the progressive movement, whether it was slavery, segregation, lynching, the Ku Klux Klan, to today's racial quotas, illegal immigration by skin color, groups like La Raza, the Black Panthers, Black Lives Matter, etc. It's always about let's divide people by race, and then here's the progressive agenda that we want to enact. That's the connection to me, and it's a constant throughout 200 some odd years of history. The Klan being just one of them. And by the way, not long ago, when Occupy Wall Street was a big thing going, David Duke was a big supporter of Occupy Wall Street.
Exactly. But this thing ended up with them shouting at each other, back and forth, talking over each other. It was difficult to hear, for me anyway, what they were saying. And Camerata and Cuomo had to go in there and referee. It ended fine. There were no fisticuffs or any of that. It's just that you never see this perspective, hardly anywhere, but certainly not on CNN. But this reminds me of something. Brian just reminded me of this last night. After the candidates had made their speeches, their victory or whatever other speeches after the elections last night, when they were sitting down and doing interviews with the various networks. I guess this is where I'm going to give my analysis of what candidates, in my mind, are doing that they could do better. And this is risky to do. This is really risky because I run the risk of offending supporters of these people. But at the same time, I can't sit here and just stand mute when, as Rob said from San Antonio, that I may be responsible for all this. So I can't pretend I've got nothing to do with it. In the case of Rubio, it is clear that Rubio had some success in the tactics that he chose to switch to in the last debate. Going after Trump and making fun of him and mocking him and calling him con man, and lines around the state and Trump University and all this. And he won some accolades from establishment types, and he is convinced that it helped him in Virginia. He is convinced that it helped him get votes in other states on Super Tuesday that he still lost them, but he's convinced that it helped his performance. So in his interviews last night, he doubled down on all of this. Every other word about Trump was con man. And then he joined in on this business of Trump not disavowing the KKK and David Duke. And, Brian mentioned to me, and some other people have mentioned to me as well, that it started to grate on, make him nervous, and create even some sympathy for Trump, because everybody in the world knows he has disavowed, and not just once. Now, this situation, what happened on the CNN show, who knows? Everybody has their theories for what that was about. But you cannot credibly say that Donald Trump supports the KKK. You cannot credibly say that Donald Trump is sympathetic to them or to David Duke. You cannot credibly say that. And so to try to is not going to help you, in my humble estimation. And Rubio kept throwing out last night that Trump will not disavow the KKK, and we can't have anybody in the Republican Party doing this. And I think that's going to backfire, because the one thing that Republican voters, conservative voters all over this country are fed up with is this phony charge of racism that the Democrats make. And if a Republican starts making those same charges about a fellow Republican, it isn't going to work, if you ask me. It's going to backfire. Con man, it's one thing if you want to continue with that strategy, thinking that it's helpful. In other words, turn Trump's tactics around on him. Make fun of people, bully people, laugh at them, mock them, and so forth. But this KKK thing and David Duke, there's no question that Trump is disavowed. There's no question Trump wants no part of that, and never has. If you're going to accuse somebody of something, there has to be some small grain somewhere of accuracy. It's got to be something that's believable. You can't manufacture a charge out of nothing and have it stick. I know you're shouting, well, Harry Reid did it with Romney. Well, one of the reasons that worked was the way Romney handled that too. Let's not forget. I mean, the Republican reaction to any of this stuff is basically to ignore it, thinking nobody's going to believe it, and that doesn't work. So I thought that was, for Rubio, a little bit perhaps counterproductive, and I'm very nervous, Doug, because it's not my job to advise them, and they know their business better than I do. But I would dial that back. I don't think that's well, that's another. You mean all these allegations of Trump? How the Democrats cataloging this stuff and using it in the general, and even Marco Rubio, a Republican, even Rubio knew that Trump is a con man. Listen, what Marco Rubio said about Donald Trump, and they play a soundbite from Oh, nobody's thinking about that right now. Nobody ever does think about that, Snurley. Nobody thinks about the general. That's way down there. You deal with that when you get there. Right now, these guys are all thinking they've got to do what they have to do to win this. And they'll deal with whatever messes are created now later. And the same thing with Hillary and Crazy Bernie. I mean, we're getting our share of sound bites to use against them, too. So it's a two-way street. Now, I mentioned earlier that I think I detected a flaw in the Cruz strategy last night. And I got to be very, very careful about this folks, because none of this is offered in criticism. I'm not offering this from the standpoint of, these guys don't know what they're doing. What they got to do, that's not the attitude that I bring to this. In all of these things, I'm trying to be genuinely helpful. And what I finally saw, Cruz didn't do anything different last night than he's been doing. It's not that. It's that something clicked for me that hadn't up until now. Because a lot of conservatives are really puzzled why Cruz isn't doing better. He is the ideal conservative candidate. He is the modern incarnation of Ronaldus Magnus. And prior to Trump getting in, there were a lot of people who thought this was really going to be the chance to restake the Reagan claim in the Republican Party and in the country for the express purpose of fixing things and improving things for everybody. So when Trump runs around and talks about Cruz as a liar, he's not a liar, and he's not a nasty guy. He's not. And this thing with Ben Carson, I've got so much pique about that, P-I-Q-U-E, over the childish way this is being dealt with by everybody. And of course, right in the middle of it, you have CNN, which did air a tweet from one of their reporters that Carson was leaving the race to go home to Florida and so forth. And Rubio did exactly what Cruz did, but nobody is lumping Rubio in with this supposed attempt to sabotage poor Ben Carson and his votes and his voters. But this liar thing has stuck for some reason, and it just it flies in the face for me because Ted Cruz is, at least with this current crop of people, is the epitome of integrity. And so the idea that he's your average, ordinary political huckster and liar really does not compute with me. But that's not the point. That's just another observation. As I was watching Cruz's acceptance speech last night, as I say, it's nothing different. It's just something clicked last night. I remembered while watching it last night what Cruz's strategy is and what it was prior to the campaign even beginning, and that means prior to Trump getting in. I see, I got the clock. Okay, look, I can't finish this before I have to take the break, so I'm going to take the break, and I'll do the whole thing in its entirety when we get back.
Rush Limbaugh, pointing the way on the EIB network.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cox, founder and owner of Blindster.com. At Blindster.com, we offer custom-made blinds, handcrafted and delivered to your door in about 2 weeks, oftentimes at a lower price than blinds sold at home improvement warehouses. Available in a wide variety of styles and colors, our blinds are expertly crafted exactly to your specifications, and we guarantee your blinds will fit or will replace them for free, even if you make a mistake when measuring or ordering. At Blindster, we are passionate about both the quality of our products and the satisfaction of our customers. Most of our products are backed by a limited lifetime warranty. And if you need help, our team of friendly and knowledgeable window covering experts is ready to assist you every step of the way. Please give us a chance to earn your business.
Visit Blindster.com today and check out our new faux wood plantation shutters. And for a limited time only, all Rush listeners will receive 30% off any order. Just enter code RUSH at checkout. Blindster.com. That's BLINDSTER.com. Blindster.com.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
When my cardiologist told me I needed to take a statin drug to lower my cholesterol, he also told me that it can lower my natural levels of CoQ10. He told me to take Cunol. It has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10, a very important nutrient for a healthy heart and healthy blood pressure levels. Cunol, with 3 times better absorption, has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10. Take Cunol, the better CoQ10.
If your company uses medium-duty trucks, it's not about how cool your drivers look in them. It's making sure they're keeping your drivers generating revenue for you daily. FMI Truck Sales and Service is now in Eugene. And if your business uses trucks, they've spent the last 30 years specializing on medium-duty work trucks. So, FMI knows what it takes to build the truck your company needs. Then after your truck is built, FMI will be there to support Isuzu's 5-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty and the 24-month, 60,000 miles of preventative maintenance that's included with your new Isuzu diesel truck. Eugene's FMI Truck Sales and Service knows your truck should be on the road working for your business, not sitting in a repair shop. Because it's all about driving revenue and not just a cool-looking truck. Give them a call at 541-393-6506 or come to the corner of West 11th and Bertelson in Eugene. FMI Truck Sales and Service, where the coffee's always on and the popcorn's always fresh.
I'm Steve Sidkowski, a former Wall Street insider. Right now, I'm holding a book that could change your life. It will show you investing strategies which could help you earn the kind of money you've always dreamed about. And right now, I'm giving this book away for free. So who needs to read it? If you're in the middle of your career and you worry you'll never have enough money to retire, you need to read this book. If you're already retired and your income isn't enough, you need to read this book. And if you don't want to be selling burgers at the age of 80, well, you need to read this free book. The reality is, you'll need at least $1 million to ever fully retire. If you're behind on that goal, you really need to read Trade Like the Pros. And you can for free by calling 1-800-700-2114. Are you skeptical that it will deliver results? It's a free book, so what do you have to lose? Find out how at 1-800-700-2114. That's 1-800-700-2114. 1-800-700-2114.
Rush Limbaugh and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Robert Costa at the Washington Post and others are reporting now that Ben Carson's told his supporters he does not see a path forward and will not attend the Republican debate in Detroit tomorrow night. That means it'll be Cruz, Rubio, Trump, and Kasich. So essentially Ben Carson not appearing at the debate tomorrow night, essentially getting out of the race. I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump asks for a moment of silence in the debate tomorrow night for Ben Carson and the votes Ted Cruz stole from him. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Cruz asked, if Trump asked for a moment of silence to blame Cruz for the fact that this nice guy, Ben Carson, didn't do anything to anybody. He had to get out of the race because Ted Cruz played a dirty trick on him in Iowa and stole his votes. Don't be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Now, Ted Cruz's strategy was very simple. He looked at the 2012 returns and saw 4 to 5 million Republicans didn't vote. The assumption that they were movement conservatives, unhappy with Romney, perhaps many of them evangelicals. Cruz believes that his strategy was that if he could get all 4 to 5 million of those with the others that voted for Romney, that he could beat Hillary or anybody else. So I think the Cruz strategy has been to speak in language that appeals to movement conservatives and really, really committed ideological conservatives, using their terms, using their language, voicing their objectives. It's not just saying he's going to repeal Obamacare, but the way he talks about doing it, it's got a direct appeal. It's as though Cruz's strategy is based and rooted in a belief that if he can attract every conservative Republican and get them to vote, that will be enough. And I think that has limited his appeal. He clearly can appeal to a much broader base of voters than just movement conservatives. There's nothing wrong with trying to get them. But his acceptance last night was pretty, not word for word, but in the key issues that he was mentioning, that we need repealing Obamacare, the Supreme Court nominations, all of it, it's language that is a second language to conservatives, but could be a foreign language that's somewhat scary to people who are not movement conservatives. Anyway, hang on.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The father of a Seaside police officer, Jason Gooding, who was shot and killed while trying to arrest a man with an outstanding warrant, is calling for change. The man who killed him had 44 prior arrests.
Monies need to be spent on education and re-education of these individuals.
Dean Gooding says a revolving door in jails needs to stop, allowing crooks back out onto the streets. He says he'd like to make his point to the Oregon legislature. Governor Kate Brown has announced the resignation of the director of the Department of Environmental Quality. Dick Peterson is stepping down as Oregon's top environmental official for health reasons. Peterson's resignation comes amid a public outcry over discovery of hazardous levels of cadmium and arsenic near two glass-making facilities in Portland. And a proposal to eliminate coal-fired energy produced by Oregon's utilities has cleared the House and now heads to the Senate for a final vote today. Bill London, KPNW.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing.
Hello, I'm Andrew Bazantz, the music director of Eugene Opera. In 1879, Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky premiered his operatic retelling of Alexander Pushkin's groundbreaking novel Eugene Onegin, and the opera has remained immensely popular ever since. In fact, many consider it to be Tchaikovsky's greatest masterpiece. Eugene Opera's production features a stellar cast of international artists. Russian baritone Anton Belov makes his Eugene Opera debut as the elegant but dispassionate Onegin, and soprano Jill Gardner returns to Eugene to portray the naive Tatiana. Tenor Sam Levine makes his company debut as the doomed poet Lenski, and mezzo-soprano Amanda Kreider returns as Tatiana's earthy sister Olga. Tchaikovsky's sweeping romantic score is brought to life by the Eugene Opera Orchestra and Chorus. Please join us at the Holt Center on Friday, March 11th at 7:30 p.m. or Sunday, March 13th at 2:30 p.m. For tickets or more information, please call 541-682-5000 or visit our website at eugeneopera.com.
They step up. Our service members volunteer to protect us in the most dangerous places around the world. And when they are severely ill or injured, returning to their families is only the beginning of their long road home. Wounded Warrior Project provides these brave men and women whatever they need to continue their fight for independence, at no cost for life. So now it's time for a grateful nation to step up. Join us at findwwp.org.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Tonight at 6, catch the Lars Larson National Show. Now, back to El Rushbo on KPNW.
Rush Limbaugh.
The saga continues.
Now, let me be helpful to some of you people. Whatever you're doing out there, do not retweet the Ben Carson statement as reported by Robert Costa. Do not retweet, otherwise you will be accused of sabotaging the Carson campaign. I'm just trying to be helpful. This is what happened to Ted Cruz. CNN runs a story that Carson's leaving the campaign and returning to Florida. Cruz goes out and tweets it and tells voters, looks like Carson's leaving. You might want to vote for us in the caucus. And we all know what happened after that. So I'm just suggesting to you, do not retweet any of this. Do not tweet it out there. Otherwise, you, a common, ordinary, invisible, everyday American citizen, could be accused of sabotaging the Carson campaign. But wait, Rush, but wait. He says he's leaving the campaign. I know. But if you retweet it, see, that's the point. He didn't say he's leaving. There's no path forward. He just said he's not going to the debate. Here's the statement. I have it here, my formerly nicotine sting fingers. I've decided not to attend the Fox News Republican presidential debate tomorrow night in Detroit, even though I will be in my hometown of Detroit on Thursday. I have decided not to attend the Fox News Republican presidential debate tomorrow night in Detroit, even though I will not be in my hometown of Detroit Thursday. I do remain deeply committed to my home nation, America. I don't see a political path forward in light of last evening's Super Tuesday primary results. However, the grassroots movement on behalf of we the people will continue. Along with millions of patriots who have supported my campaign for president, I remain committed to saving America for future generations. We must not depart from our goals to restore what God and our founders intended for this exceptional nation. I appreciate the support, financial and otherwise, from all corners of America. Gratefully, my campaign decisions are not constrained by finances, rather by what is in the best interests of the American people. So, you're right, Snerdley. It doesn't say he's leaving the campaign. It just says there's no political path forward. He's not going to the debate. Maybe he's trying to suck Cruz into doing it all over again here. Here's Gregory in Livermore, California. Hey, Gregory, I'm glad you waited. It's great to have you with us on the program. Hello.
Yes, good afternoon, Rush. It's great to be on the program. So let me tell you my thoughts over the last few weeks. Right. I'm a lifelong conservative activist. Oppose Hillary ideologically, and given who she is, oppose her viscerally. But over the last week, I came to the conclusion a little over a week ago that if it comes to a choice between her and Trump, she is the lesser of two evils for the country and for the conservative movement. Let me explain basic foundation for that thought. So holding a presidency for the party has risks to begin with. Cataclysmic things can happen. Ask George W. Bush. The mortgage crisis happened on his watch. We know that at some point the debt bubble will burst. We don't know when. So when you take a risk by putting your guy in the Oval Office, you need upside. You need hope that real things will be done to help this country. With Walker, Jindal, Cruz, Rubio, there would be real upside. There would be real hope for real change. With Trump, there is zero chance of that. So we take the downside risk with no hope of upside, and for me, that's not good enough. I will definitely stay out of this race. Can't force myself to vote for Hillary, but for the first time in my life, will stay out of this race. Majority of my friends who were activists from our college days, took our lumps as conservative activists, overwhelming majority of them have come to the same conclusion. Maybe in little different paths and little different language, but essentially the same conclusion. So that's where I stand.
Can you detail for me your thinking on Trump being an abject total failure in the scenario that you...
Well, to achieve things, you actually have to believe in some things. name one conservative aspect of public policy that he actually internalizes, that he actually believes to be true. He doesn't believe in lower regulation, doesn't believe in lower taxes. He doesn't believe in, in judicial restraint.
Wait just a second here. He did last night in his press conference tout his tax plan and claimed that no less than Larry Kudlow, who is a Reagan conservative, has praised it to the hilt.
Yes, but I know that. But he also he takes positions. This is Trump yesterday. The Trump who was yelling how he's going to raise the taxes on hedge funds is also the same Donald Trump. So I mean, if you put out 5 positions on every issue, anybody is bound to find something they like because obviously you say 5 different things. One of those things is going to be to somebody's liking. But he never, I mean, come on, he woke up at the age of nearly 70 and became a Reagan conservative. It doesn't happen that way. He never displayed any of those kinds of beliefs earlier in life. I mean, if any, he's not a radical leftist, but he's your basic New York liberal. I mean, he has been all that, and to expect that all of a sudden he'll become a Reagan once he is in the White House.
Let me play devil's advocate with you here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to argue with you about conservative bona fides. Although Trump last night was also, and he's claimed that he's very conservative on immigration, he's very conservative on trade, he's very conservative on America winning.
Well, actually, on trade, it's his definition of conservative. His definition of conservatism on trade is protectionism. This is actually, okay, if I can expound on that point because it's important.
Well, feel free to expound on the point, yes.
Yes, he's selling, he's a con man. What he's selling, one of the big reasons people are for him is because he says, you know what, I know you're hurting on jobs. High-wage manufacturing jobs are all in China and Mexico. I'm going to fix it. They're going to be back here. It's crock on 2 points. Once the manufacturing jobs in China and Mexico are not high-paying jobs. They pay about as much as fast food workers in America, and they're not coming back here. And secondly, the jobs are not increasing anywhere, including China and Mexico. Jobs are being taken over, both manufacturing and service jobs are being taken over by automation. And Trump's Trump's claim that he's going to create monstrous amounts of jobs by his protectionist policy.
Okay, let's leave ideology out for a second. Let's get to his specific claim that he is going to revitalize this country and make it great again. Now, before you answer, the reason that's resonating is because the people who support him and a lot of others think that the people that run this country, the special people, have ruined it. They have taken a college education and taken it in from a step up to a millstone around people's necks. They have destroyed the credit markets. They have destroyed the housing market. They have destroyed everything they're touching. They're doing fine. Trump comes along, and basically the message he's saying, he's not extolling a conservative message. He says, I'm going to fix this. I'm going to put it back to where you and I are in charge of what happens in this country. The greatness of this country is going to be defined by how good it is for us. That's what people are reacting to. They're not reacting to him because he's conservative.
Yes, Rush, but, that saying, make America great again, is a slogan, just like hope and change. What is different?
Yeah, but it's much more specific than hope and change.
I don't find specific. So how exactly is he going to create those jobs?
Well, hope and change, you fill in the blanks. Make America great, that's pretty simple to understand.
No, not really. I don't know what great means in his language, because it could be, the things are going to be great. I'm going to fix it. Fix what? I already told you why.
The way people are interpreting it, we're going to become the superpower again that dominates the world with our goodness.
In what way? In what way is that going to happen? And how is that any more specific?
Because he's going to stop the people who are ruining the country from doing what they're doing.
And what are they doing? What are those people doing, Rush? How is he going to stop them, and what are they doing? He's been part of, again, it's like with, you keep saying that, Democrats pretend that, they were in Guam all these years or something, that they're not controlling the White House. He's been part of this establishment for decades. He's a crony capitalist. He's been friends with these people for years. All of a sudden, he's going to, put them all under house arrest. I mean, he doesn't know.
Okay, so then would you believe if somebody said that he actually may be their agent?
No, I don't believe that he's their agent. I don't go into conspiracies. Agent means that it's a plot. Agent means that there is a meeting somewhere where they say, you go out and you pretend that you're against us, and then we'll divide the goodies. There was never any such meeting. What I'm saying is that he doesn't know any life other than crony capitalism. How is he going to fight something which he internalizes completely? I mean, he doesn't know. The
only thing that I'm telling you, and I'm playing devil's advocate with you, the only thing I'm telling you is that the people supporting him, I'm getting blue in the face trying to explain why this is happening. I mean, I'm sure you've heard me go through all of this, and I don't have the minutes here to do it again. But I can explain, for every one of these objections you raise, I can give you a substantive reason why people think that he's why they're investing in him. Now, whether they're right or wrong, time will tell. But they have had it with the people running the show now. They've had it for the last 30, 40 years. They've had it with being aced out. They've had it with being sneered at. They've had it with being mocked and laughed at and not listened to. They've had it with being asked for money to promote causes, and the causes never get promoted. So, to grant you something, he said something last night that cannot happen, folks. And I've got to tell you, he said he's going to make Apple bring this iPhone manufacturing back to the United States. There's no reason Apple can't make folks. That will not happen. It can't happen. We don't have the setup for it. The factories that make iPhones in China employ 500,000 people. They make 200 and some odd, 30, 40 million iPhones a year. We don't have factories that big. We don't have that many people that would do those jobs. But even if we did, the iPhone that you buy today for $199 on contract, sign your 2-year deal with your carrier, would cost $2,500 if manufactured in America. That's just not that's not something that can be changed overnight and still have the product be affordable. It's not a criticism of America. It's just the way things are. Just 500,000 people in one factory. The factories have hospitals. The factories are entire cities, the little cities. And there are multiple of these factories. They don't make just iPhones. They make everything Apple makes. And they make everything Samsung makes. And they make everything. And all of the suppliers are just down the street. So that's a slogan, but that isn't going to happen. And to that extent, I don't know how many of his supporters actually think that specific kind of thing is going to happen. This is what we don't know. But anyway, Gregory, I appreciate the call. Thanks for your patience here and explaining yourself as well as you did. We'll take a break and be back at you.
Separating fact from fiction. Rush on the EIB Network.
Is another debt crisis about to strike? Here's Kevin Demerit with the story.
Larry, some shocking news has broken. Banks around the world are planning for another debt crisis, one that could be so big it would make the last crisis look like a bad day at the nickel slots.
What are they doing?
They call it a bail-in, and the plan is in place.
What's a bail-in?
Well, I can explain it in one word: Cyprus. When the next global crisis hits, it won't be taxpayers who bail out the banks.
Well, who then?
Depositors, just like what happened in Cyprus.
Well, how do you prepare for that?
It's all in our latest report titled Countdown to Meltdown, and our listeners can get it free just for calling.
Folks, call Lear Capital today at 1-800-957-GOLD for your free Countdown to Meltdown report and free Gold Investor Guide. The countdown is on. Banks are preparing, and you should too. Call now, 1-800-957-4653. Don't wait. The clock is ticking. 1-800-957-4653. That's 1-800-957-GOLD.
Forgetfulness. We all struggle with it, especially as we get older. How many of you forget where you parked your car? Forget a name?
Forget why you walked into a room. Let's face it, we all do. What if I told you that right now we're sending risk-free trials of a brand new fast-acting memory supplement to listeners of this station? You heard right. Every listener who calls right now can get a bottle of Ageless Memory, the revolutionary supplement with ingredients clinically shown to help you process, retain, and recall information quickly. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Call 1-800-501-9017. Ageless Memory is a fast-acting, non-prescription formula to help you reduce mental fatigue and help improve speed of mental performance. Stop feeling absent-minded and start remembering. This exclusive risk-free trial offer is for listeners of this station, but it won't last. Call 1-800-501-9017 for a risk-free bottle of Ageless Memory. That's 1-800-501-9017.
Are you prepared for all of the changes in the Oregon marijuana laws? Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic is proud to sponsor this year's Oregon Marijuana Business Conference. Learn from the industry's top experts and be ready for all of the changes in medical and recreational. Also, the first 500 tickets include a private after party with the one and only Tommy Chong. Join us Sunday, April 24th at the downtown Eugene Hilton. For more information, visit us online at OregonMBC.com.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker and exchange specialist. Cascade Exchange Services is my choice for completing tax-deferred exchanges. Megan McMahon, who's a CPA, is my choice of the person to handle my tax-deferred exchanges. It's a locally owned company. They do business on a nationwide basis, same-day document preparation, and she's always available for free and very excellent consultation. Contact Megan at Cascade Exchange Services.
I'm Steve Sidkowski, a former Wall Street insider. Right now, I'm holding a book that could change your life. It will show you investing strategies which could help you earn the kind of money you've always dreamed about. And right now, I'm giving this book away for free. So who needs to read it? If you're in the middle of your career and you worry you'll never have enough money to retire, you need to read this book. If you're already retired and your income isn't enough, you need to read this book. And if you don't want to be selling burgers at the age of 80, well, you need to read this free book. The reality is, you'll need at least $1 million to ever fully retire. If you're behind on that goal, you really need to read Trade Like the Pros. And you can for free by calling 1-800-700-2114. Are you skeptical that it will deliver results? It's a free book, so what do you have to lose? Find out how at 1-800-700-2114. That's 1-800-700-2114. 1-800-700-2114.
50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at kpnw.com.
Say, folks, there's another angle to this ongoing news story between Apple and the FBI over security. And that's something I sadly intended to get to today but didn't. But Apple won that yesterday, the hearing that they had with the congressional hearing with Bruce Sewell, who is their corporate counsel, the FBI. Apple won that on 7-5 points wise. They may have won the slam dunk portion of it. This all involves the All Writs Act. And I'll save it and give you details tomorrow, because what this is really about is the encryption on your phone. That's what they want. It's not about breaking into this phone. This is just designed to get everybody thinking that we got to do anything we can to get what's on a terrorist phone. But what the FBI wants, the government wants, is to be able to decrypt the data on a phone. The software that Apple wrote and installed in certain phones sold, in this case to the county of San Bernardino, includes state-of-the-art protocols that protect the content of the phone on much of the software, like iMessages, the texting program. Encryption is the process where really smart computer programmers write software that protects the content that's in computer files, so that you need the key, the combination to the lock, to be able to decrypt and be able to read it. You know who else makes encryption a huge priority in what they offer besides Apple? iDrive. iDrive, the off-site online backup company that we tout here, that we recommend. you should use iDrive to back up everything on your computer and everything on your phone. Even if you've already got a backup process, you can't have too many backups. iDrive.com is so affordable, and it's just the best that there is. Back up your files off-site. They are encrypted. The iDrive people can't get into them and find out what's secret on your phone. But if something happens to any of your devices, you're able to restore immediately because the backups occur incrementally. You're not even aware that they happen. You can sign up with iDrive. You can store your data securely. Plans start at less than $5 a month. And they have a way of getting started without it taking 2 to 3 days or even longer for your initial backup. They'll send you a hard drive. You back up your data to the hard drive and send it back to them. It automatically encrypts it, it backs up, and they load it on the servers, and you're done. iDrive.com. Use my name as the promo code when you sign up. Encryption and safety par excellence. iDrive.com.
Rush. Make the commitment on the EIB network.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cox, founder and owner of Blindster.com. At Blindster.com, we've sold millions of blinds to hundreds of thousands of satisfied customers since 2010. Many people think it's easier and less expensive to buy blinds from a home improvement warehouse.
We needed new blinds, so I measured my windows, and my husband and I went to a store nearby. We bought some faux wood blinds right off the shelf, but when we installed them, they didn't quite fit our windows. Thankfully, I found Blindster.com. I could not believe their prices. They had custom-made blinds for less than I paid for ready-made blinds. I placed an order and my blinds arrived less than 2 weeks later. The installation was easy and they fit perfectly. I couldn't be happier.
Many people make the same mistake. Save money and have peace of mind, because Blindster guarantees your blinds will fit, even if you make a mistake in measuring.
Right now, all Rush listeners receive 30% off any order. Just use the code RUSH at checkout. Visit Blindster.com today. That's BLINDSTER.com. Blindster.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're a guy over 40 and you want to stay on top of your game, try a sample bottle of GNC's top-selling, award-winning Nugenix. Listen, if you're experiencing lower sex drive, general sluggishness, and decreased performance, Nugenix is a powerful man-boosting formula. For 2013, it won GNC's Innovative Product of the Year and was also named GNC's #1 selling men's vitality product. Get a complimentary bottle now by texting BOOST30 to 99000. Nugenix uses a clinically researched key ingredient to invigorate a man's body and increase his libido. Enjoy more passion, higher sex drive, improved performance. Be more the man you want to be in the gym and in the bedroom. You want to stay on top of your game, don't you? Then try top-selling, award-winning Nugenix and feel like the best man you can be. Nugenix is available at GNC and Vitamin Shop, but you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BOOST30 to 99000. Again, text BOOST30 to 99000.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers more than 100 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-400-8407. That's 1-800-400-8407.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 100 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-400-8407. That's 1-800-400-8407.
Hey there, it's Lars Larson. Join me at my new time for my national show, starting weeknights at 6:05 on 1120 KPNW.
Yeah, I saw that. George Stephanopoulos was interviewing Cruz. See this? And Cruz said, well, you know, Hillary Clinton's your former boss, George. That kind of stuff is just great. You know, break the code. Head on in there. See you tomorrow here, folks. Adios.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
March start ever for stocks. Investors are doing some coasting now. The Dow is down 6 points, so is the NASDAQ. The S&P is almost flat. It's up only 2 points. Strategists say investors are pausing to book some profits. They also watched crude futures rise about a quarter to settle at $34.66 a barrel. Then there's what could be the preview of Friday's February jobs report. Payroll processor ADP counted 214,000 jobs added to private businesses last month. Strategists tell Bloomberg that may have investors a little worried that a strong job situation plus an uptick in inflation could keep the Fed on schedule when it comes to raising rates. Bloomberg News says investors, too, are weighing the Super Tuesday primary results after seeing Hillary Clinton dominate the Democratic primary states and Donald Trump boost his chances of winning the Republican nomination. And Sports Authority may have until the end of April to sell the stores it isn't closing, and if it can't find a buyer, shut them down. It's filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
KPNW Eugene.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Lisa Brady. Republican presidential hopeful Ben Carson has just pulled out of tomorrow night's Fox debate and released a statement about his campaign. Fox News Radio's Eben Brown with more live.
Lisa, a statement released in the past hour reads Carson finds no way forward politically in light of his standings following Super Tuesday. And speaking with supporters in Baltimore last night, Carson said,
"It is sad that we have reached a stage in our country where because someone has a disagreement with you, they want to call you names, they want to destroy your life, they want to destroy everything that they can possibly destroy. Where did that come from?"
And while he won't attend the debate, he will still appear on Friday's annual meeting of CPAC, or the Conservative Political Action Conference in D.C., Lisa.
Thanks, Eben. Bernie Sanders still vowing to keep going, though Hillary Clinton now has twice as many delegates.
About 10 months ago, the pundits and the media considered us a fringe candidacy, someone not to be taken seriously.
Sanders holding a rally in Maine. The intent of an abortion law is part of the debate over a Texas case now in the hands of the nation's highest court. Fox Radio's John Decker live in Washington.
The Supreme Court appeared deeply divided over a Texas law that imposes tougher operating standards for abortion clinics and requires doctors performing abortions to have admitting privileges at nearby hospitals. Tricia Trigilio, an ACL lawyer in Austin, is critical of the Texas law.
Everyone knows that this law is intended to close abortion clinics in Texas. When this law was passed, Governor Perry bragged that the law would have this effect.
Justice Anthony Kennedy likely holds the deciding vote. A 4-4 decision would uphold the Texas law but would not establish a national precedent. Lisa?
John, thanks. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Are you living with prostate enlargement? Do you pee more often than you used to? Do you wake up to go? Be honest, is there a drop in your romantic life? Prostate problems don't go away on their own, so you need to call for a free bottle of Super Beta Prostate, the #1 non-prescription formula for your prostate. The ingredients are natural. With Super Beta Prostate, you'll have less urges to urinate, less waking at night, and an improvement in your romantic life, guaranteed. Try it for free. Pay only shipping and handling. Call 1-800-890-2051. Super Beta Prostate is so powerful, you'd have to take 100 saw palmetto capsules to get the same active ingredient in just one Super Beta Prostate tablet. Stop running to the bathroom and call us now for your free bottle. Hurry, this free offer won't last. Call 1-800-890-2051. 1-800-890-2051. 1-800-890-2051.
KPNW News brought to you by Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning. It's backyard burning season in Lane County. The season generally starts March 1st and runs through June 15th, then opens again for the month of October. Eugene and Florence ban all backyard burning, always, and your property has to be bigger than a half acre to burn within the Springfield city limits. Remember to check with local fire authorities for other restrictions or permit requirements. The war of words continues between Clatsop County DA Josh Markey and Eugene Attorney Mike Arnold. Arnold is defending Eamon Bundy in the aftermath of the Harney County standoff. Markey has filed a pair of complaints against Arnold, one over Arnold's pretrial comments and another because of an article that was published that was favorable regarding Arnold's firm. Arnold is firing back.
I'd be happy to speak to him and explain to him what the law is. I always welcome phone calls, especially from the keyboard warriors out there.
Arnold says he's confident that the charges are going to be dismissed. Oregon regulators have approved tax breaks, big ones, for internet providers who make investments in affordable high-speed broadband access. The Oregon Public Utility Commission confirmed that Comcast, Frontier Communications, and Google Fiber are now eligible for the tax breaks. Bill London, KPNW.
Things starting to heat up in high school girls basketball playoffs. Sheldon wins last night down in Glencoe. They move on to play Grant on Friday. In 5A, North Eugene won by 12 over Crescent Valley, 62-50. Now they play Bend. Churchill out. Lady Lancers lost to the Dallas Dragons, 51-39. They'll now play second-seeded Springfield on Friday. Tonight, Sheldon boys play Century, and South Eugene goes to Jesuit. And the Eagles signed quarterback Sam Bradford to a 2-year deal worth $36 million, $26 guaranteed. Sports, KPNW.
Are you prepared for all of the changes in the Oregon marijuana laws? Northwest Alternative Health, Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic, is proud to sponsor this year's Oregon Marijuana Business Conference. Learn from the industry's top experts and be ready for all of the changes in medical and recreational. Also, the first 500 tickets include a private after party with the one and only Tommy Chong. Join us Sunday, April 24th at the downtown Eugene Hilton. For more information, visit us online at OregonMBC.com.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
Lars Larson, sponsored by Island Fence on Highway 99 in Junction City. CCB 105556.
It's 12:06 and time to bring it home to the Northwest with Lars Larson on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is the Lars Larson Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lars. Now, Lars Larson.
I know that everybody in America took a deep breath. I know that everybody in America took a deep breath, and I think they were saddened when they learned of the fact that last month, January the 14th, that 2 helicopters had crashed in a training mission off Hawaii. There were 12 Marines on board those helicopters, and they were lost. And the mother of one of them, Trina Hart, reached out to me this morning because I'd actually sent a message to her. And Ms. Hart, I thank you very much for being willing to reach out to me and to talk about what happened to your son and about the way that the military took care of you when you went to Hawaii after the disappearance of these 2 helicopters.
Yeah. Hi, Lars. Thanks for reaching out to our family. We appreciate that.
Well, listen, it's the very least that any American citizen can do to try and do whatever we can to help the families of those who've decided to put on the uniform and serve this country. But you and I talked for a little bit this morning, and I just was really impressed by the story that you were telling me of how the military took care of you and your family after you'd learned of the accident that Ty Hart was involved in, United States Marine Ty Hart.
Yeah, Lars, we've always been a very military-proud family, and when Ty made the decision to become a Marine, that even heightened our pride. And when this tragedy happened to our family, we were brought into the loop extremely quickly, and we were in Hawaii within about 30 hours of the accident happening. And from the moment our feet hit the ground until the moment we were put back on the plane 8 days later, the Marine Corps and our military took amazing care of our family. Myself and my husband were flown over there. We flew over. My daughter-in-law's father and her mother went, and her 2 best friends. And you would have thought that we literally were their own family by the way they cared for us, picked us up at the airport, brought us straight to our daughter-in-law. We wanted for nothing as far as anything we needed. We were kept in the loop better than we could have really ever dreamed, because truly, Lars, this isn't anything you ever think is going to happen to your family. So no matter what you might have constructed in your head of how people should be taken care of during this kind of a tragedy, they even stepped across that line for us. We were just personal items were taken care of. If we forgot our toothbrush even, that food was provided, gift cards were provided so we could go grocery shopping if we needed to. They offered rental cars if we needed help getting to and from. But even beyond that, the emotional support was amazing, because truly we spent 5 days sequestered in my son's home, not knowing and worrying and being really scared because they were searching. And during that 5 days, they were there. Someone was there a lot with us. One day in particular, on day 3, 22 young Marines from Ty's squadron showed up and spent 3.5 hours in the living room with our family, telling us stories, funny stories, loving stories, stories that we would have never gotten to know about Ty's life over there. And these young men not only lost Ty, but they lost 12 friends. And so it was just as healing and helpful for them as it was for us. That's one very touching example. Another step they did for us was they brought all 6 of us to the flight hangar and the squadron area where these all work, plus Ty, and Ty's shop. And we were there for about 4 hours where they just toured us. We got to see everything, including where he hung his flight helmet. My husband got to really take a look at the flight gear that Ty was wearing. And it was very helpful for all of the questions within our minds to be able to do that. And very touched by the anguish and the pain that you could see in commanding officers' eyes, staff sergeants' eyes, brigadier general. When you meet these men that are very high rank, but you see tears in their eyes and you hear their voice crack, you realize that the whole mantra that we hear about, once a Marine, always a Marine, and you're always our family, it's so real. And we've been back home a week, and every day we hear from someone. So the support and the love and how our family's been taken care of as far as that part has been just incredible. There's no other way to describe it.
I'm talking to Trina Hart, who's the mother of Ty Hart, who lost his life on January 14th. He was one of the 12 Marines on board those helicopters that crashed during a nighttime training mission in Hawaii. Now, when you mentioned being picked up at the airport, you said they literally assigned a special person, a Marine, to you, who stayed with you essentially, not living in the same place as you, but stayed with you during the entire time you were there.
Yeah, the Marines and all the armed forces in a tragedy like this, they reference it as a CACO, but it means Casualty Assistance Called Officer. And that man met us at the airport and was with us through the whole process, through every briefing, through every notification that we received. He brought it. We also have a CACO officer here in Oregon that takes care of us here. The one from Hawaii actually flew over here and attended Ty's service, which spoke just a lot to that man's credibility and his love for that Marine. It was just really touching.
Well, it gives you a point of contact. Now, you also talked to me about how the fact that the service that Ty had chosen was a service that you knew was dangerous.
Yeah. The career that Ty chose, his MOS, his job, so to speak, flying, being a crew chief on a CH-53, we knew was dangerous. He knew was dangerous. And he had spent a lot of time explaining to my husband and I, our other sons, and his wife, what his day looked like, what his training looked like, what the level of complexity, how complicated and dangerous it was. But It's what he wanted to do. He set his sight on being a crew chief on a CH-53, and he did it. He was extremely young person to have that position, and all we heard about while we were there was that he was an exemplary Marine, what a great job he did. He had a bright future. So we knew, and he knew, that it was dangerous.
Now, all of this, the accident, of course, happened out over the water, but they even took you around to the side of the island so that you could be as close as you possibly could be to where this all happened. Yeah. On Thursday, the day before the memorial, another Marine, a different Marine, took us all together up to what's called the North Shore, Haleiwa, which is where the accident occurred, 1.5 miles out over the water. And we were able to be on the beach there as long as we wanted. We were probably there an hour and a half. But that would put us as close to Ty as we could possibly get. And, you know, some of us put our toes in the water because if our feet were in the water, we were kind of in the water with him. And it was very healing and very, it just felt really good to be able to be there. And then to take even that small of a detail for our family was really, really cool. How's the family doing? Our family's doing well. The 8 days in Hawaii really, really, really helped us because we were able to get a lot of answers and a lot of the hardcore pain of every day we got bad news. It was very difficult on my husband and I and our daughter-in-law because she has a sister that was here that couldn't be there. But we have our other 2 sons that were here, and that was really difficult to be there and have our family separated at such a tough time. But as a whole and overall, we are all supporting each other, and we spend a lot of hours just talking about Ty and family memories and looking at pictures and just working through the grief process. I would not even venture yet to say that our family's in the healing phase because we're not. We're still in the really painful grief process. But as a whole, we're doing well. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I know that the community of Staten is going to miss him. He was an athlete. He played football. He wrestled. He ran for track and field. He only graduated. I just looked at this date. It's the fact that he only graduated from high school 4 years ago and was serving his country, putting on a uniform every day and doing a very dangerous job. I'm so sorry for your family's loss, but I'm glad to hear. I'm really heartened to hear. And I told you I have a dog in the fight, a devil dog in the fight, because my son was a Marine. And I know what it's like to have a Marine mom at home and the stress that puts on families. I'm just glad to hear that the Marines and the military in general do a very good job and do right by families when there's been an accident or a tragedy like this. Ms. Hart, thank you very, very much. I very much appreciate you taking the time. And thanks for reaching back to me because I know you were completely buried in Facebook posts and emails and everything else. You were very kind to reach out to me and offer a few minutes today. Yeah, absolutely. You know, the one other thing I want to add is just that, you know, Ty had only been married 7 months. But if I was to surmise this young man's life, it would be close to perfect. Everything he did well. He set his goals, and he did well. Ty went away from us very happy. He had married the love of his life, high school sweetheart. They had this amazing 5 months on the island to kind of honeymoon before this happened, you know. And so for us as a family, we have great peace in knowing that our son didn't suffer. It was an instant in time, but he was very, very happy. Ms. Hart, thank you so much for your generosity of time today at a really tough time, and I really appreciate you coming on the program. Our sympathies and our thoughts and prayers go out to your family. Thank you. Thank you, Lars. Have a good day. Trina Hart, the mother of Ty Hart, graduated from high school 4 years ago, was serving his country and lost his life on January 14th with 11 of his fellow U.S. Marines in an accident off Hawaii.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind, the safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY, Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you, the closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Unity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Unity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
I want to talk to you about my friends at Anderson Pool Works. Look, you've heard me talk about Dana and Brody Anderson and their amazing team for years. They're the pool design and construction firm that all the big league teams use. They're who I use. And so I wasn't surprised a few months ago when an NBA player called me and asked me, why do you believe Anderson Pool Works is the best? I told him they have an incredible design team. I told him they do the best work in the business. I told him most of all, they're great people who love what they do. So yeah, if you're an NBA player and you want to put in a pool or a water feature, call Anderson Pool Works. And if you're a college football team that needs a cryo pool in your locker room, call Anderson Pool Works. And if you're an architect who's designing something special, call Anderson Pool Works. But also, if you're like me, just someone who wants a swim spa or a pool or something to splash up your yard, call my friends at Anderson Pool Works. They're strong supporters of our community. They've always been there for the Bald Faced Truth Foundation. What I'm saying is, they're good friends. Call Anderson Pool Works today, 503-625-5628. 625-5628 or AndersonPoolWorks.com.
CCV 125440.
Northwest Armory, my gun shop of choice for 20 years, now has the Walther PPQ M2 9mm in stock. The Walther PPQ M2 is a polymer striker fire handgun that is perfect for self-defense. It features low-profile 3-dot sights, a quick defense trigger, ambidextrous slide stop, and a Picatinny rail for mounting a light or a laser. It comes with 3 sizes of interchangeable back straps to adjust the grip to fit your hand, and the magazine release can be reversed to accommodate left-hand shooters. The Walther PPQ M2 holds 15 plus 1 rounds of 9mm and has a black Tenifer finish to resist corrosion. The Walther PPQ M2 is now in stock at Northwest Armory for $599.99. Available at both Northwest Armory locations, in Milwaukee on Southeast McLaughlin and in Tigard on Southwest Pacific Highway. Visit their website, nwarmory.com, and tell them Lars sent you.
Get more comfort for less money with the Heat Pump Store. Go with the experts who focus exclusively on ductless heat pumps. Portland General Electric customers, act now and get a Daikin ductless heat pump for as low as $37 a month and pay for it right on your power bill. This deal won't last forever, so call the Heat Pump Store now or visit theheatpumpstore.com.
Spending much less and loving life more. They got me pump, pump, pump. The Heat Pump Store.
CCV number 177229.
When passed by voters in November 2016, the Oregon Local Lottery Control Act will send 50% of Oregon Lottery net proceeds back to the counties they came from. Counties can use that revenue to help fund public education, economic development, providing for public safety, restoring native fish and wildlife, or protecting parks and beaches. Each and every Oregon county will benefit from more local control. Visit LotteryLocalControl.com. Donate to the effort and learn about a special event coming up March 15th where I'll be talking about local control. Again, LotteryLocalControl.com.
Visit LotteryLocalControl.com today. Donate to the effort and learn about a special event coming up on March 15th where you'll learn more about this local issue. That's LotteryLocalControl.com. And we'll see you at the March 15th event. Donate to the effort today at LotteryLocalControl.com.
Each franchise independently owned and operated. Offer good on selected product at participating franchises only. Some restrictions may apply.
Okay, so I really think you're going to love this house. It just came on the market and it's gorgeous inside. Here we are.
Oh my gosh, it's stunning. Look at this room. The blinds and drapes on the windows, the rug, the pillows. It's straight out of a magazine.
Isn't it incredible? Want to know the best part? They didn't even hire a decorator. Budget Blinds did it all without the designer fees.
Budget Blinds?
Yep, Budget Blinds. They can transform any room in a snap. You can get professional design advice and an in-home consultation. They even do all the measuring and installation. You don't have to lift a finger.
I'll take it.
The house?
No, the number for Budget Blinds.
Budget Blinds has more window fashions than ever before. During our drapery event, we have many amazing drapery promotions like upgrades, discounts, and more. Contact your local Budget Blind style consultant to find out about incredible offers in your area. Call 1-800-620-9404 today. That's 1-800-620-9404. 1-800-620-9404.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the program. It is a pleasure to get Senator Steve Van on with us, who represents Tacoma in the Washington legislature. Senator, I know your time is tight. Let's get right to it. We know that the Department of Corrections has released more than 3,000 criminals inappropriately. They discovered this problem back in 2012. Do you, at this point in the investigation of this, do you have any idea who made that decision or why they made the decision not to fix it when they found it?
Well, we know who knew about it and did nothing. We had two of the key IT people that were involved in the decision understood the magnitude of it in January of 2013, put must fix on their request order, indicated that it was ASAP, which one had never put that on a request before to change their IT software. But what we have not been able to yet understand is how those individuals then, once it didn't get changed, in 2013 or 2014 or 2015, why there wasn't someone to insist upon that change. And I think we'll have more answers Thursday when we're done.
You know, it's funny, the Seattle Times, the fish wrapper's been making a big deal about the cost of this, that, you know, now it's $150,000 or so, but that seems like chump change compared to the question of the 2 lives that are lost and the outrage that thousands of inmates were let go by an incompetent DOC.
Not to mention the extraordinary liability that this created for the taxpayers of the state. Even those that discovered the problem back in 2012 said this is the sort of liability that could result in millions of dollars in lawsuits against the state. And that's unfortunately what we expect, and yet nothing was done. So why we're quibbling over an accountability measure of this investigation when we're probably exposed to millions of dollars in liability is, to me, a red herring, an abstraction.
Senator O'Ban, did these IT people go to their bosses and their bosses go to the people above them? Was there any communication up the chain? And if not, why not? Because I know that if I discovered that one of our computers here at the radio station was, say, putting swear words on one of our transmitters, I wouldn't just walk down to, I mean, this is the best example I can think of, but something that would incur tremendous liability. I wouldn't just walk down to our IT guy, Will Price. I'd walk down to the boss's office, say, boss, this is happening now. Somebody needs to shut it down. Did no one in government do that?
See, here's what goes to the cultural problem. You know, in your radio station, you know that if that wasn't fixed, there would be huge repercussions, and you would make sure that the responsible people make decisions would know about it so that changes could be made. The culture at DOC was, hey, I've done my job, I've checked my box, but I don't have to worry about the consequences of a bad decision like this happening. And that's what we're getting. I want to get to the bottom of what was the cultural really flaw there that was allowed to fester to a point where someone thought, if I don't report this up the chain and make sure something happens, I could be held responsible. And I think you'll see on Thursday we're having some of the higher management officials that deal with IT at DOC. I think you'll have a better understanding as to why there was such a cultural breakdown at DOC during that period.
Has anybody been fired? Has anybody been relieved of command or demoted or anything?
We've had a couple of individuals leave. There's been no explanation for why they've left. Ms. Stody, who was one of the senior managers who may have been aware of this, but we'll have her before our committee, has left the organization. Ms. Larson, who was the assistant AG that gave the bad advice initially, but really is not responsible for the extent of this problem, she's leaving the AG's office. There needs to be more house cleaning, I think, at DOC.
You know, it's funny, when people talk about leaving government, it usually means they're parachuting out, too. In some cases, they're deciding to take retirement. Is that the case in this case?
I don't know, but I do want to make it clear. This is a senior management problem. This is not a line employee problem. This is not the average DOC worker who's working hard, some of whom are risking, you know, physically their lives every day. We're talking about a cultural mistake that was created by upper management, and that's what we need to get to the bottom of here.
All right, now, at this point, one last question in the one last minute I've got with you, Senator. Are you confident the problem has now been fixed and we have made sure this won't happen again, and that culture has been fixed by instructions from the top, even from Governor Inslee, or is that culture still there?
I wish I could say yes to all your questions, Lars. What I would say is I think they have fixed this particular problem that resulted in the early release of hundreds, if not thousands. But I don't have the confidence yet the culture has been changed, and that's what we have to make sure that takes place. This is such a critical public safety agency, DOC. We've got to make sure they understand that their top mission is keeping us safe.
I would think that one strongly worded memo from the governor, seriously, if every state employee got a message that said, if you see some problem like this and you don't report it, your job may be in jeopardy, that kind of message from the governor or somebody of some stature might actually do it. Senator Ban, I know you've got to run. Thanks so much for the time.
Thanks for having me on, Lars.
You bet. Senator Steve O'Bannon, who represents Tacoma in the Washington legislature. Can you imagine if at your job you found out something was going wrong that could incur millions or tens of millions of dollars of liability for your company, and you said, well, I sent a note, said they should fix it, and then I didn't go.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The father of a Seaside police officer, Jason Gooding, who was shot and killed while trying to arrest a man with an outstanding warrant, is calling for change. The man who killed him had 44 prior arrests.
Monies need to be spent on education and re-education of these individuals.
Dean Gooding says a revolving door in jails needs to stop, allowing crooks back out onto the streets. He says he'd like to make his point to the Oregon legislature. Governor Kate Brown has announced the resignation of the director of the Department of Environmental Quality. Dick Peterson is stepping down as Oregon's top environmental official for health reasons. Peterson's resignation comes amid a public outcry over discovery of hazardous levels of cadmium and arsenic near two glass-making facilities in Portland. And a proposal to eliminate coal-fired energy produced by Oregon's utilities has cleared the House and now heads to the Senate for a final vote today. Bill London, KPNW.
Pop quiz for all business owners. If you're not incorporated and someone sues your business, which one of these can you lose? Your home, your car, or your life savings? The answer? All three. Because if you're not incorporated, it's not just your business that can be sued, it's you too. Which means you could lose everything. Once business owners realize the risk of not being incorporated, they usually scramble to incorporate or form an LLC. To make it quick and easy, Incorporate.com is now giving away a free incorporation guide to all business owners, so you can incorporate in just 10 minutes. For your free 10-minute incorporation guide, call now, 1-800-400-5017. Protect your financial future. At Incorporate.com, they don't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating or forming an LLC quick and easy. Call now for your free 10-minute incorporation guide. 1-800-400-5017. Hurry while supplies last. 1-800-400-5017. That's 1-800-400-5017.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're a guy over 40 and you want to stay on top of your game, try a sample bottle of GNC's top-selling, award-winning Nugenics. Listen, if you're experiencing lower sex drive, general sluggishness, and decreased performance, Nugenics is a powerful man-boosting formula. For 2013, it won GNC's Innovative Product of the Year and was also named GNC's #1 selling men's vitality product. Get a complimentary bottle now by texting BOOST30 to 99000. Nugenics uses a clinically researched key ingredient to invigorate a man's body and increase his libido. Enjoy more passion, higher sex drive, improved performance. Be more the man you want to be in the gym and in the bedroom. You want to stay on top of your game, don't you? Then try top-selling, award-winning Nugenics and feel like the best man you can be. Nugenics is available at GNC and Vitamin Shop, but you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BOOST30 to 99000. Again, text BOOST30 to 99000.
The Spring Radio Auction is coming March 12th to Cool 99.1 and News Radio 1120 KPNW. The auction is a unique opportunity to showcase local businesses and benefit from a radio advertising campaign, all on a trade basis. Call us at 541-284-3600 to learn more.
Want to lose weight? Then turn your body into a furnace that literally melts the fat away. That's exactly what Thermometer does. Thermometer is uniquely formulated with patented ingredients like bitter orange, brown seaweed, and decaffeinated green tea. Their combined thermogenic properties boost up your metabolism and turn up the heat in your body so you melt the fat away without any jittery side effects. Thermometer is not available in stores. It's only available to listeners of this station. We're giving away 100 free bottles right now to anyone who enrolls in our special trial offer. Call now for your risk-free trial offer. 800-430-4467, 800-430-4467, 800-430-4467. One more time, 800-430-4467.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it back on your list. Innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be a part of it.
Make more. Teach. Visit teach.org. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Lacera. The field of Republican presidential candidates may be shrinking again. Dr. Ben Carson putting out a statement saying he will not participate in tomorrow's Fox News debate.
He is not suspending his campaign, he says, but he has acknowledged that he does not see a path forward for the nomination for himself.
Fox's Carl Cameron. The Supreme Court appearing sharply split over a Texas law which imposes higher operating standards for abortion clinics.
Tricia Chigilio, an ACLU lawyer in Austin, is critical of the Texas law.
Everyone knows that this law is intended to close abortion clinics in Texas. When this law was passed, Governor Perry bragged that the law would have this effect.
Justice Anthony Kennedy likely holds the deciding vote. A 4-4 decision would uphold the Texas law, but would not establish a national precedent.
Fox's John Decker in Washington. Fox News. We report, you decide.
With news every half hour and when it breaks. And Lars Larson now. 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Pleasure to be with you. Joined in studio now by Commissioner Jules Bailey, who's going to run for mayor of Portland, is running for mayor of Portland. Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
And it's good to talk to you during the breaks as well. So, do you want to tackle homelessness first?
Absolutely. Homelessness is one of the greatest crises we face as a city. And frankly, we see on the streets people who are in distress. And I've already begun that work at Multnomah County, working with the city on the Home for Everyone initiative. We made a commitment to find a place for every homeless veteran by the end of 2015. We were successful at that.
How do you know?
We actually go out and have a point-in-time count. We go out and count the folks that are on the streets. I personally spent time in soup kitchen lines talking with people who are homeless, interviewing them. I was on the phone with landlords, asking folks to open up spaces for people who are homeless, and we're in the process of being certified by the federal government as having officially ended veterans' homelessness. But that
now, hold on. I'm curious. So there isn't a single homeless vet out there right now?
There are people who are homeless who are veterans, and so what ending veterans' homelessness means is that we have a place for everybody, and that when somebody experiences homelessness who is a veteran, we have the services to be able to support them, and that the hope is that their experience with homelessness is brief and rare. So we can identify folks as soon as we find out, we can connect them to services and get them the help they need. But there's a lot more to do. Obviously, we have a whole population of homeless people that are in distress. And so we finally opened the first 365-day-a-year, 7-day-a-week, 24-hour-a-day family shelter so that no child ever has to get up and wait for a school bus after being homeless on the streets.
What do they do instead?
What do they do?
Oh, you said, so they're in a shelter instead.
That's correct, yes.
You still count them as homeless, though, right?
Those families are still homeless, but we have a shelter for them, and it was very moving for me. I went to the opening of the shelter, which is actually in a converted strip club, and I went to the area where they have some toys and some cribs for families that come in with infants, and I have a 4.5-month-old son at home.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I looked at the toys that they had, and they actually had the exact same play mat that we have for my son at home that he loves, and it really brought it home for me. These are real families with real kids that are out there and need help.
Now, it's a crisis, right?
Absolutely.
I got here in 1980. They said it was a crisis then. They said we're going to spend millions and solve it. They had 10-year plans, and I think we're on the 3rd or 4th of those 10-year plans to end homelessness. How can something that's been going on for that length of time, which all the tens or hundreds of millions of dollars spent by government does not seem to have even made a dent in? In fact, when I looked at the populations of homeless over the last 3 years, the numbers are the same every single year. So how can it be that this ongoing problem that government spends tens of millions of dollars on every year, might even be as much as $100 million in this metro area if you count all of the county governments and city governments that participate, you don't even make a dent in the problem. So how can you say that it's being addressed?
Well, you're absolutely right that as we look at the point-in-time counts over the years, we've actually seen a fairly static population. It's good news, bad news. The good news is at least it's not getting worse. The bad news is we're not making progress on it. And that's why we've taken a different approach. A year and a half ago, I helped start this Home for Everyone committee so that the left hand finally knows what the right hand is doing. We've had a fractured system. The city working in one direction, the county working in another direction, the federal government working in another direction. We finally have city, county, faith providers, business community, nonprofit experts all at the table making decisions together. And the fact is, we know how to address homelessness. We just have...
Well, I'm wondering how you know, because they've been trying for 35 years. Would you tell me today that because of this new approach, a year from now, we'll have 3/4 the number of homeless or half the number of homeless we do today?
That's exactly what I'll tell you. So I've made a pledge to cut homelessness in half, street homelessness in half by the end of my first term. I absolutely believe we can do it. We just haven't had the political will to do enough of it for long enough to make a difference. We've had too many shifts in the road. We need a mayor who's committed to the job long term and will keep his eye on the ball.
Now, the current mayor's proposed spending $30 million on top of all the other monies that are spent to service a population that's no bigger than 3,000. So we're talking about $10,000 per individual. Should it have to cost that much?
Well, the proposal is a joint city-county proposal, and one of the things that we're looking at is ways to reduce those costs. So there are affordable housing developers out there, Dave Carbonneau, Rob Justice, some of the models that they've come up with, that builds affordable housing for dramatically cheaper than it's being built right now.
I'm glad you brought up Rob Justice. He built it all with no city subsidies and really, frankly, no city help. So why don't we just let the private sector solve this problem?
Because we need even more than what's able to be produced by the private sector. Rob Justice, Dave Carbonneau, those guys aren't making really any money on this. But
he told me he was making money, and he said he could build 2 more apartments the same size, 80 units, and he could do it right now, and he has a waiting list that'll fill them up the minute they're done.
And we should absolutely enable him to do that, make sure he's got land that's available to do that, and we need to accelerate that model. But the point is that affordable housing is traditionally built can be very, very expensive through the tax credit models and through some of the different models that are out there to build it.
The city subsidies, he tells me, actually make this stuff more expensive. He says he builds his at about $75,000 a unit, and the subsidized units that are provided by the city, giving away all the taxpayers' money, come in at about $200 per unit. Now, $200,000 per unit. That doesn't make any sense. If I were looking at that, I'd say let's give the whole thing to Justice and people like him and stop the city subsidies.
So that's why in the last budget, for the very first time, Multnomah County, with my support, set aside $5 million to go into a fund for alternative models like the Rob Justice model.
Why does he doesn't need the money. He built them all without any city money. So I'm wondering, where's the $5 million? Where does it go?
It goes towards helping make sure that we have units that are available for the lowest income people.
Stop for a second, though. To make sure they're available. If Rob Justice could build, as an example, or people like him could build 3 more apartment buildings, they'd be available. Why do you need money for that when he says he did it all with no money?
Well, if it was
no city money.
If it was really true that we could fill the affordable housing gap simply by sitting back and letting the private market take effect, then it would have already happened.
How do you know it can't happen? Because right now, anytime that building, the city hall across the street where you want to go to work, is offering free money, how long do you think the line of developers is?
I think the issue is making sure that we have units that are available at the 0 to 30% of median family income, not the levels that are above that are sometimes more expensive and out of reach.
Justice's units came in at that, $395 for a studio apartment, and I don't have any financial ties to him. I didn't know him before we had him on the show. $625 for a 1-bedroom, and I think $675 or $775 for a 2-bedroom. That sounds like it's well within the range. He didn't use any tax dollars. Why do you need to take $5 million of other people's money and spend it when he's doing it with no city money?
And I salute the work that he's doing, and he and others like him are doing. They've found opportunities where there are specific parcels of land and nonprofit providers that are available to help partner on it. Those are situations that don't always exist in the numbers that we need to be able to go out and get that. But if we can put an investment to accelerate that process, to be able to help get land, to be able to catalyze that building, then we can get more of those kinds of units available.
Do you think the city government is part of the problem? Because your development service is built. I've read that it takes, if you have a piece of land that's zoned for housing, any kind of housing, but it has not been through the planning process yet, the average length of time is 2 years. And now the folks across the street are talking about making it a requirement that you deconstruct a house to replace it with new housing instead of demolishing it. Developers tell me that's going to add another 2 months to it. So it sounds like the biggest problem we've got in getting housing for everyone is government, not the private sector.
There are a lot of fees and a lot of red tape that impacts the cost of housing, and that's true for affordable housing, and it's true for market rate housing. And I want to make one thing very clear. Okay. I support making an investment in affordable housing, but we also need more affordable market rate housing that's available to families, because you can't build affordable housing fast enough or subsidized enough if you're not also having market rate housing that is available to families. Owning your own home should not be a fading memory from a previous generation.
But if the government got out of the way, you don't think the private sector could build houses just as fast and even faster if the government would simply get out of the way instead of constantly demanding new requirements?
So on my website, one of the things I've proposed on the affordability plan is to have a 2-track system and to have a fast track for developers that want to develop housing that's available in a certain income range, that helps waive some of the fees, that gets it through the permitting process faster, to prioritize that kind of housing so that we can make sure that we have units that are affordable for everyday Portlanders.
But in exchange for that, you want to impose rent control, which I thought was illegal.
I've never said that.
Well, that sounds like rent control. If you say, we'll clear the decks for you, we'll get your paperwork done fast, but you have to agree at what price you'll sell it or rent it.
All it's saying is that if you want to build Cadillac housing and sell it for whatever you want to sell it for, great. There's the normal process you can go through. If you're talking about developers who are still going to make a profit off of this, who want to make sure that they're building units that are of a size and a scale that are affordable to people, then we're going to have a fast-track process.
And a price.
I think that's very...
You want to set the price as well, right?
I think we can set some criteria around it.
Well,
it doesn't have to be a specific
isn't that rent
price.
Control? Not
at all. That's not how rent control works.
Well, I know how it works in the big cities. It usually leaves bombed-out buildings that aren't even habitable even more, and it leaves a lot of people benefiting, and a few people benefiting, and a lot of people left out. But you don't consider it rent control when the city tells you how big you can build it, how much you can sell it for?
The city is not setting a standard of here's exactly how big it can be, here's exactly how much you can sell it for. What we're simply saying is we're going to have a fast track for developers that want to meet the demand for market rate middle wage housing. The problem is one of the reasons that you see houses that are built that are lot line to lot line, gigantic houses that are replacing older homes that sell for $800,000 is that that's what it has to sell for in order to recoup the fees that were involved in constructing that home. That's not good for neighborhoods. It's not good for families. So what we're saying is, how do we make sure that we can get some more market rate housing that is affordable?
Why don't you get rid of the fees?
Because
most of them.
Because you do need to make sure that if developers are coming in and developing the kinds of housing that's unaffordable to people, that we have a lot of those fees for a reason. But if we are focused on housing that is accessible to middle wage families, then I think that we should have a fast track process.
Do you think charging fees lowers the cost of housing?
Again, this is why I'm proposing a fast track for housing that is affordable for working families. Listen, I see this firsthand. My wife and I have 2 good incomes. We're some of the fortunate ones, right? And last spring, we got into the housing market because our apartment was unaffordable. We had a baby on the way and we needed some more room. So I grew up in inner southeast Portland. My mom still lives there. And after getting outbid by all cash offers, tens of thousands of dollars over asking, we finally realized I would never be able to afford a home in the neighborhood I grew up in. And we love where we ended up. It's fantastic. We love our home. But again, we're the fortunate ones. We have a housing crisis out there.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
If you need to sell your home, listen up. Lars here to tell you about a real estate agent right in Lane County that takes the stress out of selling a home. I'm talking about Jeremy Parmenter of Keller Williams Realty. Jeremy has a marketing system for selling homes on a whole different level than anyone you're going to talk to in Lane County. Jeremy works with the top real estate developer in Oregon, and week after week, Jeremy attracts hundreds of buyers, which creates demand and helps your home sell fast and for top dollar. That's why Jeremy offers a home sale guarantee. If Jeremy can't sell your home at a price and deadline you agreed to, he'll buy it. Plus, it's risk-free. If he isn't doing his job after one day, you can fire him. But don't worry, you won't, because he outsells the average agent 8-1. If I needed to sell my home and lived in Lane County, I'd call up Jeremy. Call Jeremy today at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. And start packing. Hey folks, it's Lars for Discount Windows. I've turned to Discount Windows time and again for high-quality interior and exterior doors. They've also taken care of me with some Energy Star-rated windows that were eligible for a rebate from my utility company. Tina and I have had a positive experience every time we've used their services. We've even had a couple of custom orders. Discount Windows did not disappoint. It's comforting to know I have a highly competent window and door outfit whenever I need one. Discount Windows is working with Energy Trust of Oregon to help you reduce energy costs and improve the comfort of your home. Ask them about instant cash incentives. They deliver almost anywhere in the Northwest, and they offer professional installation. Friends, give them a call or stop by today and discover for yourself why I've turned to Discount Windows for more than 6 years. They're located on Highway 99 in Junction City, and Discount Windows is open 7 days a week for your convenience. Hey, tell them Lars sent you. CCB number 180018. That's Discount Windows.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers more than 100 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-400-8407. That's 1-800-400-8407.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 100 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-400-8407. That's 1-800-400-8407.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a free trial of Nubiotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a free trial, call 1-800-992-2821. Strict limit of 1 per household.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking Nubiotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. Nubiotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. If your belly flattening results are too dramatic, simply reduce use to every other day. Think you might be bloated? See how much flatter Nubiotics makes your belly. But hurry, call now for details while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-992-2821. That's 1-800-992-2821. 1-800-992-2821.
If you're thinking spring cleaning, think St. Vincent de Paul. We'll help you dispose of all those items you no longer need, and you'll be helping us help your neighbors. We think that's the true definition of a win-win situation. We offer convenient donation sites at all of our Lane County locations, so think of us as your spring cleaning partner. We're St. Vincent de Paul, and we're in the phone book.
This message is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul in association with Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
Built for business. Comcast Business is offering 25 megabits per second internet from $69.95 a month. That means if you're still using slow DSL from the phone company, you have a decision to make. Do you switch to Comcast Business and get more speed for faster downloads, or stick with slow DSL and watch your business stutter from slow speeds? Do you get internet that stays fast when other people are online, or keep using slow DSL and have your employees struggle with lag time? The choice is yours. Switch to Comcast Business and get 25 megabits per second of fast, reliable internet from just $69.95 a month. Or stick with slow DSL and get slower speeds and more downtime at work. Make the smarter choice. Ditch slow DSL and switch today. Call 800-501-6000 or visit ComcastBusiness.com. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Offer ends 3/31/16. Restrictions apply. 2-year contract and subscription to Comcast Business Voice and Business TV required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Jules Bailey joins me now, who's running for mayor of Portland. I want to ask you about police.
Yeah.
In the last couple of months, actually I think in the last 5 weeks, we've had 8 cops shot around the country, killed. We had a cop's house shot at it over the weekend in Klamath Falls. We had a police officer murdered a little over a week ago in Seaside. And yet, I hear from folks at city halls, not just Portland City Hall, but Seattle as well, saying we've got to get the cops to back off. We've got to get the cops to use less lethal methods of apprehending people. If you became mayor, you would be the police commissioner, according to the charter. So what are your marching orders going to be for the police officers? And is it going to be rules of engagement that allow those officers to go home alive at the end of the day? Or are you going to continue that drumbeat that the cops are the problem?
What we have in our police bureau right now, and you're right, that as mayor I would be the police commissioner, the challenge that we have is we have morale at an all-time low, and we have staffing that is too small to meet the challenges that Portland has. When you look at Portland compared to other cities our size, our ratio of police officers to the population is actually near the bottom. So one of the pledges that I've made is to increase police staffing in order so that police officers can know that when they go to calls, they've got sufficient cover. When they are in a dangerous situation, they've got backup, that they can respond to calls quickly, that they can do community policing. Right now, there are a lot of calls in Portland that just go unanswered or not answered for hours because we don't have the staffing for it.
How will you fund that?
Well, I think it has to be about prioritization within the budget. We have to make sure that we have a police force that works for Portland and keeps safe streets.
What do you cut to get more officers?
So one of the things that I think we need to do is look at some of the costs that we're already incurring where we can save money in order to put that in police officers. Mental health is a big area. That's one reason why I prioritized working with our hospital partners to help open the new Crisis Unity Mental Health Center, because it costs a lot less money to take somebody who's in mental health crisis to a place to get them stabilized than it does to send them to a hospital or to jail. That's a reduced cost that we can put right back into better staffing.
That loops us back to the homeless problem, because some of those are mentally ill, some are drug affected, some choose to live on the streets. Would Wapato make a good facility for helping to get people off the streets? You know, a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, a shower, and maybe a place to make phone calls to employers. Would you be in favor of using Wapato as such a facility?
I'm in favor of deploying temporary emergency shelter, and the analysis that the county has done through the chair has shown that it's actually more expensive and will take longer to bring Wapato.
More expensive to take a $60 million facility that hasn't been used in a decade and is brand spanking new than go out and buy pods instead?
Apparently it is. The analysis that's been done...
Do you think that's true?
Well, apparently it's $5 million to even bring the facility up to snuff because it isn't brand spanking new anymore. It's been there for a while.
It's 10 years old and hasn't been used.
Well, there's leaks, there's power issues, it's a big facility. So it takes time and it takes money to open that up. Imagine if you let your house sit for 10
But aren't
years.
those costs the county is going to have to spend anyway, whether they use it for homeless shelter or just leave it empty for another decade? So that's a $5 million cost you've got, whether you use it or not. Wouldn't it be smarter to use it?
Not necessarily. That cost may not be incurred depending on if the facility is sold or if the federal government takes it over for another use. So what I want is shelter that's immediate and that's affordable, and that means temporary emergency shelter. If in the final analysis it ends up we have a better solution, then I'm all for that.
What's your website?
JulesBailey.com. And I wanted to mention, too, that I've limited my campaign contributions in this race. It's a grassroots campaign, and you're giving me the eye here.
I do. You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I'm here to tell you that Island Fence has done it again. Hey folks, it's Lars Larson. Tina and I required further use of their fencing and custom gate services. Island Fence did not disappoint. I can't stress it enough. When a business comes out to my home and they're clean-cut, respectful, courteous, and well-skilled in their craft, I will confidently use them every time. Now when it comes to fences, Island Fence only stocks premier-grade American cedar. It's even prepared at their cedar mill right out in Harrisburg. Island Fence's customized motorized gates really impressed me. They have deer, salmon, and, well, you name it, they can brand your front gate with it. Take it from me, folks, when you're looking for fencing supplies, ornamental iron, custom gates, and chain link, including dog kennels, put Island Fence at the top of your list. Statewide delivery and professional installation available. They're located on Highway 99, where Eugene meets Junction City. Island Fence for all your residential and commercial needs. CCB number 105556.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are aiming to close out the session within a few points of where they started. The Dow adding 4 points, the Nasdaq 2, the S&P 3. There was a rebound in crude oil futures and energy shares, but not enough of one to move stocks too much higher. Crude futures finished the session up about a quarter at $34.66 a barrel, even though there was a bigger than predicted jump in crude stockpiles last week. Volkswagen didn't think it would take a big hit in the bank account when it found out about the emissions cheating technology added to diesel engines of cars sold in the U.S. That came as part of a statement designed to show the company wasn't trying to defraud investors. It says it was advised in the past U.S. penalties weren't all that high. And Apple's lawyer wants it clear the company does not work for the government. Ted Olson tells Bloomberg TV the Constitution does not allow the government to conscript private companies to invent products or change the ones it already has invented. Apple is fighting the government on whether it should crack open an iPhone used in the San Bernardino mass shooting. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
KPNW Eugene.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Technically, he's still running, but Ben Carson is out with a statement that sounds a lot like suspending his campaign. Fox News Radio's Evan Brown has this live.
And Lisa, that statement reads, Dr. Carson sees no political path forward following his outcome on Super Tuesday, and that he won't appear tomorrow in Detroit for a Fox News debate. But he did shoot a video for the Independent Journal Review. They tweeted it out.
We have a process, an electoral process. That is a process that I am in the process of following and will continue to follow, and will continue to listen to our millions of supporters.
And Carson will still speak at Friday's annual conference of the Conservative Political Action Conference in Washington, Lisa.
Thanks, Eben. Meantime, Donald Trump critics are growing more concerned about the ramifications of a possible Trump nomination.
Some Republicans have warned a Donald Trump or even Senator Ted Cruz nomination will cost the GOP seats in the House and Senate, and even in state-level elections. Trump continues to attract first-time voters and win primaries convincingly. Cruz's campaign says the Texas Republican will energize conservatives and help GOP candidates.
Fox's Rich Edson. Bernie Sanders rallying in Maine and accentuating the positives.
Never in a million years would I have told you this could have happened, but we have now received over 4 million individual campaign contributions.
But Hillary Clinton now has more than twice as many delegates as Sanders. One day after being indicted on federal charges, a powerful Oklahoma businessman, Aubrey McClendon, is dead, killed in the fiery crash of his car into a bridge pillar this morning. McClendon was also part owner of the NBA's Thunder. Police say it's too soon to tell if the collision may have been intentional. McClendon was accused of rigging bids on oil and natural gas leases. At the closing bell, the Dow up 33 points. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Are you living with prostate enlargement? Do you pee more often than you used to? Do you wake up to go? Be honest. Is there a drop in your romantic life? Prostate problems don't go away on their own, so you need to call for a free bottle of Super Beta Prostate, the #1 non-prescription formula for your prostate. The ingredients are natural. With Super Beta Prostate, you'll have less urges to urinate, less waking at night, and an improvement in your romantic life, guaranteed. Try it for free. Pay only shipping and handling. Call 1-800-890-2051. Super Beta Prostate is so powerful, you'd have to take 100 saw palmetto capsules to get the same active ingredient in just one Super Beta Prostate tablet. Stop running to the bathroom and call us now for your free bottle. Hurry, this free offer won't last. Call 1-800-890-2051. 1-800-890-2051. 1-800-890-2051.
KPNW News brought to you by Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning. It's backyard burning season in Lane County. The season generally starts March 1st and runs through June 15th, then opens again for the month of October. Eugene and Florence ban all backyard burning, always, and your property has to be bigger than a half acre to burn within the Springfield city limits. Remember to check with local fire authorities for other restrictions or permit requirements. The war of words continues between Clatsop County DA Josh Markey and Eugene Attorney Mike Arnold. Arnold is defending Eamon Bundy in the aftermath of the Harney County standoff. Markey has filed a pair of complaints against Arnold, one over Arnold's pretrial comments and another because of an article that was published that was favorable regarding Arnold's firm. Arnold is firing back.
I'd be happy to speak to him and explain to him what the law is. I always welcome phone calls, especially from the keyboard warriors out there.
Arnold says he's confident that the charges are going to be dismissed. Oregon regulators have approved tax breaks, big ones, for Internet providers who make investments in affordable high-speed broadband access. The Oregon Public Utility Commission confirmed that Comcast, Frontier Communications, and Google Fiber are now eligible for the tax breaks. Bill London, KPNW.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The barn is shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing Priority One is open late.
Get a winter safety checkup of your heating and cooling system for just $39. Priority One Heating and Air Conditioning will do a complete winter safety inspection so that you can sleep warm and know your family is safe. Because keeping your family safe is Priority One. Act now, sleep well, and all for just $39.
PriorityOneHeating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority One.
If your company uses medium-duty trucks, it's not about how cool your drivers look in them. It's making sure they're keeping your drivers generating revenue for you daily. FMI Truck Sales and Service is now in Eugene. And if your business uses trucks, they've spent the last 30 years specializing on medium-duty work trucks. So, FMI knows what it takes to build the truck your company needs. Then after your truck is built, FMI will be there to support Isuzu's 5-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty and the 24-month, 60,000 miles of preventative maintenance that's included with your new Isuzu diesel truck. Eugene's FMI Truck Sales and Service knows your truck should be on the road working for your business, not sitting in a repair shop. Because it's all about driving revenue and not just a cool-looking truck. Give them a call at 541-393-6506 or come to the corner of West 11th and Bertelsen in Eugene. FMI Truck Sales and Service, where the coffee's always on and the popcorn's always fresh.
Discount Windows. We do windows, doors, and installation for less.
It's 106, and Lars Larson is back at it on your 50,000-watt blowtorch. AM 1120 KPNW.
This is the Lars Larson Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Pleasure to be with you, and a real pleasure to welcome to the program freelance writer and the man who curates Nat Geo's book talk, Simon Worrell. Mr. Worrell, thanks a lot for joining us from the other side of the world.
My pleasure. Real pleasure to be with you all.
Well, here's what I've been interested in talking to you about. There's been a dispute or a disagreement for decades among scientists about how it was that Neanderthals went away And those of us who now populate the Earth in the 7 billions or so managed to outdo them. And you've interviewed some of the researchers who've looked into this, and they think they have a working theory as to how that happened. Why don't we start with why Neanderthals on paper might have been a superior species at the time?
Yeah, I mean, it's always been a conundrum, and we'll talk about it later a bit more. New radiocarbon DNA dating has really altered our picture of this. So basically, the Neanderthals are our closest cousins. We all know a few people who look a bit like them: stocky, short, receding brow, muscular, a bit hairy. But they were in Europe for 200,000 years before Homo sapiens moved from Africa steadily out of Africa up into Europe and the rest of the world. And it was long thought that the most likely reason that they disappeared was a catastrophic climate event, the eruption of a volcano in Italy 39,000 years ago. And that spewed vast amounts, like volcanoes these days, of ash and cloud, and seriously would have altered the climate. So that was one dominant theory. Of course, your question alludes to the fact that they've been there for 200,000 years. They've adapted. They hunted. They had rudimentary tools, rudimentary weapons. They fitted well into that place. Indeed, their eye sockets were slightly larger than Homo sapiens because it seems as though they adapted to that dim northern light. So the question was always, why would they disappear and not us?
What were the going theories, or what have been the predominant theories until the one we're about to talk about came along?
Well, there were a number, but the most likely, as I said, was the eruption of this volcano in Italy 39,000 years ago that covered the earth with ash and blocked out the sun and led to climate change. There was also a theory that it was the beginning, that when the Neanderthals disappeared, it's the beginning of another ice age. So you would have had ice, cold conditions, increasingly cold conditions, pushing down from the north and pushing the Neanderthals down south. And those were the two most likely theories.
But and in fact, that would have made sense that because Neanderthal was physically larger, that even though he was hairy, if he was physically larger, you notice that when peoples have lived in a place like the Inuit in the northern part of Alaska or northern Canada, they tend to be short, stocky people who don't have as much skin exposed to the elements, and perhaps don't take as much, energy to operate a person as a rather large individual like Neanderthal. But you've talked to some researchers who believe that there's another rather novel theory about Homo sapiens cooperating with animals.
Yes, absolutely. And the person I interviewed for that book talk that you referred to, and it can still be found on National Geographic's website, it's a fascinating lady, a retired professor of anthropology at Penn State University called Pat Shipman. And she wrote a book called The Invaders, How Humans and Their Dogs Drove Neanderthals to Extinction. And her theory, she'd done a lot of research over many, many years, and you could say that it all kicked off with the discovery of these enormous woolly mammoth graveyards in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. In the sort of 90s, serious excavation began. And what you had was they became known as mammoth megasites. And what you have there is basically a vast boneyard. I mean, I've not visited, and I wish I had, and will one day, I hope. But I've seen a lot of photographs. One particular at Berelek in Siberia. It's just a huge, huge boneyard. These enormous woolly mammoth bones, piles and piles of them. And these sites appear with the dating that's been done, about 40,000 years ago. We know that. So something happened 40,000 years ago that meant that hunting became much more efficient on a bigger scale and was sort of centralized, so that these creatures were clearly driven towards these sites, brought back to these sites, but you couldn't bring them far because they weigh many, many tons like elephants. So you had this sort of centralized, more efficient hunting. And, for instance, at Berelek in Siberia, 160 of these tusked Goliaths were found. There were also found bones of what she calls wolf dogs. And here comes the theory, Pat Shipman's theory, and I have to stress, it's a theory at the moment because we haven't got enough archaeological fossil evidence of large amounts of wolf dog bones. Some have been found. And her theory was that around this time, and we do know that the dog was domesticated roughly around that time, human beings got into a sort of symbiotic cooperation with these wolf dogs. Now, it's important to stress they're neither wolves nor dogs. They're a hybrid creature from the tests that have been done.
And does her theory assume that this was done accidentally at first and then perhaps deliberately after that, that Homo sapiens might have deliberately tried to domesticate wolves to become a hunting companion, or that it was done in some other fashion?
It's really hard to know the answer to that question. We probably never will. It might have simply started with humans very efficiently killing woolly mammoths with no dogs, and then the dogs come and scavenge, and the humans make friends with the wolf dogs, and then gradually they become more domesticated. But what Pat Shipman believes, and several other experts believe happened, is that around this time, human beings did domesticate these wolf dogs, and that meant that they had a hunting pack. And that meant, it's not easy to hunt and kill a woolly mammoth. It's a very, very big, a very dangerous animal. If you've got a pack, and Neanderthals, and this is one of the key things as well, were only able to kill things. They didn't have sort of long-distance weapons like throwing spears or anything like that. We invented those. So they had to get up really close and personal, and that was dangerous. They probably couldn't kill a lot. Many escaped. Put wolf dogs, a pack of dogs, into the equation, like foxhounds, and you've got a creature, a pack of creatures that can chase down, tire out, exhaust, corral the woolly mammoth, followed by humans, who would then close in for the kill using these more long-distance weapons.
I'm talking to Simon Worrell. Mr. Worrell, we're going to take a break for a second. We'll be right back. Simon Worrell curates book talk for Nat Geo. He's a freelance writer, and I'm speaking to him about a theory only at this point, that human beings, Homo sapiens, may have predominated over the Neanderthals because they figured out how to both use better tools and how they figured out how to cooperate with wolf dogs. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The Portland metro area needs jobs and affordable housing. Southwest Oregon has a public safety funding crisis due to the withdrawal of federal timber funds. Communities around the state need more flexible public education. There's a state measure that would return local control of public lottery dollars in Oregon. Please visit LotteryLocalControl.com and donate to this grassroots effort to return some local control to counties and communities around Oregon. Polling says that voters would say yes to this this measure by a 3-to-1 margin, but we need your help. Visit LotteryLocalControl.com. Donate to the effort and learn about a special event coming up March 15th where I'll be talking local control. Again, visit LotteryLocalControl.com.
Visit LotteryLocalControl.com today. Donate to the effort and learn about a special event coming up on March 15th where you'll learn more about this issue. That's LotteryLocalControl.com. LotteryLocalControl.com.
Each franchise independently owned and operated. Offer good on selected product at participating franchises only. Some restrictions may apply.
Okay, so I really think you're going to love this house. It just came on the market and it's gorgeous inside. Here we are.
Oh my gosh, it's stunning. Look at this room. The blinds and drapes on the windows, the rug, the pillows. It's straight out of a magazine.
Isn't it incredible? Want to know the best part? They didn't even hire a decorator. Budget Blinds did it all without the designer fees.
Budget blinds?
Yep, Budget Blinds. They can transform any room in a snap. You can get professional design advice and an in-home consultation. They even do all the measuring and installation. You don't have to lift a finger.
I'll take it.
The house?
No, the number for Budget Blinds.
Budget Blinds has more window fashions than ever before. During our drapery event, we have many amazing drapery promotions like upgrades, discounts, and more. Contact your local Budget Blind style consultant to find out about incredible offers in your area. Call 1-800-620-9404 today. That's 1-800-620-9404. 1-800-620-9404.
We have a tradition. The last 5 minutes of the ride to the coast were silent. And then when we see the blue ocean, we all cheer and applause. That's how much we love the Oregon coast. I love a long walk and the taste of clam chowder after you're totally exhausted. I love the 4th of July in Manzanita and hiking the Neoconi Trail. I love the good party and the breweries and honking seals in Astoria, those kitschy carnival rides in Seaside, the bed and breakfast and candy store in Cannon. I love the smells and poetry and spirituality of the Oregon coast. Find yourself at the Oregon coast.
The Nature Conservancy loves the Oregon coast, which is why they work so hard to protect it. What do you love about the Oregon coast? Tell us in your own love letter to the coast. And you could win a weekend at Salishan Spa and Golf Resort, a private concert with local artists at our Skype Live studio, and inclusion in a local art show. Go to kink.fm or the Kink mobile app.
I can't wait to be with you again.
Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind, the safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY, Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you, the closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Uity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Uity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
Hey, it's Lars. You've heard me recommend the Ryan Group Real Estate if you're in the market to buy or sell in Oregon or Washington. But I want to get down to specifics because it's so important to hire the best agent and get it done right in a hot market. When I asked Aaron Ryan of the Ryan Group about their 29-day guarantee to sell your home, here's what Aaron had to say.
Lars, we're so confident that we will get a home sold within 29 days that we actually guarantee it. First, we do a complete evaluation of the property. Then we both agree on a price for the property prior to listing it. And then the seller signs up for our guaranteed home sale program. We then aggressively market the home to get an offer. If an acceptable offer is not obtained during the listing period, we'll purchase it. Check out our website at 29andgone.com for details.
Don't waste valuable time and money with the wrong agent. Call the Ryan Group at 503-343-1666. They'll even offer to buy your home in 29 days if it doesn't sell. Check out 29andgone.com and get it done right with the Ryan Group Real Estate.
Get more comfort for less money with the Heat Pump Store. Go with the experts who focus exclusively on ductless heat pumps. Portland General Electric customers, act now and get a Daikin ductless heat pump for as low as $37 a month and pay for it right on your power bill. This deal won't last forever, so call the Heat Pump Store now or visit theheatpumpstore.com.
Spending much less and loving life more. They got me pump, the Heat Pump Store.
CCB number 177229.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Pleasure to be with you. And if you want to get in an email or a phone call, it's 866-439-5277. Emails, go to talk@larslarson.com. You can follow on Twitter at Lars Larson Show and on Facebook at The Lars Larson Show. It's my great pleasure to be speaking with Simon Worrell, who curates Book Talk for Nat Geo and also has written about Pat Shipman's theory that human beings, Homo sapiens, cooperated with not dogs and not wolves, but wolf-dog hybrids to become the superior hunter, and in doing that, managed to displace Neanderthals that had been in that part of Europe for a couple of 100,000 years. So how is it then that the Neanderthals would have reacted to this? Just slowly been pushed out of those hunting grounds by the superior numbers of Homo sapiens?
Yes, that would be the theory. In other words, that there was a competition for resources, not just for woolly mammoth, although they obviously provide a